On the sidelines for a long time. Now I'm finally getting in the game. It's about time. This is my time. This is my time. The only thing I consider impossible is losing. I've been waiting on the sidelines for a long time. Now I'm finally getting in the game. It's about time. This is my time. This is my time. The only thing I consider impossible is losing. On the sidelines for a long time. Now I'm finally getting in the game. It's about time. This is my time. This is my time. The only thing I consider impossible is losing. I've been waiting on the sidelines for a long time. Now I'm finally getting in the game. It's about time. This is my time. This is my time. The only thing I consider impossible is losing. On the sidelines for a long time. Now I'm finally getting in the game. It's about time. This is my time. This is my time. The only thing I consider impossible is losing. I've been waiting on the sidelines for a long time. Now I'm finally getting in the game. It's about time. This is my time. This is my time. The only thing I
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to TDPHINSTALK, home of the real Miami Dolphin fans. Got some great news to y'all. Some of the stuff that I'm hearing personally with the Miami Dolphins in that front office right now. As you can see the title, Miami Dolphins are on verge of perfect trade. O-line help on the way. Goodbye, Mike Gesicki. All of those things can either be true or it doesn't happen. But I am telling you right now, these things are being discussed in the organization as we speak. I'm going to give y'all more detail on that in a moment. Make sure that you hit the like button on your way in the building. This stream is brought to you by our sponsor, Mojo Sports. Make sure you go check it out, especially if you live in Jersey. We'll have more on that later in the show. But punch that like button on your way in the building. It's a shame we already got 243 people watching, but only 60 likes. Let's go ahead and get this like button hit so I can hurry up and dive into this stream because it's a lot I want to talk about and I'm excited to talk about. So punch that like button so we can go ahead and get started. Faith, family football, baby. Faith, family football. I hope everybody's having a great day. Bobby Supreme, I see you, homie. All right. Shake Money in the house. What's going on? Cap for life. Salute to you. That's what's up. Shout out to the Mod Squad. Shout out to all the members of the channel. We appreciate you guys and everybody who punches that like button. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. There we go. We almost at 100 likes. We getting there. We almost at 100 likes. We are getting there. TD the GOAT. GOAT stands for greatest of all time. Of all time? We almost, I think we almost 5 years in. Can't be of all time. In 5 years, man. That's what's up. Anyway, we're ready. Let's dive in, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so less than an hour ago, this is what I heard coming out of Miami. Again, I don't like to use that word sources say, because sometimes whenever sources say things, they end up happening, and sometimes they say things and they don't end up happening. And so I don't like to get all into the minutia. But we recently heard, and I'm gonna preface everything I'm saying based off of reports that we recently heard, and I got the inside scoop on what's happening. Okay, the reports are true that the Miami Dolphins are not trying to trade Mike Gesicki. He is not on the trade block officially, but the reports are true that Miami Dolphins are fielding offers, and they are getting offers, but it's not as many as they were getting in preseason. Okay. Right now, the biggest issue with Mike Gesicki is his cap hit. There are multiple teams calling the Miami Dolphins, talking about a trade, but his cap hit is an issue. And at least as of right now, a straight up trade for a draft pick is likely off of the table, because this is what's being told to me. If they trade Gesicki for a draft pick, the other team would have to consume almost $8 million, $7 million and something of his cap this year. And no team is really happy about that, nor is there many teams that even have the money to do that. One player in their caps, and really only 8 teams in the NFL have the money to do such a deal anyway. And just about all, well, at least 6 of the 8 wouldn't have any more money if they did it. So no team is wanting to do that. But what I heard, which is genius, and I love it, they're talking about trading Mike Gesicki, but they need an offer for a starting caliber offensive lineman. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all, and the money would have to work. The old lineman doesn't have to make what Gesicki make, but at least enough to where they can offset it a little, where the person that's getting Mike Gesicki isn't getting killed with cap space. And I think that's genius. Mike Gesicki's value should bring back a solid offensive lineman on this team that can help us going forward. And I'm telling you that now, don't get me wrong. There's not a specific, I ain't hearing nothing about a specific team that said, hey, Miami, we'll give you this offensive lineman. We'll give you that offensive lineman. Don't bother me about TD. What team are you? I ain't heard no team. But that's what they are looking for to make it work, because the exploring the options of a draft pick, it doesn't work for all the other teams. The suitors are real small, and obviously Chris Greer don't like those deals unless he pulls it in the next few days, one of those deals for a draft pick. So right now, the only thing that matters is the fact that I'm all for it. Put dangle Mike Gesicki out there, because we need the offensive line help. I think that this team can still have a successful season and turn it around in the right way if we had the proper protection on that O-line for any quarterback, especially Tua. He needs it more than anybody. This would be a huge improvement for this team, just bringing in one more starting caliber offensive lineman. Because I'm going to tell y'all, man, be quite honest with you, it's not likely that Teron Armstead plays. I'm thinking, Teron Armstead is going to be back on this weekend, but that turf toe is a lingering issue. Those things don't happen in 1 week of being healed. Those things don't happen in 1 week, just healing like that in 1 week. And he wasn't even in the building last week. I don't know if y'all noticed that, but Teron Armstead wasn't even in the building. When he got 2 more opinions. It's more serious than people think. It's much more serious than people think. So we're definitely going to need Teron Armstead to get healthy for one. And if he is going to be out for a little bit, listen, we need to go ahead and pull a trigger because another offensive lineman is more valuable to this team right now than a tight end that we barely using. Big time. Cheetah, I got to put you in timeout because you don't have to spend the same comment 50 times, all right? I ain't got nothing against you, but you can't spam the same comment over and over and over. What is the Dolphins' biggest hole in the Dolphins? I think hole is HOLE, the hole you're talking about. But the biggest hole for the Dolphins right now, I believe, is tackles, reliable tackles. I hope the Miami Dolphins make the deal. I hope they find a suitor and they find a quality offensive lineman. And I'm going to be honest with you. Even if it's not a tackle, I'll take a left guard right now. Real talk. I'll take a left guard. I will take a left guard. Even if they can't find a quality tackle, because tackles are a little more valuable. I will take a left guard right now. Having a left guard at least gives me a solid middle with Connor in the middle, Hunt on the right, and now a new guard on the left. I'm sorry, Eichenberg is just failing this season. He needs time to develop, but I'm sorry. It's just time that I don't want to live through right now. Call me when he's ready. Call me when he's developed. I can't keep watching this every week. I can't keep watching Eichenberg do this every week. I can't keep watching Greg Little do this every week. And I still don't even know the name of the person that's taking over for Armstead, and I still haven't tried to learn his name. You know what? Maybe this is a good time. Who's the person that's playing for Armstead right now? Put the name in the comment section. I keep seeing the name, but then I forget it right away because I don't feel like it's worth remembering. So y'all let me know who that player is. Something with a B or something. I remember seeing a B. Brandon Shell. Yeah, I can listen. Oh my God. How is this O-line worse than it was last year? Like, hold on. Real talk. How? Real freaking talk. How? I just gotta laugh right now. Will you truly stop, pause, and think about it? How in the heck is this O-line worse than it was last year? Like, we didn't even have to go get Armstead and Connor Williams. They still should be improved, right? Even if we didn't have Armstead and Connor Williams, shouldn't these guys be improved? And I'm sorry, this is where I got to keep it a buck. I know a lot of y'all don't like when I do this, but I got to keep it a buck. What's up with these coaches? I don't get it. What's up with these coaches? This superstar coaching roster that we brought in, McGenius and the staff. What's up with these coaches? Like, even if we didn't have Armstead and Connor Williams, shouldn't there be improvement? Shouldn't there? Why is Eichenberg didn't only regress, but he's 1/5 of what he was. 1/5. Let me finish feeding. Okay. 5. Thank you, baby. Give me a second, yo. Hey, mama. Oh, you gonna wake up on mommy, but you gonna stay asleep on me? Yeah, it's all right. I got you. You finna hear some Dolphin talk. You gonna know all about this team. But really, Harper girl, tell me, how did this O-line regress? Y'all gonna have to give me some answers. Y'all gonna have to give me answers. How did they regress? It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. But then you add to it with Connor in Armstead. See, I don't want to hear nothing from nobody when it come to Armstead. Not not a single Dolphin fan got a word to say about Armstead. Everybody better keep their mouth quiet. I was sitting here telling y'all all off season. I mean, you're gonna get him for 12 games. You'll get 12 games. You'll get 12 games. You might miss 5. So here we are. He done already missed what, 2? Something like that. He done already missed 2, something like that. You got about 3 more miss. Armstead, it ain't solid. Armstead, amazing. Armstead is a great tackle, but you can't keep him on the field. So it just, real talk, it doesn't make any sense. D-Hug all day, the homie said it's worse because the staff believe the guys on the O-line would be capable of playing in a new scheme. Now, see, D-Hug, not at you, D-Hug, but you're about to make a point for me. I don't want to hear that either. I don't want to hear nothing. Listen, because I told y'all in the summer, who did I tell y'all don't listen to nothing they got to say? Put it in the comment section. What's one person I told y'all don't listen to nothing this person got to say? Please tell me what person that is. Come on, Dolphin fans. Y'all been here long enough, and I know y'all be listening to me. Tell me who the person is I told y'all don't listen to a word they got to say. Mike McDaniel. He was the main guy. I think we got a collection of guys that, can really play well in this system. He talked nicely about Eichenberg, Greg Little, Austin Jack. And let me tell y'all something. This is what's blowing my mind. There is something that I haven't brought up yet that's blowing my mind. We're sitting here missing Austin Jackson like he great. Like he great all of a sudden. Because he had one game of a good grade and all of a sudden he great. Like for real, for real. Like Austin Jackson is the guy that's supposed to come save us now. Oh, Austin Jackson will be back. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm with you on the fact that he definitely is better than Greg Little. I'm with you on that. But that's not sitting here and act like he still don't run a risk of getting our quarterbacks hurt. I got to bring this up too, because I've been hearing this in our community. They shouldn't play Tua if Armstead and Jackson don't come back. They shouldn't play Tua if Armstead and Jackson don't come back. Now, I got to admit to y'all, I said it last week too, remember? I said, man, if I'm Tua, I ain't coming back until, you remember? But when you really put it together, what is that really saying? What is that really saying? What is that really saying about Tua if you don't want to put him out there unless Armstead and Austin Jackson plays? What is that saying about Tua if he got to deal with the O-line Teddy just dealt with yesterday in Skyler? What does that say about Tua if you worried about him dealing with the offensive line Skyler dealt with versus when we played the Jets? When we were the worst ranked O-line in the NFL. And worse than any O-line Tua ever had, ranking-wise, in that game. What does that say about Tua? See, I am so sick of people with this narrative about Tua like he's the savior when you can't even feel comfortable putting him out there in normal football situations. I mean, I'm debating with people all day about Herbert because I'm trying to get rid of this hypocrisy in the fan base. Here Herbert goes with no left tackle, all pro center out, ain't got Keenan Allen, and he don't look his best, even though he got a win, and Dolphin fans are trashing him. Now, I don't mind you trashing Herbert, but why wasn't Tua getting trashed in the same circumstance? Why is it that we were haters when we said the same thing about Tua? That's what I'm trying to realize. The hypocrisy is unreal out here. Nobody wants to be fair. Herbert not a Dolphin, TD. No, I get it, but that's the problem with our fan base. Our Dolphins can do no wrong. And the only issue I got with that, stop acting all angry and surprised at the end of the season when it never worked out the way you wanted it to. Why you get surprised when somebody try to tell you the truth during the season, then at the end of the season, you want to be mad and upset when we've been talking about it. You've been knew the real reason why. Do the Miami Dolphins have fake doctors? No, the Miami Dolphins have real doctors. I know one personally, not like we hang out together, but I know one because I conversate with one of them. They have real doctors. Been in the medical field for several years. Are you crazy? Tua, somebody said, are you crazy? Tua's been the most criticized. Dang, it went by fast. It moved on me. I think they said, are you crazy? Tua's been the most criticized quarterback for years. I agree. But once again, why can't we keep the same energy? We criticized Tua in his play when he only had Waddle and Gesicki and had a bad O-line. And now, and people made excuses. Well, he only got Waddle and Gesicki. He don't have a good O-line. Okay, if you're going to make that excuse, then why are you trying to pick on Herbert, who has missing Keenan Allen and half his O-line is missing? That's all I'm saying to you. I know Tua is the most criticized, but it's interesting to me, the people who defend Tua, if the logic you're going to defend him by, why aren't you keeping that same logic for others? You can't pick and choose when you want it to apply, because you want to pick and choose just to big up Tua. It's that simple. Be honest. And another thing, I'm sorry. People need to realize that Tua's evaluation is going on 2.5 years worth. Not 3 games. Not 1 quarter in the fourth quarter versus Baltimore. And let me tell you something about that fourth quarter versus Baltimore, and y'all tell me if I'm wrong. Has Baltimore for 4 weeks in a row not given up a big lead in the fourth quarter? And most of those games lost? Has Baltimore in the last several weeks, have they not given up big leads and lost? We ain't the only one doing to Baltimore what we did. We're not the only ones. Now other teams are doing it, making it seem a whole lot less special now. You got 3 teams done did it to Baltimore now. Oh, my God. Baltimore done lost 3 with the lead. Done lost 3 games in the fourth quarter. With the big lead, too. I don't know what's going on over there. I don't know what Baltimore doing. But I'm sorry. They out here giving teams gimmies. They got Daniel Jones looking elite. They got Tua looking elite. They got some quarterbacks, scrub. Now the teams they losing to, ain't nobody gave them respect coming into the season. Just out here blowing leads. Can't believe it how they doing it too. They were beating Buffalo. I'm like, wow, yes, beat them. Lost. They were destroying us. Lost. The Giants lost. 3 games. They gave up the lead in all 4 of them. Makes what we're doing a whole lot less impressive to them. And nobody wants to say, take away that 4th quarter in Baltimore, and what has this team done on offense all season? I want y'all to think about that. Take away the 4th quarter in Baltimore. What has this offense done all season? Other than put up empty yards. Some of y'all may not know this. In the 3 games Tua didn't play, we're number 2 in the NFL in yards. When Tua didn't play, we are number 2 in the NFL in yards. 3 weeks now, we are the 2nd ranked team in the NFL for most yards without Tua. Without Tua. Number 2, Number 2 in the NFL. Let that sink in. Here's what's more embarrassing about it. Do you know that our offense is averaging more points a game without Tua than with them? If you take away the 4th quarter in Baltimore. But you can't take it away, right? You can't take it away. But let that sink in. 1 quarter. You take away the 4th quarter in Baltimore, the 28 points in Baltimore, and this team is averaging more points a game without Tua than with them. It's not a lie. Go look it up. I'm talking about the offense, not the defensive points that they've scored or the special teams. We're just talking about offense. This is a fact. This is a fact. They saying you clickbaiting over here, TD. They over here watching. So whatever they believe, that's their business. They tuned in. We don't worry about my haters. Their job is to sit here and watch. That's it. We don't value their comments. But real talk. And if you don't believe what I'm saying, go ahead and do the math yourself. Go do the math yourself. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Take away the defensive touchdowns in the 4th quarter of the Ravens game. We're averaging more points a game without Tua than with them. It's a fact. If I'm not mistaken, by 2 points. It ain't much. The whole offense, regardless. This is what I'm trying to explain to y'all. Regardless of who the quarterback is, this offense is not productive. All they're doing is getting empty yards and can't get in the end zone. Tyreek Hill out here leading the NFL in yards and only got 2 touchdowns in 6 weeks. I'm sorry. That ain't getting it done. You got to get in the end zone in this league. You got to get in the end zone in this league. It's that simple. You have to. Why do you think Xavier Howard out here saying what he's saying? It's hard to win games if you can't score points. That defense knows they forced the Vikings to punt 10 times, which is unheard of. 10 times, 9 3-and-outs. That is a slap in the defense's face. It's a slap in the face. So this offense needs to do better and figure out a way to get in the end zone. Screw all these yards. We need touchdowns. And I'm sorry, I got to be honest with you. Let's talk X's and O's real quick. It's easy to get yards for us. And listen, teams are going to play us cover 2 now. In the first 3 games, you got a little cover 2, but you got a lot of single high, and we were able to take advantage of the speed down the field. But ever since week 4, teams said, no, we done figured this out. We're not going to do that anymore. We're going cover 2. And I want you to think about every pass that have traveled more than 30 yards by the Dolphins ever since week 3, ever since week 4. Every deep pass that has traveled more than 30 yards, I want you to think about it. I want you to think about it. It ain't many. And the reason why it ain't many because teams in cover 2 defending it. But look at the few that we did throw deep. We only completed one of them, and that was a lucky bounce from Teddy Bridgewater to Tyreek Hill. In that same game, Tua threw it 3 times about 45, 50 yards down the field in double freaking coverage. One time it was picked off, one time it dropped on the dirt, and the other time Tyreek Hill saved the interception. Skylar Thompson threw the ball deep. And he killed me with that. That's the only thing he made me mad with in that game. Versus cover 2, he goes for the deep ball. Thank God he overthrew it by 8 feet. Teams are not going to allow you to throw the deep ball anymore in Miami. It's cover 2 from this point on. Unless the team is just cocky and they like, screw that. We going man-to-man with y'all receivers. We ain't scared. Then I got confidence we going to dog them. I'm hoping, I'm begging Pittsburgh get cocky and say we're going to run single high. We ain't scared. I'm hoping that they get cocky because we'll win. But if they come out there and cover 2 and say, I'm not giving you any deep ball, you better take advantage of this intermediate all day, then it's going to be a slow down game. We're going to get a whole bunch of yards, but when we get down there, it's going to get tight. And can we punch it in? Because so far this season, we have not been able to get it in there. And that's the issue with this team. They're not putting any points up. All of these yards with empty points. It's unacceptable. And a large part of that is also due to turnovers. You got to stop turning the ball over. Minka gonna cover deep. I just don't know. I'm thinking about the Steelers, and I'm like, maybe they will get cocky. Maybe they will get cocky, and if they do, we gonna smoke them. But if they sit back there and cover 2 all day, they gonna give up them 13 to 15-yard passes all day, and you better be accurate on it with a pass rush coming, hitting you every time. You better be accurate in that pass rush coming to hit you every time you throw it across the middle. But they're going to give you, and let me tell y'all something. Y'all need to really go back and evaluate that Bengals game. Tua Tagovailoa particularly. You need to really go back and evaluate that game. He was on his way to having a terrible game. First drive was a thing of beauty because Tua's first drive is always a thing of beauty. We knew that for the last year and a half. After that, Tua looked absolutely bad. He threw the ball in double coverage 3 times, 50 yards down the field. And not a single one of them had a chance. Not a single one. It was like, why are you even throwing that? And I got a theory. I really, really, really got a theory about this, y'all. And it ain't Tua's fault, even though he's going to have to take the blame because he's the one that's throwing it. And it ain't even Mike McDaniel's fault, but he going to have to take the blame because he letting it happen. I am telling y'all, I think that this is a product of Tyreek Hill wanting the ball and saying, take the shot anyway. I'm going to go make a play for you. This ain't a fact that I know of, but it's the only explanation. Why are you throwing it so much in double coverage deep? Because you caught one in preseason with Philly. Are we gung-ho about it because we caught one versus Philly and maybe I don't know, New England? I don't know. I think it's the Tyreek Hill effect. And like I said, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. He said it in his podcast. Who said what? Who said what? Did Tyreek say something like that in his podcast? Because I don't watch his podcast. Tyreek running the offense 40% of the time. And Tyreek's getting big numbers, y'all. But I'm telling you, he ain't getting in the end zone. And I don't like that, man. He's sitting here racking up numbers, but I don't know if that's helping the team. You know who is hurting that Tyreek is out here getting everything? Waddle. I think Waddle was just out of rhythm. Remember, Waddle went from being the guy catching the ball at least 4 times on every drive, every good drive, to now is Waddle playing? Oh, there go one. Waddle's the one that's paying for it, if you ask me. It's the force Tyreek Hill the ball effect. I think so. I think so. And it's funny. People on Twitter today was like, Tyreek Hill lead the league. He got 701 yards. He might break the receiving record. Tua got him balling. What are you talking about? Do you know that Tyreek Hill has 3 games over 100 yards and only one of them was with Tua? The other one for 166 or something like that, that was when Teddy came in the game versus the Bengals. Because Tyreek didn't do nothing up to that point. Remember, Tua kept trying to force the ball to him downfield and couldn't connect. And when Teddy came in, they kept hitting them intermediate passes, and Tyreek kept eating in the second half. And he racked up 160 something yards. And then the other game where he got like 170 something or something like that, it was 2 days ago. Teddy Bridgewater. Skyler may have gotten him 30 or something like that, but Teddy got him another 40 yards. The only game Tua done gave him over 100 yards was the Baltimore game with blown coverage. He actually eating more with Teddy. He eating way more with Teddy, actually. The only 100-yard game he got is with Tua is the Baltimore game. Both of Teddy games he done cleared. He averaging about 155 or 160 with Teddy. I ain't trying to make that something, but it's the truth. People out here, oh, Tyreek got 701. Tua is better than Mahomes. That's Tua ain't getting him the ball like that. Teddy averaging more per game than Tua by 40, 50 yards. Like literally, Teddy is averaging 150 yards a game with Tyreek. Tua averaging like 85, 80. In his games. Just want to give credit where it's due in the right place, you know. And another thing, if this offense ain't showing you, anybody can produce in it. Skyler has almost 100 yards in one quarter. Teddy has another 330 in 3 quarters. In the game before that, Teddy put up almost 3 something. 2 weeks before that with Cincinnati. Anybody could put the yards up on this team. It ain't exclusive to just Tua. Everybody ate on this team with the exception of the Jets game. How many wins they got? Nobody got none. This team got 3 wins, but no quarterback got a win. Y'all, another thing, y'all keep believing those lies and having your football philosophy revolve around quarterbacks are is a win-loss stat. You keep on thinking that. That's probably part of the problem for many of y'all, or why your opinions are so skewed. All we do is win with Tua. Then what happened last year? See, people forget the order of what happened last year. Tua's numbers aren't flashy, but he finishes and gets the W. Teddy does not. It's not true. The defense is the reason. The defense is the reason. This has nothing to do, the wins, losses have nothing to do with the offense, with the exception of the Baltimore game. For the last 3 years, wins and losses have had nothing to do with offense. For the last 2.5 years, let's talk about the facts here. The last 2.5 years, wins and losses have had nothing to do with the offense, all defense. Let me prove it to you. Let's go back to last year when the narrative started. All Tua does is win. So hold on. Game number 1, we won. Offense was trash, but we won. Matter of fact, we gave the game away thanks to X. We took it back. Defense. Week number 2, Tua gets knocked out. We lose to Buffalo, rightfully so. So watch it. We lose 4 games, right? Here we are, 1-4. Why is nobody talking about the fact that when Tua got back, we were 0-3? Why is no one talking about the fact that when Tua came back from those 4 games, we were 0-3? I forgot which games it was. I know it was Jacksonville and something else. But why were we 0-3 when he came back? Let me do you one better. We were 0-3 when he came back. Then he missed another game. But it was the game where Brian Flores said, we're about to play a different brand of football. Watch this. So we come back and we start playing a different brand of football. And guess what? Tua didn't play that first game of the win streak, and we won. So you mean to tell me you came back from injury, we lost 3 straight. Then when you were out one game and our defense finally got it together, that was the first game our defense got it together, we won. We won without him. We lost 3 straight with him, and we won 1 without him. And then he came back in the second half of the Baltimore game, and like I said, that game was wrapped up anyway. Our defense was so dominant in that game, it was wrapped up anyway. We won that game too. So then we rattle off 5 more wins with Tua, and our defense only allowed an average of 12 points a game. So if all we do is win with Tua, Then how about we go to all the losses he has and talk about why they happened? Why didn't we win those games? Some people say he actually played well versus Jacksonville. Then why did we lose? The defense, but all he does is win. So when the defense holds a team to 10 points and we win, Tua gets the credit. But when the defense gives up 20 points and we lose, it's the defense fault. You can't make this stuff up. Y'all need to go look at Tua's history of wins and losses. Love you, TD, but disagree. It takes a team to win. That's what I say. It takes a team. It's not a quarterback stat. Firing on all cylinders, and Tua is a contributor in that, converting in the red zone. Yes, he's a contributor. I'm not saying in our wins that he's not a contributor, even though our offense has been trash. But what I'm saying is, why are we making it seem like it's the other quarterback's fault that we lose when the defense doesn't contribute? Why are we saying that if Tua would have played, we would have won when the defense has a bad day? I don't get that. Somebody has to explain that to me. And can somebody explain it to me? Did somebody make that make sense to me? Teddy plays scared, but he still plays well enough to help us win games. Skylar Thompson versus the Jets had us in a position where we could go and take the game-winning drive, and the tight end drops the ball. Teddy had us in position yesterday to lead us down the field to tie the game or take the lead, actually, and Waddle fumbles the ball. These are good positions to be in as a quarterback. And he was producing. And all of a sudden, it's his fault? Our win streak last year was against bottom 5 teams. That too. As soon as we needed to win against a good team, Tennessee, Tua laid an egg. Can't dispute that. Look at the numbers. Teddy doesn't convert in the red one like Tua does. Well, Tua don't get in the red. Tua don't get in the red. He barely gets in the red. That's part of that problem. But it's okay. Sometimes, people just think you're a hater, so you got to put the proof smack dab in their face. Give me a second. Give me a second. Here we go. Let me help you out. Hopefully, y'all can read the screen. I'm sick of this lying narrative out here. Hopefully, you can read the screen. Let me know in the comment section. Can you see the screen just fine? Blue Eyes 03, ain't nobody trolling. These are facts, and I got the proof right here. These are the receipts. Maybe you'll do better off if you pay attention to them. So you'll see I ain't trolling. These are facts. No hate, TD, but I just disagree, brother. All that. That's fine. I don't mind you disagreeing, but make sure you're looking at the screen. Don't ignore the facts. I don't want my brothers to be living in delusion. I don't want you living in delusion. Week 1, we all know what happened in week 1. He ain't had no freaking good game. 59% completion. 1 touchdown and an interception that almost lost the game if it wasn't for X. That wasn't no good game. But we won. And we're going to sit here and say, all Tua does is win. Tua ain't win that game. He tried to give it away. We all know this to be a fact. He tried to give it away. And Xavier Howard had to steal it back. Y'all hold on. Give me 1 second. The wife came to get baby girl. All right. All right, moving forward. Week 2. We already know what happened. He got knocked out the game. We already know what happened. So ain't no blame on him. So we lose 4 games straight without him, right? See, we can't win. See, right here, we lose 4 games straight without him. We lose 4 games straight without him. Oh, we see when Tua don't play, we lose. Now look at the 3 games when he came back. We lost anyway. And you're a fool if you think that we weren't going to lose to Buffalo with him. He was already 1 for 4, 25 yards. I mean, 25% completion. You know we were going to lose to Buffalo anyway. Y'all know that for a fact. But hold on. We lose 4 straight without him, but when he comes back, we lose 3 straight. So where is all we do is win with them? And why did we lose? Why did we lose? Jacksonville, 23-20. They put up more points than us. Our defense didn't have a great day. And our offense couldn't put up enough points. And I'm not even going to talk about that interception. Atlanta game. TD Tua brought us all the way back. Them 2 interceptions dug the hole. But I thought all we do is win with them. So now why are you getting mad at the defense? Why are you getting mad at the defense? I don't get that. Why are you getting mad at the defense? All we do is win. He threw 2 picks in the game. And you mad at the defense? But I thought all we do is win with Tua. So it shouldn't matter with the defense then, right? Next week versus Buffalo. All we do is win with Tua. Why he lost 26-11 versus Buffalo? 54 freaking completion percentage. Trash. 54% completion percentage. 205 yards, no touchdowns, and an interception. Look like the Skylar day to me. Look like the Skylar Thompson day to me. Skylar versus the Jets. But all we do is win with Tua. And we put up 11 freaking points. So now, hold on. Tua sits out another game when Brian Flores says, we are about to change how we play and we're going to play a different brand of football. And that defense cranked up. Now, don't let your eyes fool you. Keep your eyes on the screen. This ain't a magic trick. Without Tua, when Brian Flores say we finna turn it up, without Tua, we win 17-9. We're putting up pretty much the same points we kind of put up with Tua, but the defense 9 points. Watch the trend, y'all. 9-point defense. Let's keep it going. Tua, Baltimore. Now remember, this game was already locked up. They only put up 10 points. We already had this game on lock. Whether he came in after halftime or not, we would have won this game. This defense was lighting them up. Put up 10 points. This don't even count. He came in there and threw some passes and ended the game. No touchdowns. Didn't impact the game with any scores. 22-10. Next game. 24-17. The Jets. Was this the game? We were trailing in this game with Tua. We were losing in this game with Tua. Tua threw an interception they capitalized the touchdown off of. And I don't even think this is the pick 6 one. It was the next Jets game that was the pick 6. But Tua threw a pick that they capitalized on. We were actually losing this game in the fourth quarter. And the defense made the stops. The defense turned it up and made the plays in this game. But all we do is win with Tua. 17 points, y'all. Next game, Carolina. The defense held Carolina to 10 points. And how you think we got 33 points, y'all? Tua only scored 1 touchdown. How you think we got 33? The defense. Not only is the defense shutting the other team down, but they scored too. Next game versus the Giants. Oh, 20-9. The defense, 9 points. The freaking defense held the other team to 9 points. Next game, Jets again. This is the game he threw a pick six. He gave the Jets points. He gave the Jets points, but thank God for the defense making stops and getting points of their own. Next game, we all know about the Saints. That was a cakewalk game, and he struggled in that freaking game. 20-3. Defense held him to 3 points. Y'all see the trend? This defense was only allowing 12 points a game in that 7-game win span, and Tua didn't even play 2 of those 7. And they were against the worst teams in the NFL. New Orleans was one of the worst teams. The Jets, the Giants, Carolina, the Jets again. Baltimore, we obliterated, but they was injured up. And Houston, those were the worst teams in the NFL. But all we do is win with Tua, but y'all don't want to use no context. The defense were winning these games. The freaking defense were winning these games. And then you run into an actual team like Tennessee, where the defense don't play well, and the defense did not play well, and we put up 3 points. We put up 3 freaking points. And then we go play the Patriots, and they sit most of their starters because they done already clinched the playoff spot, and you somewhat struggled in that game too. Luckily, we were running the ball. But no context. So when this defense isn't on point, when this defense giving up 25 points a freaking game, we don't do the thing. We don't win games. We win few in between. But this season right here that y'all see on the screen is where Tua got that narrative. All he does is win. All he does is win. Because this season they say he was 8-4. He was 8-4. All he does is win. He was 8-4 in this season. All he does is win. No, all he does is all he did is live off of his defense, holding them down. And truth is, your defense is supposed to hold you down like this. But why ain't nobody giving our defense no credit? I don't mind that, but at least give our defense some credit. We're just taking a poop on our defense. You go look at every win that Tua has, and you put them all together, I bet you this defense ain't giving up more than 15 points on average. I bet you this defense ain't giving up more than 15 points per average. And you know who knows this? You know who knows this? The front office know this. The front office knows this. They know this. Hey, listen, man. Ronnie, you ain't got to argue with him. A matter of fact, I'm going to read your comment one time, Ronnie, but you ain't got to argue with him. But your comment speaks volumes to him. He says, Shag, this TD Fins talk. You guys are here, so you care what he's saying. See, some of y'all act like 5-year-olds in the comment section. Nobody cares about what you're saying. It's so funny that you're here. It is so funny that you're sitting right here watching. And y'all got the nerve to call me a clown sometimes. Make it make sense. What people say should hurt you. Why? Why would what somebody else says hurt me? It ain't none of my business what somebody think about me. Hopefully all y'all adopt that notion. It ain't none of my business what somebody else think about me. I may read it, comment on it, but it ain't my business. You share it, okay, but it ain't none of my business. I don't care what nobody think about me. That's why I had the success I have. If I didn't have the success, I'll be crumbling up, scared. I wouldn't even do half the streams. Come on, man. Jimmy G won 17 of his first 20 in this offense. But Jimmy G, perfect example. Was San Francisco defense not elite in those 17 out of his first 20? Now, you want to know who playing like a true bum right now? Who defense is lighting it up and they just playing like a bum right now? And they losing games? You want to know who that is? Y'all saw it. Y'all saw it last night. Now, that is when you should be concerned. When your defense is balling out and you're still losing games. Russell Wilson. What I've been telling y'all for 5 years about Russell Wilson. What I've been telling y'all for 5 years about Russell Wilson. You just talking negatively always, TD. Come on, man. Hey, you got to name what I said negative. You know what? I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes I just be wanting some of y'all to get on the camera. You ain't got to get on camera. Just talk to me so I can ask you some questions about what you're saying. You're just talking negatively, TD. Name what I said that's negative. You say a lot of things negative. Like what? Well, you just said the defense led the way in 2 his wins. What's the negative about that? It's a fact. You can't even name what I'm being negative about. Hey, TD, I disagree with you when it comes to Tua, which is fine. It would be interesting to hop on a call with you and discuss it one-on-one. I think it'd be an interesting discussion. Been watching you for a long time, but why I gotta be one-on-one, bro? Why you can't just come through? You ain't gotta get on cam. You could just use the little avatar picture thing. Why? I mean, I'm an open person. Oh, my tone is negative. Oh, I might give you that. I give you that. At least I give you that. I give you that. My tone is negative, but I ain't negative. I ain't being negative, but my tone is negative. I give you that. That's fine. You see how the goalposts be moving? Name the thing I'm being negative about. Well, because when they really think about it, well, technically it's not negative, but your tone is negative because I don't like it. It's not in agreement with me. That's what y'all got to come to the realization of. You just don't like what's being said, but it don't change the fact that it's a fact. And some of it is an opinion, and I'll tell you it's an opinion, and we can disagree. I don't have no problem with that. But I want to know, do we have people that can have a real conversation with me about the disagreements and let's talk the facts back and forth? It's so hard to find those people to just have an intelligent conversation without emotion. Saying good things about Skylar is being negative, TD. These definitions, man, I can't keep up with them. Doesn't have to be one-on-one, but I work nights, LOL, so it's hard to squeeze time in on your stream. I get it, bro. But you know what? Historical Gaming, email me and let's figure out a time and we can stream. Because I don't like, closed doors things. I just want to put it out there, because believe it or not, I'm a humble person, believe it or not. Like, if somebody shows me something that I didn't think about, I say, wow, I never thought about it that way. You got a point. I need to reevaluate my thought process. I don't have a problem changing my stance if I can get real tangible data information that validates an opinion. But it's hard to find somebody to give that, because most of the people that disagree and come at me, they're talking off of emotion, not facts. They don't have anything to back it up. It's just how they feel. I feel like this is this. I feel like that is that. And I respect your feelings, but I ain't got to agree with them. And here's my tangible, actual evidence of why I don't agree. But at least I bring stuff. At least I put stuff on the screen and say, come on, tell me the defense wasn't giving up more than 12 points. So then when we talk about people like Herbert, oh, well, Herbert didn't make the playoffs. Give Herbert a defense last year that only gave up 12 points a game. Give Herbert a defense that only gave up 12 points a game. Herbert would have had a minimum of 13 wins. Man was out here, but the team was putting up 20-something every week, but the defense was giving up 30-something. TD, you're right about everything you are saying. At least we think I am. I'm just looking for somebody to actually have a good conversation to tell me why I'm not. And it sucks because it's so hard to find it. I ain't hating, brother. All love. I ain't say you was hating, bro. All love. Just trying to have a good conversation. We are all Fins fans at the end of the day. Can you drop email? We will get it in. It's TDPHINSTALK at yahoo.com. That's all. At yahoo.com, bro. TDPHINSTALK. And I didn't say you were hating, bro. I didn't say you were hating. If I did, I'm sorry. I don't know why I did. But I didn't think I said you hating. I don't know, TDPHINSTALK. EM been closing the gap on you recently with these debates. It could be 50-50 now. Von Joe, I'm gonna be honest with you. I could take that, because look how long it took for me to educate EM to now have good conversations where he got good arguments. It used to be 100-0, 90-10 every time. Now every time I prove him wrong, he like, man, I need to start listening to this guy. And I think he's been doing that. So now that's a compliment to me that it's 50-50 now. I've developed him and got him to a level. Okay. Oh, man. EM and TD been agreeing on things lately. No comment. Lewis says 60-40. Hey, Lewis, that's incomplete. 60-40 TD. You got to be clear with EM. He'd be like, nah, I'm the 60. Oh, man. EM must be ain't in here right now. He'll be like, oh, okay, TD foolish talk. Oh, my gosh. But no, real talk, though. Like, that would be the perfect thing for this channel. Give me those people who always say I'm wrong and disagree. I could drop the link anytime and we have a real conversation. We ain't trying to fight each other. We ain't getting mad. We ain't getting in our feelings. But let's have a real conversation. But why is it every time I call for that and I drop the link, I can't get nobody? I got to get the people who ain't paying attention, by the way, because I said only people that disagree. I got to get the agreeers coming in. But when the comment section is going, right? Look at how many people, well, I disagree. Soon as that link drop, crickets. Crickets, man. Said drop the link. Oh, we gonna do this again. Like, for real. Oh, there go EM said, yeah, okay. You know what time it is, bro. I mean, hey, man, I got you. I got you on a whole new level, EM. I'm proud of you, man. People starting to recognize you now, starting to know what you're talking about. I feel good, man. I I'm still working on them though. I gotta keep fine tuning, and we'll get them there, y'all. We'll get them there. Oh, I disagree that I have to disagree for you to drop the link. The real ones know I've been killing TD Foolish Talk since day one. He trying to say ain't none of y'all real. He trying to say ain't 500 people in here right now. He trying to say none of y'all real because nobody agree with you, bro. Oh man, let me drop the link though. Let me drop the link. First, I'm dropping the link for everybody, but first, before everybody come in, if you disagree, and really disagree about a certain subject that we talk about on this channel, come on. If you agree, don't come on. We'll do that after. Let me say it again. Watch people be like, man, TD, man, I've been watching you for a while. I totally agree. Oh, if you agree, don't come on. If you agree, don't come on. Okay? Let me drop the link. Oh, Lord, the first person in here.
Listen here. Listen, TD, real quick. Hey, how long you going to be streaming, bro?
It depends. Maybe an hour. Depends
Okay,
on
bet. Make sure you pin that StreamYard link in the chat because I got a little something going on right now with the fam, but give me about 20 minutes and I will be more than happy to address your comments about you've been schooling EM Dolphin fan. Really, bro? Come on now.
Just come
TD,
back.
I got something for you. But yeah, I'll be back though. Real talk.
Go talk to your fam and let them talk you off the ledge. All right.
I got something for you, bro. I'll be back.
All right, man. Do we have people backstage that disagree? We got people backstage that disagree. All right, here we go. One by one. I'm gonna go in order. Oh, I know Bobby disagree. Bobby be all in the comments section. People backstage that disagree. All right, here we go. Bobby, you got an echo, bro. You got an echo on your end. I can hear myself twice. You there, Bobby? Hello, Bobby. I think I can hear you on right now in your background, but I'm not hearing you say anything. All right. Well, can't say I ain't give Bobby a chance. All right. Oh man, Donald, what you disagree about?
What's up, TD? How we swinging, baby?
I'm good, man.
Hey, I do have two things to disagree with you.
Talk with me.
All right, number one, your success breeds contempt. Okay? Because of your success and because of you being more right than wrong, it breeds contempt, especially for the Tuaneers and Bama people that are claiming themselves to be Dolphins fans. You got to accept that as it comes, because I can give you a case in point. Number one, you still won't acknowledge it, but I'm still gonna say it.
Is this about? Go ahead.
Who you gonna say? I want to see if you gonna say it.
Mike McDaniel?
No. Well,
okay.
It does deal with McDaniel.
Okay.
For the life of me, I can't understand why people can't get this across. Why Robert Saleh did what he did. That's exactly right. Who knows his offense better than anybody? They test drove us, not to mention, right now, you and I both said something at the draft. The Jets, out of all four teams in the AFC East, had the best draft out of everybody, period.
They got mad at me when I said it.
And like it, lump it, save me in a choke. The truth hurts. They came ready and they test drove us. We got beat because they are on an upward trend. That's just all it is to it. So I can live with that.
Now you said Robert Saleh out-coached Mike McDaniel.
Yes.
In that game.
He did, because he knows what he was bringing to the table. Think about it, Dolphins fans. Do you think Belichick or even McDermott knows the offense that McDaniel was going to bring to the table? No. And so guess what? We just got beat by somebody who outcoached our coach. And don't take this for granted either. He's a rookie head coach. I don't know why in the world everybody was on Flores's case so hard and even our doggone GM. Both are the first times in their positions. They're gonna make mistakes. And for us to sit up here and think a 5.5-year rebuild that took only really 3 years was going to put us all of a sudden in Super Bowl contention, you all are being crazy. I can sit up here. We went through 7 straight losses last year. And then we at 3-3 right now when we didn't even know if we would be 2-4 after the first 6 games, and we panicking. Get a grip. I don't get this. And one last thing, TD, I'll say this. What did you say about Tua Tagovailoa when you were analyzing his game? You said it last year before you went to camp. After you came from camp and you saw what he was doing. When did you say that you would see that Tua probably would turn the corner?
Year 3.
What year we in?
Year 3. A lot of people deny that I ever said that, though.
He said it. Y'all, he was saying it from year 2. He came on and he did an 1.5-hour broadcast talking about Tua being a kinesthetic learner. He don't look at film. What he does is he has to do repetition to do what he's doing in order for him to do that. Why is that so freaking hard to understand? Everybody learns differently. And I don't get all this. I don't get the panic. I don't get how in the world we're sitting up here losing games that we don't. But I will say this, and something that you did, something that, again, you and I disagree with Saleh just having McDaniel's number. And I will say this as well.
Before I want to stick on that for a second. Okay. I don't necessarily disagree that he has the number. I think he got a good look. I just think that if we actually prepare with Skyler maybe for that game, we would have got a W if he would have had the necessary preparation. Plus missing a field goal in that game. It was a lot of different things. But Saleh is just prepared, period.
Yes.
He's been prepared every week when he takes his team in any game. I just didn't want to give him he outcoached Mike McDaniel yet because the circumstance were just so unbecoming. So that's why. So I don't disagree, I guess, with you. You're right. But in a sense, I don't want to, I guess that rival between him and Mike McDaniel, I don't want to give Saleh a one-up like he a better coach yet.
Yes. But TD, let's use some history. If you look at the history of the Miami Dolphins, and I'm going to tell you something, fans, I was shocked at this. Do you realize as long as this franchise has been in existence, Miami has 5, you hear me? Just 5 AFC East championships. They have 5 AFC conference championships, which means they've been to the Super Bowl 5 times, lost 3, won 2. You talking about that. What that tells me over anything else is a lack of consistency. And our team has to build consistency. But one way we are not going to build consistency, and we need to get this through our heads very quickly. Everybody's focusing in on the QB. I don't disagree we need a trigger man. What I'm going to focus on is this. When was the last time the Miami Dolphins had trench play so good that these guys were going to Pro Bowls?
What play?
All offense or all defense.
What play? What play? Trench? What? Did you say trench?
Trench play. Yes.
What's that?
and so my thing is,
y'all be patient. I'm coming y'all way soon.
All right. So my thing is, if you're going to try to jump the line by just getting one player to think it will cover up decades of what has been apparent over this length of time for this franchise ever since Marino has gone, because he had a quick release with a bad line and could get rid of stuff. We can't do that with the quarterback that we got now. I truly believe that Skylar Thompson will be the future of this franchise. He has the potential. What I'm praying, and don't get me wrong, Tua Nils, watch your mouth before you say anything. I'm saying it now. I hope Tua Tagovailoa retires. I hope he retires, sues the NFL, get paid for the rest of his life, and have a nice life for the rest of his life. Because that's the way it's going to be right now. But that young man, Skylar Thompson, we got something to look at with that. And I hope that's the case. But neither here nor there, if we don't get both trenches taken care of, D-line and O-line back. Do you realize Raekwon Davis is the first defensive lineman that has had a sack in 6 games?
Wow, didn't know that.
And all the rest of them, but that was sent on blitzes. He is the first D-line.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Agba got credited with a half a sack, but that was with teaming up on a blitz package. Again, I'm sitting up here looking at our trench play.
Man,
we have some problems that need to get taken care of, and people telling me this whole time, McDaniel gonna get the offensive line straight. McDaniel was a good witch at getting this taken care of. I don't want to hear it. I don't care what QB we got back there. If this don't get taken care of, to me, this is a more fireable offense than when Brian Flores was here.
No question about it. Time will tell, all right?
Thank you, are you putting that hoodie out so that way I can get it?
You know what? I'll start working on that, man. Everybody can been asking. I'm gonna get on it.
TD.
I love you, brother.
Love you too, man. Peace out.
All right, I'll see you soon, man. Hey, Donald brings up a great point too, y'all. Y'all need to think about this. This is why I go so hard about this situation. We fired a coach, and people need to understand we didn't fire him because of Tua. Everybody said the real reason we fired Brian Flores because he couldn't fix the offense in the offensive line. Are we doing any better? With more? With Tyreek Hill, with Armstead and Connor, are we doing any better? That's a problem. That's a true problem. So when it comes to evaluation, that's an issue that we can't ignore. No gaslight zone. What's up, bro?
What's up, man? This is Crypto, but I had to put that out there because there's been a lot of gaslighting going on. Not with you in particular, but with the fan base. So I'm coming on the non-gaslight alarms here. But what was going on? The only thing I was going to mention, the point I disagree with you about is a comment you made basically yesterday about Cedric Wilson. But I was going to put it in perspective about what you said earlier today. I know it was good that you put a historical context on Tua game by game, win versus losses, things like that, because that's what we've been gaslit or been trying to be gaslit about. So I appreciate you doing that as far as game
gaslit about the wins losses.
Right. And the whole thing about that the winning narrative is a support based thing. The defense is supporting the offense more than the offense was supporting defense over over at least 90% of the victories that he have. So that's the context of it. You know, we're living off the fumes of that one out of body experience he had against Baltimore in the fourth quarter, and they espousing that and translating that and saying that that's what he always do and always going to do this day going forward. Not to mention that the Cincinnati game happened soonly after that.
Thank you. Cincinnati was after us, and that was just a train wreck after that first drive.
Right.
Exactly. Crypto, I'm glad you brought that up too about the gaslighting piece of it, man. And this is what makes it unfun. This is what takes the fun out of the fan base. All this gaslighting, amplifying the good and minimizing the bad. And then like it's sad, bro. It don't even make it fun the way that people are so unfair. And you're right. What people need to understand is I'm not trying to take credit away from Tua in those wins.
No,
but let's stop trying to act like he's the only reason we win. Because then see, he's the only reason we win. And when we lose, it's never his fault.
Oh, it's everybody else's fault. It's
yeah.
Like, Sanders,
we
everybody else gets
we lost because of the defense gave up too many points. But we don't say we won when the defense only give up 10. We don't say the defense. That's the issue.
Or in the New Orleans game when they only just gave up 3 and they started the game with a pick 6. We was already ahead of the curve.
And this goes to the manipulation of wording. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm actually a master at it myself. I was in when I was in upper management in a Fortune 500 company. I was in charge of the division of sales, so I understand word manipulation. That's why I'm very particular with my words. That's why I know what I say. I don't even present it sometimes as facts when it's not, but my opinion. I'm very particular with my words. So when I break it down in an argument, you get things like, well, you're not being negative. Your tone is just negative, because I'm very specific with my words, right? But I also can pick up on when other people are doing it. And that's what we're getting a heavy dose of in this community. Remember, I introduced this to this channel about 3 years ago? True lies and false facts.
False facts, yeah. Yeah, I remember that. I was there at the beginning for it, yeah.
True lies and false facts. It is true that we win with Tua, but it's a lying narrative that they're pushing. And it is a false fact, the way that they're trying to push it. It's all about true lies and false facts, and they're trying to build him up using true lies and false facts, because technically what they're saying is true, but
on the surface it is.
Exactly. On the surface it's true, but it is the biggest lie when you dig deep. And that's what they are using, and it's like a form of propaganda. These true lies and false facts are being used at an all-time high right now, but I know when they're being used, and I know how to dig to under the surface and tell you why they true lies and false facts. And that's the thing that I love.
And I also wanted to straighten up the whole thing about the Cincinnati thing too. Technically, he's 3-1 this season. He started the first half of the Cincinnati game and he left the league trailing. He left the game trailing. So that loss goes to Tua. So all you guys that want to say he's undefeated in this season, no, he's technically 3-1. And last year's Baltimore game, he came in the second half and we was always leading against. So that win goes to Brissett. So he didn't start winning until after the Brissett. Right.
Hey,
so he didn't start winning till after the Baltimore game.
I ain't gonna lie, Crypto. I was about to give you pushback, but see, you just made a compelling argument. I was about to come at you and be like, nah, I'm not putting that loss on Tua in that game in Cincinnati. But then you make a good point. If you're going to say Baltimore is a win for him, then I guess then he got to own that loss. It makes sense.
Right.
It makes sense. But once again, this is how they want to twist it. True lies and false facts. This is how they want to twist it. They want to give him credit for the Baltimore, but they don't want to take any responsibility for the Cincinnati. When he the one that threw the pick.
Yeah. Teddy didn't come in until basically the last 2 minutes of the second half. We was already down anyways.
Yeah.
So that was the whole thing about that. So that was a 3 wins and the 1 loss there. A lot of people we only win because of him. Like, oh, he still got a loss on his belt this season. And the point totals went down, as you pointed out, as far as the quarter by quarter. Because that one Baltimore game really skewed the numbers in a favorable matter on Tua's behalf so much that's all people look at through that lens. That's all Tua is basically the fourth quarter of the Baltimore game, minus how many quarters he played over his career in totality. It won't look as favorable. And then Baltimore every week shows us why it diminishes. It's starting to diminish what he did in that fourth quarter, because what they doing every week by blowing big leads. So now they can't even pound their chest no more and say he did something special. Because as long as Baltimore keep blowing big leads like this, is like, come on. We at least Tua got to have something to hold on to, as far as to beat his chest about and say, look what I did. I carried the team. But then again, Baltimore does this week in and week out. You're like, well, how special was that fourth quarter?
Yeah,
that's what it is. But it's crazy.
You got what else? Oh, my bad.
I was going to say this. I was going to say to Cedric Wilson. Yeah, only thing I was going to say when you gave those analysis on the quarter, the game by game. Yeah, that's true. But you got to remember, he was still a third string or fourth string receiver in Dallas. But he never had he's basically the same thing on this roster. He's not a number one. So what you expect when Tyreek Hill is getting the volume and Waddle's getting all the volume?
So
he's not going to do that.
Nope. Let me break it down for you. So he was thrusted into the main role in Dallas for about 3 games. Okay.
Yeah, that's when he had his breakout.
Now, watch this. You're right. He is in the exact same role he was in Dallas, but he producing less.
Yeah, but look who's on the roster. Dallas don't have Tyreek Hill on the roster. He has CD Lamb. That's a totally different aspect.
Here's the point that you're missing, though. What was my argument about? My argument was about my argument was simply about what everybody was raving about preseason of what he was going to be.
That's because they thought that Tyreek was not going to be what he's doing now.
Regardless,
they didn't expect Tyreek to be doing what he's doing now.
But regardless,
not with this. Minus the quarterback. We didn't have Mahomes under center. They didn't expect Tyreek to do what he's doing.
But even if Tyreek is not doing what he's doing, Tyreek ain't had 6 great games. He done had 2 games where it was like not even existent. Cedric Wilson ain't do nothing in those games either. Cedric Wilson comes in the game 4 times a game, and he gets 1 target and gets his 1 completion on a 14-yard comeback route. That's it.
But Cedric, you got to realize that they not calling no plays for him.
Exactly.
That's River Craycraft in Sheffield.
But all I'm saying is I already knew that. The argument was with people that told me, oh, you're hating on Cedric. Cedric's going to be great this year. He's probably going to give us about 700, 800 yards. I'm like, what are you talking about? You'll be lucky to get 300.
Well, now at this pace, because of Tyreek and Waddle balling out.
Well,
I don't think any of our quarterbacks is going to throw him the ball as much.
Well, I'm sorry that I seen it coming before everybody else. What you want me to say?
I mean, I didn't say he was going to be that stellar as far as 800 yards or plus. I'm just thinking percentage.
This isn't a difference. This isn't a debate with me and you, but per se, this is all the argument was about. That's all it was about.
Yeah. I was thinking, in Dallas, how often do they use their tight ends? How often do we use ours? That's probably what's taking a lot of it if it's targets too. Because I'm thinking because of how they utilize their offense with their they was the number 1. Remember, they was number 1 in the league in offense.
Yeah, but remember this. All I'm saying to you is I knew this was going to happen, and here's even further more proof. I was even worried about Waddle, remember? I said Waddle might be the guy that suffers. If I said what y'all tell me if I'm wrong. If you've been watching this channel, I told y'all, you better be worried about Tyreek Hill's comments that Cincinnati, he felt like he was underutilized. Because if you want to be utilized more than you were in Cincinnati, Waddle's going to suffer for that. And truth be told, Waddle has had maybe 2 good games.
Well, he had 2, yeah.
We've been sitting here searching for him lately. And then when we finally find him, he got this rust on him like he been sitting in some seawater and fumbling and dropping balls. So I told y'all this might happen. And this is a direct correlation with feeding Tyreek all day. It's just like I told y'all with the LeBron James situation in Cleveland. You got Jordan, what's his name? Love. Kevin Love, you got him over there sitting in the corner all game at the 3-point line, never get the ball passed to him the whole game, and then all of a sudden on the last shot of the game, you want to pass him the ball and expect him to be on fire.
Yeah.
So I'm telling you, bro, I've been told y'all that this may happen. And this ain't the end of the season. We might get a good mix and things might start to gel, but these are the concerns and they're starting to materialize.
Right. I'm thinking more so they're going to have to develop the middle of the field more, because like you said before, the cover twos and all that's going to be played most likely. People watch film. Teams are watching film. The blueprint is all pretty much out there as far as on how to, bend, don't break, give Tyreek and Waddle theirs, but all these other guys, we're going to just make them pedestrian. And then it's up to the quarterback to be able to pick and choose his battles on how he's going to manipulate that, because I don't see a lot of people just folding like a cheap suit like the Ravens did in the fourth quarter. If they do, then that's on them. They're not gonna be doing that.
It ain't happening, bro. But I got some other people. I got some other people backstage I want to get to. But I appreciate you, bro. Don't be a stranger. Come through so often.
Oh yeah, I do, man. I was down there in Florida. I was at the Minnesota game. I was down there with them.
Yo, you was at the game?
Yeah, I was at the game. I came down. Yeah.
All right. Before I move on, how did Skyler look in person?
Oh, he actually pretty good. I was pretty impressed with him. He was making the right reads and the right throws a lot better than the Jets. He came in there cold turkey. So this one wasn't a cold turkey game for him. So he came in there, looked more poised, and I was kind of, I liked it in him that he took the bull by the horns. And then every 2 steps that he went forward, it was 3 steps backward because of the penalties. He basically had 100 yards on one drive, if it wasn't for the penalties. And so it's like, he basically, once again, he left the game. Yeah, it was 3-0, but still, he did okay. I think if he'd have stayed the whole game, the offense basically put up over 400 yards in the air. 100 of those yards was taken away in the passing, so it could have been a 500-yard production,
and it
on
kills
offense.
Me. And people are dogging Teddy and Skyler in that game, but if Tua would have put up 400 yards, they would have went bananas.
Crazy. There'd be a statue out there next to Marino. There'll be a statue right in front of that building next to Marino. Even
if Tua would have had 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions, they'd be like, one of them interceptions wasn't even his fault, man.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
They would have threw Waddle under the bus so fast.
Oh my God.
Waddle would be underneath the bus so fast if that was Tua's exact numbers.
Let me get to the next person. All right.
All right,
man. Appreciate you.
All right, T.
Boy, oh boy. Killer AMC. What's up, homie?
What's up, TD?
I'm good, bro. What's going on?
Not much, just chilling.
Theo, I got you next.
I just wanted to say though, I was kind of disagreeing with your take that Tua isn't a winner.
Okay.
And I will agree with you that it's not just Tua that contributes to the winning. It's never just the quarterback that contributes to the winning.
Okay, we agree.
Yeah, but I think as far as you can go back to Tua, even to high school, he's had a track record of being like winning games, like
that's actually see, I don't high school, we ain't got let's just start college on, okay, because high school, who cares, I mean,
fair.
So what has he won in college?
Well, obviously he won the national championship, but after that it was
hold on. He won a national championship. Did he do the hard work to even get there?
No, but he won the game.
Did he play the whole game?
No, he came in at half.
Oh, so we're gonna start calling him a winner because he came in and threw a few balls in a half, and he's all of a sudden a college winner. Because what did he do after that national championship game? Did he win again?
He didn't win a national championship, but he continually won at a high percentage of games.
Yeah, you're in Alabama. Tell me an Alabama quarterback who didn't win at a high percentage. Please. In Alabama, it's all about national championships. He came in at halftime, made a few throws, and the legend began, and all of a sudden he's this winner. What has he won? Other than a halftime in college on the national championship. What has he won?
But TD, what I'm trying to say here is it's not necessarily winning well, he did win the biggest thing in college, which was the national championship, because Jalen Hurts put up 0 points in that game.
And
but Tua was able to put up points in that game. So it goes to show there's a difference there. But anyways, what I'm saying is in the NFL, unlike college, you don't need to win every game to make the playoffs or do this, right?
I agree.
Obviously, you want to be able to win the Super Bowl and stuff like that, and that's yet to be seen. I 100% would agree with that. However, I think if you want to go to winning regular season games, and if you look at Tua in college winning throughout the regular season, right? He's found a way to win regular season games. Now, obviously, last year, for example, the defense was very helpful, no doubt. However, when you put in other quarterbacks into a system such as this year, yeah, maybe they're producing yard-wise, but they're not putting enough points on the board to win.
Tua ain't putting up points. What are we talking about? Tua averages 12 points a game if you take away the fourth quarter of Baltimore.
Putting up enough to win. Teddy not
12?
putting up enough to win.
No, the defense is stopping them enough to win. It's a
What about the Vikings game?
You started out, it was a combination. It's a combination of the team. In the freaking Vikings game, you want to sit here and tell me Tua would have survived. First of all, Tua wouldn't even survive that game. He wouldn't even finish 4 quarters, in my opinion, of that game. Second off, 13 penalties. Come on, bro. Drop balls, fumbles, interceptions from your receiver that wasn't even your fault.
I'll say this. I 100% agree. If Skyler plays that whole game, that we probably win that game. But I think when you see Teddy come in, there was a little bit of a, man, I wish someone else was in this game right now.
Why?
And
what did Teddy do wrong?
He didn't score the ball. And he had opportunities to. It wasn't like every drive. There was no opportunity till the fourth quarter, and then magically he could start driving. Those opportunities were there. I'm not going to talk about drives where it was killed by penalties or this or that, but there's times where you have Tua in the game, for example, right? Yes, Tua will have an occasional thing where he holds on to the ball too long, but one thing Tua normally does, what is it? He gets rid of the ball in like 2.3 seconds. Mm-hmm. Teddy don't do that. Teddy will hold on to the ball for 2.5, 2.6 seconds, 3 seconds sacked.
I agree.
So I think in a game like that, maybe or maybe not, Tua survives that game. That's up for debate. He didn't play, so we don't know. But one thing you can say is Tua is going to get rid of that ball faster than Teddy. And if we're getting rid of the ball faster, we saw how much space is out there when Teddy's getting rid of the ball in the middle of the field.
But you're saying Teddy didn't score. Teddy had 2 touchdowns.
Garbage time. Fourth quarter, down 2 touchdowns.
Hold on. What do you mean garbage time when he scored? Are you kidding me? We were on our way to take the lead. It was
his second touchdown was garbage time. His first touchdown, no. His second touchdown was garbage time. Bro, 3 minutes left in the game. We're down 2 touchdowns.
Bro, Teddy Bridgewater put us in a position to potentially tie the game. It's not. So you mean to tell me Tua's fourth quarter was garbage time in Baltimore? We were down 4 touchdowns in the fourth quarter.
Well, I don't think garbage time.
It's only garbage time if you never had a chance. If you never had a chance to come back. Teddy Bridgewater had us in a position. And hold on, did we go for a 2-point conversion and didn't get it or something like that?
Yeah, but that was like right before the onside kick.
Yes. So Teddy had us in a position. If we put it like this, if we got that 2-point conversion, it was 24-18. How much are we down by?
6.
And wouldn't Teddy bringing us down the field and they couldn't stop it and Waddle fumbled?
Yes.
We had a chance to win the game.
Okay, but you could say the same thing about the Bengals game and then Teddy throws an interception.
I agree. He blew it with the interception, but let's not act like Tua didn't throw one early in the game and almost have 2 more.
2 more? I know 1 more with the long ball. I don't know about that.
If you want to say 1 more. But look, he threw one and almost had another one. Just reckless.
Okay, but listen here. Because for example, I think Crypto made the point that Tua was down in that game, so that loss is on him. But if you want to be 100% fair, yes, he ended up being taken out the game. But I think that was on, a second down or a first down? That was in the middle of a drive where the Bengals had 1 more possession in that game up to that point. So you don't even know what happens.
even in that game, we were in a position to win. And listen, here's what I don't understand. Y'all act like Tua don't turn the ball over himself.
I know he turned the ball over. I just said,
but y'all, the notion, your argument is as if he wouldn't have. You don't know that. Tua turns it over too.
No, I'm not saying that. And the way he was throwing the ball, he was throwing recklessly downfield multiple times in that game. I would agree with that. But you can also say that when you look at games, there's a thing. So Tua threw the ball a bunch of times downfield, right? Let's say he goes back to the coach. You don't think there's going to be an adjustment? But it's all just hypotheticals.
Thank you. So all we can do is go off of the reality. And the reality is Teddy at least had us in a position to win the game on Sunday.
Yeah, he did.
And Waddle.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all you can ask of your quarterback. I feel like in that last drive, if Tua had an opportunity to help us win the game, the exact same thing might have happened. Is that Tua's fault? No, just like it ain't Teddy's fault. Teddy was getting what he wanted in that second half. Teddy threw for 300 freaking yards in the fourth quarter, like everybody wants to elegantly point out to me. 300 in the fourth quarter. When Tua throws 300 in the fourth quarter like Baltimore, we are like, oh my gosh, he's God.
But how many touchdowns did he put up in that fourth quarter?
How many was he? 2. He put up 2 touchdowns. How many was he allowed to? How many did the defense blow for him? Did he not put up
4 touchdowns in that fourth quarter?
Yes, but look, did Teddy have blown coverage like Tua? Did Teddy have wide open? Did Teddy have wide open receivers with nobody behind them walking into the end zone?
I mean, I don't necessarily agree that the first touchdown for Tyreek was a blown coverage. The second one, 100%. But the first one, he just beat the defender. That's not necessarily a blown coverage.
It had to slow down and wait on it and got it. That's fine. Okay, it wasn't blown. But how many touchdowns did we have in that quarter? 4.
Yeah.
Most of them were blown coverage, bro. It don't get, and look at what Baltimore is doing every week.
Which one is the blown coverage outside the Tyreek Hill game one in that game? The second Tyreek Hill touchdown, I believe. Which one is
that's blown? That's blown coverage.
Yeah. I was saying outside of that Tyreek Hill blown coverage touchdown, what are the other 3 touchdowns was blown coverage? Because the one to Waddle was not a blown coverage. The one to
no. See, in that game, we didn't actually score deep touchdowns on all 4. We would get like a 50-yard pass that put us in the red zone. Then we'd make a nice play or a nice throw to get in. But to get down there, those were blown coverages, bro. Most of those passes were straight blown coverage.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, even if you look at
I hate having to bring up film, bro.
No, but even if you look at the last drive, right? What was it? The Tyreek Hill just on a slant got like 10 yards. Those aren't necessarily blown coverage. Just because a receiver is open doesn't mean it's a blown coverage. A receiver can beat their defender.
Bro, the Baltimore Ravens were playing the first down marker. Tyreek ran past them and nobody caught him and nobody thought to run after him until the ball was in the air.
That was a different play though. That's the one play I said as a blown coverage.
The game came down to one play. The game came down to one touchdown.
Yeah.
And let's be honest. Let's look at the Ravens game and the Buffalo game. It's so funny. Them teams killed themselves. Look at Lamar Jackson on 3rd down in that game, right before we had the last drive. Wide open tight end, no pressure on Lamar, and he overthrows it by 1 foot to a wide open tight end that would end the game and they'd be able to run the clock. Buffalo, Josh Allen, wide open man in the flat, and he throws it in the dirt. We had fortune in that game.
Okay, but TD, also, because we're talking about hypotheticals now, if Buffalo scores a touchdown there, don't we have like 2 timeouts or something with like 2 minutes left? You're telling me there's no chance we can score in that time? If we're talking hypotheticals?
If Buffalo scored, bro, we needed every bit of what we got versus Buffalo. We didn't have no plays where we took the roof off and we were balling. This was a methodical possession time management game.
Did you not say after the Buffalo game that Tua played a near perfect game?
Hey, no. I said that. That's the one game that I That's the one game that I liked, that he was poised. He didn't force anything. He didn't make the big mistakes. He played a good game in that game. But Buffalo, but again, this offense, what I'm trying to say to you is this offense, everybody's going to be scoring. Everybody's going to eat in this offense. Any quarterback that get behind center is going to eat in this offense. This is the most quarterback-friendly offense in the NFL, bro.
Yards-wise, maybe.
Yes, but what touchdowns was Tua scoring in Buffalo? I mean, it ain't like he was.
I'm not necessarily saying touchdowns, but they're scoring enough to win. Who's scoring enough to win?
No, because the defense is stopping them from scoring enough to win. Now the Baltimore game, that's a different story. It was a shootout.
Yeah,
and that was just in the fourth quarter.
Yeah,
but look what you saw in the New England game. Did you see anything special on offense?
No, I agree. That was a very subpar game, 100%. And it had me very negative on Baltimore starting the year. Yeah,
Baltimore for the first 2.5 quarters. Anything special?
He made some nice throws, but he also made some very costly mistakes.
Some nice throws. Does Teddy not make some nice throws sometimes?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, I mean, everybody make nice throws, but we know what we talk about when we say great quarterback play, right?
Yeah. Well,
did you get that in the first 3 quarters of Baltimore?
I'm not arguing that Tua is giving us great quarterback play consistently or anything like that. I'm just arguing that I think there's a certain aspect to Tua being on the field that the team as a whole just plays better. And I think that's...
And what I'm saying to you, okay, you're saying the team as a whole play better. Sometimes you just have a fortunate situation. I just showed you the stats from last year, right?
Yeah.
The defense legitimately changed their whole game plan, right?
Yeah.
And we start winning. What did that have to do with Tua?
Well,
I could see if they played the same style of defense and he galvanized them to be better. But they literally changed their whole style of play. Because remember, when he came back, we actually lost 3 in a row.
Yeah.
Then he sat out a week and we won because it was totally different defense. And then we rode on that defense for 6 more games.
Yeah, we definitely were heavily reliant on the defense, no doubt. But
are we saying that Tua being in those games impacted the wins when they gave it?
I feel like one way or another, you have Brissett in there, right? That he just doesn't galvanize the team, and I feel like the same thing. I think the same thing when you have Teddy in there. There's some just missing factor. I feel like every time I watch the game, there's just something missing. It's something. It's an intangible that's just not. It's not seen on the stat sheet. It's not seen on the thing, but it shows up in the win category.
So why wasn't the team galvanized when Tua was in there during that 3-game losing streak when he came back?
I can't explain that, but you can also say that.
I can explain it. The defense played bad.
So why? But why does it take 7 games to fix that?
You see that? No. Because Xavier Howard and Byron Jones were playing with injuries. One of them came back in like week 5, but they were playing with injuries. Once they got healthy, Brian Flores said we're going to play a different brand of football. And when they started that different brand of football, Tua didn't even play the next game and we won. He didn't even play.
Yeah, but Houston with a backup, Davis Mills backup.
Doesn't matter. Did Tua not play the worst teams in the NFL on that 6-game win streak?
Oh, yeah, he played some terrible teams, no doubt.
So, come on, bro. I mean, you're answering the question yourself.
But I think there's a reason that Brissett's not in there and Tua was once the Baltimore game was finished. And that's because Brian Flores knew there was a certain aspect to the team that preferred Tua in.
My bad, bro. Give me one more. My bad. I'll just chat with the wife real quick. Say that one more time. Forgive me, bro. I didn't mean to be rude to you.
No, you good. I understand. I was just saying that I think after the Baltimore game, Brian Flores realized something that the team preferred, if not needed, Tua in there over Brissett.
Okay.
And it may not speak to him necessarily contributing to the win, but it shows that he was a part of it. And I think it shows this year too, as even with I think it was Waddle. I don't know if it was after the game or yesterday, but he said something about when you get a guy like back in the locker room or back into the team, that it's very energizing.
I think that Brian Flores knew at that moment that Tua did give us the best chance to win, but he's not the reason we were winning. That's all I'm saying to you, bro. All right. See, you see, it's funny that I say we won the first game that Tua on that win streak. We won the first game without him, and the first thing you jumped to was that was against Houston with a backup quarterback or whatever it may be. So, did you go look at who we played in the next 6 games?
Yeah, we played terrible teams.
Terrible. The worst teams in the NFL. I don't even know how we lucked out and got the stretch of all the worst teams in the NFL. Yeah, except the Lions. That's the only team that was bad that we didn't get.
Yeah, and even, I mean, New Orleans wasn't bad, but the team they fielded that day was terrible.
Yeah, what quarterback they had to play. But why didn't you say that with Tua? See, we easily jumped on that reason without him, but why didn't you jump on the same reason with them?
Because I'm not saying Tua is the only reason we're winning, but I think he's more of a contributing factor than you're giving him credit for.
No. He's a contributing factor. He's a contributing factor in some of the wins, not all of them. He's a contributing factor. The team as a whole did enough to win the game. But I'm sorry, bro. All I'm going to say to you is this. If you would have gave the entire NFL 12 points per game, every defense in the NFL 12 points per game, we already did the math. We would have been ranked 26th in the NFL. Our team it would have been 26th in the NFL. When you look at the points that were given up versus a whole bunch of teams that were behind us would have got elevated up if they defense only gave up. It's the same Herbert argument. If Herbert's defense only gave up 10 points, they would have won 13 plus games.
Okay.
So this whole all we do is win, we've gotten fortunate when Tua's on the field, but we don't talk about his losses. All we do is win with Tua. Then why we lose every time to Buffalo, except this one game where they didn't have a secondary. But I'm going to be honest with you right now. That second Buffalo game, I want everybody to keep the same energy. And I'm just keeping it a buck. I see no way possible for us to win that game. Completely healthy and all. No way possible.
You don't think at all?
At all. Not even, man, they might keep that energy in that game.
I believe we have a chance. I'm not going. I would say
with that secondary getting healthy and better, we gonna find out. I want everybody
for the whole year.
But remember when we played them, they were actually missing 4 guys back there.
Yeah.
Did people forget that? We ain't talk about one person. They were missing 4 guys on that defense, starters. Yeah. 2 of them all pro.
Yeah, and they had developmental guys in there too, like young
exactly.
Guys.
Yeah. So I'm sorry.
But we didn't light it up either, so
I'm sorry. And we didn't light it up, but that's neither here nor there. So I'm sorry. At the end of the day, I want people to keep that exact same energy when that time comes. And we going to see. And we go up there and we ball out and we win, that's a different story. Now the narrative can start to change. Because I'm sorry, why? I just want to be the person that sees Tua against the best of the best competition with no injuries and all of that. So because he's going to run into that in his career so that I could really evaluate him. But it seems like the only time we get those real situations, we get our behind toe up. We get toe up, Tennessee, toe up, Buffalo, toe up. And the only time we got a chance is if they going through something. They injured like Baltimore was when he came in. Both games, by the way. Because don't forget, Baltimore was beat up when we played them last year.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry. I just sit around and I wait. I literally wait. And I just like, man, give us a great opponent so Tua could have his defining moment. We made the Buffalo game this year and the Ravens game his defining moment. Do you see how we stretching things out? We made that his defining moment.
It's a defining moment because he's not playing. That's why it became the defining moment.
Well, we made it a defining moment, but we know what a true defining moment is. Playing Buffalo we fully healthy, they fully healthy.
You get a win that makes us get to the playoffs, something like that.
Playing the Chiefs, playing the big games that truly matter.
Those wins are big wins for that week, but we need to move on. Those don't make us into the playoffs. I agree with that.
And I agree. And at the end of the day, we got to win these next 3 games. I'm about to move on, bro, because I got like 7 people backstage. Yeah. But we're about to win these next 3 games because if we lose any one of the next 3 games, we're screwed for the playoffs.
I think we need to win the next 5, to be honest.
Well, let's just start with the first 3. Okay. Let's start with the first 3. We got to win all 3 of those. That's the problem. We have to win all 3.
Yeah.
Because if you lose one, then you put yourself in a position where you got to go 6-2 for the rest of the season. And our gauntlet is about to come in about 4 to 5 weeks.
Yeah.
When you got San Francisco on the road, when you got Chargers with Keenan Allen back and all of those boys on the road, when you got to travel, when you got a short week traveling from the West Coast back to Miami, up on the road to Buffalo. When you got all of these games, you got freaking Green Bay and all of that. I know they look bad now, but don't catch them on they run.
And it's cold weather. That's in Miami, actually, right?
So I'm gonna tell you now, and I'm gonna be honest with you. You better look out for the freaking Patriots. They playing some of the best football of any team in the NFL the last 2 weeks, and if they keep this quote unquote zappy fever up, you don't know what we gonna get versus New England because we ain't blow them out yet in a while. Other than last year, the last game when they sat their starters because they already made the playoffs. They played their 3rd and 4th string guys. So you better watch out for the next New England game. And not to mention, you got to beat the Jets. We got to beat the Jets at the end of the season. Yep. So these 3 games you have to win because I don't see us going 6-2 in the last 8.
I really think we got to win the next 5, but.
Well, maybe we do have to win the next 5, but right now I'm looking at you have to win the next 3 because you don't want to force yourself to have to go 6-2. You want to force yourself to have to go 7-1. No, you want to force yourself to. You want to put yourself in a position where you're able to go 5-3, and I feel better about that. Yeah. But 6-2, I just don't see it happening later in the season. And that's if we can even stay healthy. You see what we're dealing with. And we better be lucky we having our injuries. We better be lucky these injuries are happening with these 3 games coming up.
No doubt.
So, but I got to move on, bro. But great conversation, man. Don't be a stranger. I enjoyed it, bro.
Yeah, I'm in chat a decent amount here and there.
All right. I appreciate you, bro.
Yep. Appreciate you too, TD.
All right, man. Man, let me see here. I got a lot of people backstage. I'm gonna start bringing it on as a panel in a little bit. But
what's up, man?
What's going on, homie?
I'm a Steeler fan, so I want to hear your opinion about this game. I listen. I sub up to you. You're great at talking sports, but we play each other this week, bro. And it seems like you feel like your team's gonna walk right over us. And I don't know. Tom Brady's like that too.
We're not gonna walk over y'all. We're gonna trample over y'all. Okay.
All right. If that's how you feel.
Yeah, it's really how I feel.
What makes you think that?
Our Savior is back.
Do you think that quarterback's going to save you enough?
Oh no, I was talking about Stephen Ross. Sorry.
Oh, I'm saying we're missing. I'm just saying we're missing T.J. Watt. We're getting Minka back. We have Flores, who's going to be pumped up. He's ready to beat your squad. We know that. And Tomlin always has his players ready to play.
Bro, it's gonna be a tough. It's gonna be a tough game. I'm just trolling, bro. I think it's gonna be a tough game. Let me tell you something, bro. You want to know the truth about Dolphin fans? They're not gonna admit this all week, but you want to know the truth about this game?
Yeah.
We're just hoping deep down inside, real Dolphin fans, trust me, they ain't gonna admit it, but I'm gonna tell you what real Dolphin fans thinking. They're just hoping deep down inside that if Tua plays, he survives.
They're lucky they don't have TJ Watt to go.
I know Watt ain't playing. That's confirmed, right?
Yeah, he's out.
So
he's out until probably after the bye week, which will be after Eagles.
They're just hoping that Tua Tagovailoa survives, that he goes through the game, does his thing, rip him apart and all of that, but get out, have a game and you get out of it, and you're not in a protocol, you don't hurt yourself. Really, that's all they do. That's all Dolphin fans. They can be like, all right, Tua back, baby. We're gonna be watching the game, but we're gonna be watching them trenches and the hits that he take, and we're gonna be holding our breath every time. That's what Dolphin fans are really gonna be doing in this game. They not worried about the win-loss like they making it seem. They just want Tua to know that Tua is okay and we can move forward with him. That's it. That's all. They ain't gonna admit this to you, but I'm telling you the truth right now. That's all. They don't care. They want to win,
remember
but
one thing, man. I've been with Ben for the last almost 20 years, man. You know, and now to have this quarterback situation, I love Pickett, but I hope we keep a Pickett, and that's how you have to raise your young quarterback. That's why I want to ask you about your team. When we had Tua, I remember you guys flip-flop from Fitzpatrick to Tua to Fitzpatrick to Tua, and I feel like we should stick with Tua, or not Tua, fucking Pickett. And not do what you know what I mean? Keep him. We lose, bro. I just feel like you have to get the growth in your quarterback by playing the young guy, getting him used to the playbook, getting him used to the receivers, getting him used to the running game, getting him used to the offensive linemen.
How do you recommend we do that?
I was just asking about when you guys drafted Tua, because I watch you, man. You are very, very talented, man. I respect you a lot. I don't follow very many people of other teams, but you're one person that I follow here on YouTube because you speak the truth. You talk about all the truth. You tell the truth. I remember you said, if you guys lose to the Jets, we own some serious shit. And look where you're in some serious shit, right? Now
they dogged me for it.
But I pay attention and I watch you, man. You bear a lot of talent, man. And it's just game week between me and you. Back after this, man, I'll go back to leveling you again, man. You bring a lot of. I'm telling you. This week, I'm sorry, bro.
It's all good. It ain't no love lost, man. I understand.
I need this win because my team's 2-4, so I really, 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 really need this win. I thank God we knocked off Tom Brady. I ain't got to see his ass no more. Goodbye, Tom Brady.
Yeah, how did y'all knock off Tom Brady?
Tomlin, bro. I'm telling everybody underrates Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin is a motivational coach. He just gets his players. He just pumps them up, bro. There's something about Mike Tomlin, man.
But what were y'all doing? What were y'all doing in the game?
Well, basically, we were just like blitzing him a little bit for the most part, playing man to man, and I don't know. Tom Brady was all wrapped up inside of his own head, I guess, because he has a bunch of problems, I guess, on the outside.
I'm
not blaming that for the football game, but
will they do that to Tua, blitz and man to man?
We're getting Minka back, so we might be able to blitz a little bit more. But no, I don't know. I don't know how we're gonna play you because we have to keep a double coverage on Tyreek. And you have a good who's your second receiver? Is Waddle hurt or is he still good?
Nah, he good. He good now.
You got two good solid receivers, and you got a half decent tight end in Gesicki. He's okay. He's not the greatest, but he's okay. He's from Penn State. I'm from Pittsburgh, so nice. I watched him through his college career.
So y'all were just coming after Tom Brady?
Mm-hmm.
Were they getting a lot of hits on him?
We got quite a bit, yeah. Actually, for our whole secondary was hurt. There was no Minka. We had no Minka in that game. We had no Pat Fryermuth. We had Levi Wallace. Our other corner was out. Cam Sutton was out.
Are they all going to be out this week?
No, they're back. They're all coming back. Every one of them's coming back. So that's what I'm saying, man. Like I'm looking forward to this game. I hate to this Sunday night. I wish it was like a 4:00 game, but Sunday night, whatever. We in prime time. So this is gonna be good then, bro. I just want to hear your opinion about the score. What you think? You already said you're gonna trounce us, but I just want to hold you to that.
Bro, I was just talking. It's gonna be a tight game. Bro, this is one game I have absolutely no idea what's gonna happen. I feel like it's gonna be the extremes of two worlds. We're either going to go out there and light it up and the offense is going to be like crazy, like, oh my God, and everybody Tua's back, see what happens? Or it's going to be our last year Tennessee game 2.0. That's how I feel. I don't feel like it's going to be nothing in between.
How do you feel about Flores though? Like now he's on our coaching staff, and I haven't seen him do anything special for us. But I guess
if I know Flores telling Mike Tomlin, blitz every play and man to man, screw Tyreek and Waddle because he ain't gonna get it off quick enough to even know what he need to do. Send the house on every play. Because if I was the coach, if I was the coach, that's what I'm doing to Tua. I'm putting
Flores knows Tua, right? How long did he have Tua? Flores. They have him for a year, right?
Tua's whole NFL career.
Oh, he knows him well then. He knows him
he
well.
knows all the strengths, the flaws, everything. And I'm telling you, if I was Brian Flores, I'm sitting in the house, man to man, and make him throw the ball in 1 second. So it ain't gonna be no deep balls unless you floating it up and they running it down. It ain't gonna be no deep. I'm sitting in the house every chance I get, just like we did in that San Francisco game 2 years ago. When we zero blitz 21 times, that's what I'm doing, and I know I'm gonna come away with some major gains in that game. But you know, ain't no NFL.
You do know I seen you on ESPN commercial, man. You're famous. You know that, right?
ESPN commercial, Super Bowl commercial, CBS.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. I couldn't believe it. I was like, man, I swear I watched this dude on YouTube, and that's you, bro. How the hell did that happen?
It's another one they just contacted me about to do. So I'm gonna say it's just they contact you and they say, I like what you do. We want to use you for this or use you for that. Different stuff like that, though.
I just
have fun, bro. Man.
I truly hope that we both come out with a healthy game. I hope, obviously, we kick your ass, but
I just don't see it happening. I just think that
I just want to see a good game, man. And honestly, like it's tight on my team. We have to have this win. Your team got to have that win.
Yeah, because if we lose, if we lose, almost every team is above us in the AFC. And we're fighting from behind already. This is a game we can't lose. If we lose, I'm trying to tell Dolphin fans, that's it. That's it. The Steelers would be ahead of us if we lose.
We would be ahead of you. Yes.
Yeah.
We're not as bad. I mean, we are bad right now, but yes.
But regardless, you'd be ahead regardless.
I never thought, man, and listen to me, as a dire Steelers fan, I never thought that TJ Watt, one player on a defense, could change the fucking, excuse my language, exchange the season. Yeah. Like it doesn't even make sense that one. You would think a quarterback though would do that to you, not someone on the defense, bro.
The person coming after the quarterback has been very valuable for you a few years now. That's important.
Man, it's insane. It's like we can't win we finally won without him. We were 0-8. Like just one player on the defense can do that, dude. It doesn't even make sense. What's up, everybody? How y'all doing?
Hey, guys.
What's up? I'm ready to hear your shit, though.
TD, what up?
What's up? I'm opening it up right now. Anybody want to come in because I gotta take care of the baby at the same time.
TD, I got a little pushback on that Teddy Bridgewater for you, man. You know, it's kind of to your point. First of all, I think we all saw how slow Teddy was moving out there. It looked ugly. He did. It was like 230. I think I had it somewhere like 232 yards in the fourth quarter, all junk time yards. He didn't start making any plays until we were down 16-3, and then he threw that interception, and then now we were down, and it was just junk yard. I mean, he's got like 8 14-yard passes in that game. I gotta say, man, this Teddy Bridgewater, to me, if he never goes out on the field ever again, it won't be soon enough. Hopefully Skylar Thompson gets healthy and he can come back around. But I also got some questions about this coaching staff. Mainly, you know, the strength and conditioning coaching. What's going on? How is all these guys dropping down? And then back to McDaniel, Applebaum. I thought we were going to have a better O-line, better coaching. What's going on with this? This is a liability still. How many years is the Dolphins going to blame O-line for either all of our woes as a football team? I mean, I'm sick of listening to it. You either need to find a quarterback that can make the O-line better by playing, or I don't know. Bring nothing but O linemen in. Don't get me $30 million wide receivers. Give me $100 million in offensive linemen. Please do something, because this is just, I'm sick of listening to it.
We need 2 linemen.
I'm sick of it. I'm like ready to put to bed this narrative that Mike McDaniel is this genius. He's a football coach. I think he's a green coach, and I think what we're seeing is a result of him not having to feed off of Kyle Shanahan. They feed off of one another. They created that offense, and I think that the fact that he's playing, he needs to show more humility in that respect, because I think why he's not targeting Mike Gesicki. I mean, this guy's 6'6", 6'7", can jump out of can touch the top of the stadium, can jump. He's a mismatch nightmare for anybody. I don't care, anybody. So you're willing to cut your nose? You're willing to cut your nose off?
Especially in the red zone.
So what pisses me off is like you're willing to cut your nose off to spite your face because he's not a great blocker. You don't throw to him.
Well, I mean, listen, when we watch him getting run over by an outside linebacker or getting run over by a pass rusher, is anybody surprised? Did nobody let Mike McDaniel know that that's a mismatch on paper, that we're going to see that kind of result when you ask him to block a guy like that? I mean, I'm not surprised. Man, I don't know who that is. I got some feedback.
Doing the bottom feedback.
Oh, that feedback is bad. Somebody needs to mute their mic.
Yo, mute your mic.
Whoever that is in the bottom. Yeah, you. Whoever just turned the camera on.
Mute your mic. Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah. And then all this goody two shoe buddy bullshit needs to stop too. He needs to turn into. He needs to have an edge.
I mean, when's the whip gonna come out and crack? Do you know how many penalty yards they had in the last 2 weeks? Does anybody know? Do you know how many penalties? We had 21 penalties the last 2 weeks for 199 yards the last 2 weeks. That's more rushing yards than we had these last 2 weeks. What are we talking about here? We need a little bit more discipline on this team.
That crap didn't happen on the floor.
This fan base don't like. This fan base didn't like.
What's going to happen whenever the Steelers win?
This fan base didn't like the coach when they were hard on the players and letting the players know when they were wrong and stuff. Our fan base don't like that kind of coach. Caps.
But Lewis,
the only coach that can get away with that crap now is Bill Belichick.
Lewis, we got to find a healthy medium. I can't have a tyrant, and I can't have a best friend. There's got to be a little bit of something. Mike McDaniel's done a good job creating personal connection with these guys. Then he should have a close enough personal connection to be able to tell them honestly that, hey, bro, you're going to cost me my job. You're going to cost you your job. We're not friends now. This is a result-based business, and not for nothing. Don't say no further. How many quarterbacks we've had? 4 quarterbacks go down in the last. We've had 3 quarterbacks in the last 4 games go down, and we've resulted with 2 concussions and 1 hand injury. This is not this is a recipe for disaster, and for all the preseason talk of blocking and bringing in blocking coaches and all that stuff. Where's the result? I mean,
the blocking has been better. The whole reason the blocking has not been better is because it was from a left-hand scheme to a right-hand scheme.
Bro, don't tell me that.
Oh man, what are we talking about?
Tell me left-handed and right. You mean if somebody changes their dominant throwing hand, it throws the whole O-line off, and now they don't know how to block no more? Then we got real problems, bro. If that's the case, we got real problems.
I'm not stopping the nonsense because the 49ers had a right-handed quarterback and a left-handed quarterback consecutively with Steve Young and Joe Montana with the same system. Stop it.
Those were legends.
Stop the gaslighting, bro. It has nothing to do with what hand they throw with. There was the same system that George Seeper used when he came from Joe Montana to Steve Young. Same system.
We have not telling you the blocking scheme doesn't change at all from a left to a right-handed quarterback.
It should happen in 1 week.
Tripping,
Then
man.
it don't take months and years to change.
But look at what we have for our line. Our line play is disastrous. We're lucky
Whose
that they
fault is
finally
that, though? Whose fault is that? That certainly ain't my fault. Why am I suffering for it?
The only credit. Greer cannot build a complete team. How many more years are we going to give this incompetent fool?
Always pushing the blame to a guy that ain't in the room, bro. I'm tired of that too, bro. I'm tired. It's time to blame the people that are at fault. Coaching, the guys on the field.
Well,
not actually getting correct people.
McDaniel, in his defense, this is the only thing I'm giving him is the fact that when he was with San Francisco, they had a great offensive line. When he was with Atlanta, they had a great offensive line.
How many first-round draft picks they got on that offensive line?
Yeah,
I know
how many Super Bowls do Atlanta have?
I know they. Well, no. Listen, for San Francisco, I know they brought what's his name in and gave him the big money, but everyone else is made in their system, and all those guys are mid-round picks. They coach them up over there, and then they keep churning them out. I thought that that's what we were gonna get. That we were gonna coach guys up and start churning them out.
We got lied to, Cat.
Well, listen.
We got definitely sold a bill of goods.
This might change over time. The story is not finished being written, but it certainly ain't starting good. We've had quarterback injury after quarterback injury after quarterback injury. I got another gripe about the offensive line. Connor Williams. Now I get it, he's blocking pretty good, but all these high snaps is throwing the timing off.
Oh, he's got to go. He's got to change up.
Not necessarily got to go. I say, where's the hard coaching on that? I would make that guy snap footballs till he passed out.
Right.
That's what he needs, or snap footballs till he threw up. Stop. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Wait till he snaps it over to his head, and he's going out there chasing the ball and gets his hands mangled up by some defensive tackle, and then we're gonna go, maybe we should have done something about this. That's waiting too long. You get out in front of these things, bro.
He was the most penalized free agent. Well, actually, no, he was the most penalized offensive lineman last season. Nobody's talking about that either.
Well, he hasn't done those things because he ain't jumping off sides because he has the football. Yeah. So I mean, that's at least something.
He's just going out on.
That's the reason, right? Because he has the football. It's hard for the center to be off sides.
Right.
Listen, I'm not saying I'm out on Mike McDaniel. I'm not saying he's got to go. I'm saying he's got to do a better job.
He's got to be better.
He's got to be better. I mean,
100%.
Listen, when you have Teddy Bridgewater who moves like molasses, come in and throw 9 consecutive passes for 3 and outs while you have a running back up to halftime on pace for 100 yards. Why are you doing this?
That's
why are you doing this?
That's coaching.
That's what they killed Flores for last year, remember?
But Flores isn't an offensive coach, Lou. We got the offensive dude. What's going on here?
Cap, how long have I been talking to you, Cap? I've been saying to Coach McDaniel for the past 2 weeks, and no one wants to bring it. Everybody.
I've been hearing you, brother. I've been hearing you, brother.
My name's
Lou.
Coaching
for me, and nobody wants to say. No one wants to bring up Coach McDaniel because in this fan base, it's all about peaches and cream and fart smelling like roses.
We love him. We love the guy. We love him. I love him too. I would love him more if he fixed these things with my football team. Okay.
If Flores was our coach, none of those penalties would be happening on our last game.
Even if they were, you knew during the week they'd be running that TNT wall. That's what you knew it was going to happen. Whether they committed a penalty or not, you knew somebody was accountable. That's for sure.
Flores may have been an asshole.
But 1 minute of everybody's time. 1 minute, time out. 1 minute, everybody's time. My score is going to be 23-20 Steelers. I want to hear everybody's score prediction.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
I'm a Steelers fan.
We're not scoring 20
I know,
points
buddy.
until
I know.
otherwise.
I'm just busting your chops, bro. It's trash talk week between our two fan bases. I'm just going to do that until next week. Then we could be buddies.
Yeah, we'll be buddies next week, me and you, pal. But this week, not.
No, that's right. That's right. This week, no friendship.
Nope, we didn't friendship.
And honestly,
I got the Dolphins winning 19-18.
Talk about how you're gonna whoop my team and shit, man. Come on.
It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good game. But this is the thing that I'm gonna start wondering too. It's very obvious Tua is operating the system in which Mike McDaniel has brought here and implemented at a high clip. by how is it execution. Maybe not to the extent that we could hope for, especially with
all
the weapons we
quarterbacks
have.
is operating at the same level because the same production of offense has been.
So that just ain't true because one's winning football games and the others
we got
ain't,
more
dog.
offensive production, like TD pointed out, in the last 2 weeks without Tua than we had with them.
Listen, junk time yardage, and stuff like that. I don't want to hear it.
It don't matter. Tua had junk time yardage against the Ravens.
I don't care. How did he get junk time yardage rated? It came out of the wire in the fourth quarter.
It's the same thing. You're allowed to get yardage in the fourth quarter when you down.
If you're trying to win a game, and they won that game.
That Teddy Bridgewater's junk time yardage you say still count. Because he went down by a large deficit. It wasn't garbage. If anything, it was more garbage time against the Ravens than it was against
nobody
the Vikings
on
because
earth.
we went down by a large score.
Crypto, you were in that stadium. How many people left the game in the middle of the fourth quarter because Teddy Bridgewater was in there because nobody had faith that he was going to win it?
That's Miami. That's why.
No, that's not Miami. That's a fact. Everybody
people
knew.
was leaving the stadium anyways because
There's
more
7
Viking
minutes
fans
left
than
in
there
the
was Dolphin fans.
There's 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and even in our sliver of hope, we knew we were lying to ourselves because Teddy ain't gonna win us nothing. That's just
it was still a one-score game.
I got
it was still a one-score game.
Right now.
How is it garbage time if it's only a one-score game? Tell me how is it garbage time if it's only a one-score game?
I'm not gonna. I don't have every last little bit of statistical value to prove my point, but we can go over the game film if you'd love to, because I'm telling you right now, buddy, the game fell apart between Sanders missing a kick, us trying a 2-point conversion for
that would have made it
that
would have made it a 1-point game when Sanders missed that kick.
What
I got you, brother. I got you.
Start Teddy Bridgewater.
And then the coach went for it right before halftime, and then the turnover happened.
Listen, before Teddy Bridgewater walked out on the field, and we were talking about Skyler maybe taking his job, we could have traded Bridgewater to probably Dallas. Nobody on earth in another franchise would, number one, trade for him. Number two, not a fan for another team would ever be like, oh, we got Teddy here. They would be like,
400 yards of offense still. Donald Duck can lead this offense. Donald Duck can lead this offense because Donald Duck has led this offense for the last freaking 6 games. Anybody can put up 400 yards. It's been proven.
Thank God, bro. Saying anyone can put up 400 yards, Crypto, is asinine, bro. Just saying that is asinine.
How is it asinine when it happens?
Anyone can throw 400 yards. Everybody can. The offense guarantees it. It's ridiculous, bro.
It happened in the last game. Did we not get 400 yards of passing in the last game?
Look at that efficiency. How many touchdowns did he get with that?
You know what, Crypto?
No,
you're right.
Look how many touchdowns did we get in Cincinnati game?
Tua's going to have 400 yards.
He only got 6.
Tua will
he
have
only had 6 points. The offense only scored 6 points in the Cincinnati game in the first half when Tua was the quarterback. He only scored 6 points. So miss me with all this offensive touchdown scoring when Tua was quarterbacking in the first half.
Guys, just real quick, it's not about points, it's about yards. Didn't you hear, Crypto? It's about 400. We can count on 400. Tua, 400 passing yards. Locked in. It's only about yards, Lewis, not about points.
No, it's about points for me.
I said it's about points. I'm just saying. I ain't saying it's about yards. I'm just saying anybody can get the yards.
Skylar Thompson would have thrown.
Let's not make it like anybody can get the yards.
Dude, you have what's Teddy's career? What's Teddy in his career? He's sub 500.
Bro, there's a way of beating.
Yeah, he played more games.
If we had TJ Watt,
but when he was starting with New Orleans, he had a better record win percentage than our starting quarterback.
We don't have because you guys have the healthiest line in the Saints.
Bro,
our team is more stacked than the Saints. The Vikings, we're more stacked than the Vikings teams he was on.
Teddy Bridgewater is semi-retired. He is a
He's looking at
timeshares in Boca right now. He's looking at timeshares in Boca.
I'm telling you right now, barring an injury, Teddy Bridgewater does not hit the field again. $6 million or not.
I want to see Teddy holding is a clipboard and a microphone. That's it.
Bottom
I
line,
see that man with a football.
This team is scoring the same amount of points with every quarterback that took the field.
I agree with that.
What happens if Tua gets hurt tomorrow?
You guys are living off the fumes of an out of body experience in one quarter in one game. It don't
tell
work
me
that
what
way.
I'm living by, Crypto. You have no
That's
idea.
what you guys are living off of the fumes of an out of body experience in one game.
I ain't living
and,
off
and making it believe that's if that's what it is.
I've been watching
with Tua.
You can't live off the fumes of an out-of-body experience in one game in one quarter. They only did that for one freaking game in one quarter, and over how many games have he played in his entire career?
And what, Crypto?
Let's not making this believe, making this out.
When you're right, Crypto. 400 yards every week. You know what? At this rate, Hill and Waddle should have about 16,000 yards by the end of the year, man. It's gonna be awesome. We're gonna break all kinds. We can win any football games. Gonna be no points.
Didn't Tyreek Hill get more yards from other quarterbacks other than the one that started at the beginning of the season?
Junk time.
No, Tyreek Hill's points yardage wasn't junk time.
So
Hills was instrumental throughout the game. He didn't have that many yards in the fourth quarter.
Real quick. You know who's instrumental to the game because of Mike McDaniel? You know who's the most instrumental, I think, out there? And it ain't Teron Armstead. It's Durham Smythe. That guy needs to be out there, apparently, to do cleanup on all this blocking. I know we've seen him whiff a couple, but apparently without a blocking tight end, this whole scheme don't work. We should have gotten more tight ends like this. What's going on? I
got news for you. The scheme is fool's gold to begin with because we've been scouted out and smoked out of the freaking hinterlands of the woods, and everybody's watching film now. That's what's going on.
The preseason, when everyone was saying how instrumental the fullback position was going to be this season,
I remember that. You're right. This so-called Tom Rathman that we're supposed to have all of a sudden is not even coming through the door.
I love the Tom Rathman reference, Crypto. I love the Tom Rathman reference.
I know, right? He's pulling it out of the freaking ether. Out of the ether.
The narrative is that people are saying that, oh, well, Mike McDaniels hasn't shown us his cards yet because we're not fully healthy, which is complete nonsense.
Every single one of you Dolphins fans.
To TD's point,
but when the Steelers
holding out and taking losses in a game, listen, looking at the Vikings, a winnable game. Looking at the Jets, both winnable games. Holding out people to take losses early to then think you're going to make it up later. Dude, we can only lose 3 more games the rest of the season.
The rest of the way, yeah.
The rest of the season, there's only 3 more that can be dropped, bro. I would rather have won these chump games and take off the last 3 weeks than do it this. I mean, bro,
we have more than 3, brother. We have nothing.
I understand, but dude,
especially if we lose the Steelers game,
we are where we are.
Losing 3 more is crazy. Wait a minute, somebody just gave the Denny Green quote. We are who we thought we are. That's exactly correct.
We ain't losing to the Steelers. Let's make that a fact.
Who just said they're happy where we are right now?
He's gonna have a game.
We got who we thought we are.
Hey,
Denny Green is in the building.
Hold on, Chris, real quick. Who just said they're happy where we are?
No, nobody said that. Somebody said
that we happy.
Well, I would say that we're at where most people.
He said you are who you thought you are.
Oh, okay. Because I was about to say, whoever said that, I strongly.
I'm a Steelers fan, bro. I'm a Steelers fan.
You can't be happy where we are now.
You can't start off 3-0 and then go 0-3 and just say, "Oh, we're happy where we're at." Oh, hell
no way, bro.
No,
not when we're talking about the Jets and the Vikings. You know, I can let a Thursday night short week lose your quarterback on Thursday Night Football loss slide. I could kind of let that slide. Losing to the Jets, I'd never let that slide. First of all, the Jets, you talk about fool's gold, that's fool's gold. A team that's got a quarterback over the last 4 weeks that's thrown like 400 yards, maybe. You know what I'm saying? The guy ain't doing nothing. How did we lose to that chump of a football team?
So you call Zach Wilson John Beck?
Bro, Zach Wilson wish he had the measurables of John Beck, bro. That guy is
calling him John Beck at this point. Wow.
Listen, I mean, listen, the defense held them to 2 out of 11 third downs on Sunday. They held them to 9 3-and-outs. Tell me why we didn't win that football. We had the ball 11 minutes longer than them.
But we didn't score no points. That's why.
We had 10 penalties for 97 yards.
Yes,
coaching. And up until we were down over one score, that's when Teddy started getting some little blah, 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 dropping those little dink and dunks. Now, granted, they were in the second level, but they were playing prevent defense, and it was painfully obvious. Hold on, I'm going to tell you right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 passes in the fourth quarter that were 13 yards, 14 yards. And I mean, it was a lot of middle of the field, hit and hump. They weren't bringing a lot of pressure. They were giving it to us, bro. They were giving it to us.
They were letting us move the ball from the 20 to the 20, and we were just taking time off the clock.
All they did was throttle the fans.
We have a bend don't break offense is what we got.
Wasn't that the game that Noah started actually coming on?
No, it's not gonna be a fun Sunday night because listen, this is the get right game for the Dolphins.
It is.
To TD's point, the real captain's coming around here, Stephen Ross, who probably still has Brian Flores on the payroll, fixing to go ahead and sabotage your whole deal, bro. It's gonna be. I don't know if it's gonna be a beatdown, but it's definitely gonna be a.
You think you're gonna beat the Steelers?
Isn't Stephen Ross is gonna be in the booth?
You better hope
is he gonna be in the booth?
Tua, listen, it's gonna be on prime time, and Tua is going to slice them up. They're going to have both offensive tackles going to come out there, and all of a sudden, everyone's going to go, "Where has this offense been?" And really, to be honest,
what happens if the Steelers win, though?
Then wins, then it's completely
right there on the spot,
bro.
Right
you have
after
no
the fourth
idea.
quarter.
Oh man, it's gonna happen. But then the franchise will be officially in a tailspin from a coaching and execution point.
But that's the chickens before they hatch.
The narrative then becomes Byron Jones ruined the whole season.
No way, dude. If I gotta hear that,
man, we cannot do that, bro.
I ain't gonna listen to how Byron Jones, who ain't been on the field, has ruined the season.
Right.
That ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, we can't. You can't do that, bro.
Acted off a 2-star quarterback, and when
I can't hear you, homie. You're bouncing.
Somebody got feedback.
All right, dude, come back to surface.
Come back to what?
Come back to surface. You're underwater.
I can't hear you, man. Homeboy right underneath me in the thing's got his thing on. I don't know what he's recording or something.
He's
Thank you,
swimming or something. He'll be back.
Yeah.
If we can do a percentage, what is the percentage that Tua gets pulled off the field by the spotter?
By the spotter?
That ain't gonna happen neither.
I'm going to say 67%.
67? No,
I say it's a 50-50.
I'm not going to say it's 0, but
I would say 40% maximum. Because I don't see it happening at all.
And can we all agree that if something, God forbid, happens to Tua, this might be the worst moment in NFL history?
If Tua goes down with another concussion, you probably won't see him the rest of the year.
We're gonna have a new concussion protocol.
It's going to be the worst thing in NFL history.
I don't know about the worst thing in NFL history.
It'll be Tua Tagovailoa's career will be over in Miami.
It'll be a sad thing, and especially if it's a real a bad injury. But it ain't the worst thing in history. There's been some worse stuff.
It'll be more
it's the NFL, bro. Just wait 2 weeks. There'll be a new worst thing in history in 2 weeks.
Everybody complains about the Miami Dolphins. Everybody complains about the Miami Dolphins.
Like you're having a good season, man. Because listen,
no, hold on.
Right now we're having a bad season.
I understand. We're gonna go back to that narrative if Tua Tagovailoa gets hurt, bruh. Everybody complains about the Miami Dolphins never having no primetime games. The last time Miami was on primetime, the quarterback got carted off the field on a stretcher.
Right.
If Tua Tagovailoa on Sunday night gets out of that game due to injury, his career is over as a Miami Dolphin.
Yep. The NFL probably won't let him play. They'll be like, bro, I can't have this happening.
Oh, no.
You can't do it on Sunday prime time.
If Tua's off in an injury, his career is again not in the NFL. Listen to me clearly. If Tua leaves due to injury, his Dolphin career is over.
Stephen Ross will escort him out the building,
and then he'll go to another team and light it up like all the Dolphins players who leave do.
He won't. Okay.
What happened?
He'll go light it up.
Wait a minute now. What now? there is a little bit of what kind of injury we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like he gets rolled up on his leg and he looks injured and comes off the field and maybe doesn't play the rest of the game, but they do x-rays and he's all right. That's there. If he gets laid out or is on the ground, we're talking concussion or has to be, taken to a medical tent and goes to the hospital. Yeah,
I'm not any injury Tua has moving forward. That man is injury prone.
Even if he doesn't miss any time and the Dolphins still win. Even if the only time he misses is the rest of that game, Lewis.
If they
already got
win against the Steelers, if they win against the Steelers, I won't be surprised. I believe I got a good roster. I'm not surprised when we win. I don't need Tua to be. See, this is the problem.
Well,
right
see,
here,
Lewis, that's my problem. I agree with you, Lou, but apparently Mike McDaniel can't do it without him for whatever reason. That's the weird part right now. This team is too talented to be dropping games that we did, bro.
Skyler, you can't say
That's the problem.
I think that's a little unfair to say because the starting quarterback for the last three games has been knocked out. So.
Yeah, I don't think that got nothing to do with Tua. You just can't do it without a starting quarterback.
It's either third time's a charm or 3 strikes you're out, bro. How the heck you ain't got your backup quarterback ready?
3 weeks in a row.
I'm just saying, it's 3 strikes you're out or third time's a charm. How you ain't got the backup quarterback ready?
Quarterback wasn't there. That'll be 4 games in a row.
Let's go. Sunday night, boys. Get ready.
During that Jets game, there was no quarterbacks on the sideline. Skyler evaluate on field.
We're gonna own Florida in 2 weeks. Now we're gonna own.
I agree with that, Lewis. The career's over. Another injury.
So how many times?
His Dolphin career is over.
How many times do you think?
Yeah, the Dolphin career. Yeah.
How many times?
Stephen Ross will escort him out the building.
How many times do you think they show Brian Flores on the sideline?
Every time they show anybody other than a player on the Steelers sideline, if they show Tomlin, they're going to show Flores. Anytime they're talking about Tomlin, Flores will be creeping around in the background. If they show the sidelines in any way, Flores will be there.
Your ass with, dude. Flores knows everything about your squad, bro.
Flores don't know nothing, dude. He don't know nothing,
right.
Bro.
It's a wrap. He knows all about Tua.
He knows
all about Tua.
I know. You know what? You're right.
He does know about Tua.
Him and Tua are pen pals.
Tua.
We all know how close of a relationship they had. We all know the close relationship they had when he was here. They're best of friends. You're right. They were real close.
I've always said Skyler needs to play.
Reese Annette needs to start this game.
Flores knows. Listen, Flores knows all the deficiencies of Tua. That's
so hey, now Lewis. Now you said what I want. Hold up, real quick. So Lewis, you said the exact fact. That's why, to me, McDaniel, we lose this game. Yeah, I could say maybe it's on Tua if he blows it or whatever. But McDaniel's got to know that coach knows his quarterback and our defense He's got to be able to scheme it, bro. He's got to be able to scheme it because if not, then I got serious. First of all, not only is the team in a tailspin dropping 4 in a row and having Tua back, that's a problem. But if that happens and he didn't foresee them knowing what we got and limitations, then McDaniel got a real problem with this coach.
Let me ask you this.
I don't think we'll be Mike Thomas here.
Forget about, but we already got that point. That point has already been proven, though, Cat, because he didn't adjust, and Robert Saleh knew everything about your coach, and he didn't adjust against the Jets.
Well, hold on. You can't say all that because he did make halftime adjustments. If you watch the game.
What you talking about?
No, he didn't because of the second half is where the game was lost. How did he make a halftime adjustment when he lost it in the second half?
I didn't say he made the correct halftime adjustments, but he made adjustments. He started.
We was trailing that game wire to wire. How is he making an adjustment?
What adjustments?
He made adjustments. They were just wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
okay,
I got it. Yeah.
No, listen.
He's a first-year head coach, man. Give him some slack.
He's a first-year head coach. Listen to this. He's a first-year head coach. Well, let me explain something to you. I was in the building on Sunday, and we got beat by a first-time head coach. And that team is 5-1.
Exactly. That was a first-year head coach that was on the other sideline as well.
Yeah. Okay, I understand Robert Saleh is a first-year head coach, but let's look at what Robert Saleh was actually given.
The guy in Minnesota is a first-year head coach, and so is the guy in the Giants, and he's 5-1.
What about the
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're not going to give
What
me
about
all
the
these
starting
damn
quarterbacks?
excuses.
What do you mean?
Yeah, the starting.
If
They
you
have
were
Yeah, you guys
rolling with
said
Teddy
Daniel Jones
Bridgewater
was trash,
and
and Daniel
a
Jones is
17-year-old
5-1.
man. Come on.
So stop it. With a first-year
Let's
head
be real.
coach.
I
But
don't
you
care
gotta
about the head
understand
coach.
the Giants have an actual scheme. They're actually built.
No.
Oh yeah, the
Their
same
GM
scheme that y'all said wasn't gonna work here.
literally threw
The same
Golladay
scheme that y'all
$80 million.
trashed.
Well, I'll
The
say with
same
the
scheme
Giants,
that
they
y'all
have
said was trash.
a veteran.
I
defense.
never
Y'all was
said
writing
the
off the
Giants
Giants.
were
So what about
Yeah,
the
y'all was writing them off because Dabo chose them over us. So y'all said Dabo wasn't going to have no success
Nah, don't worry
with
about that.
Daniel.
Dabo was our first choice.
Exactly.
No.
McDaniel was
Whoever just said we don't have a scheme, let me explain. See, because everybody wants to talk about the running game, and Coach McDaniel was all this and offense. Bro, our scheme is a passing offense. And the proof is in the pudding. Everybody's been complaining about, oh, we have a running game. And what does Coach McDaniel do? He'll come out
60-40.
and he'll throw 9 straight
Exactly.
passes.
I've been pounding
You know
that
what-
table
you
all
know
along,
what our
El Cap.
scheme is?
Yeah,
You
because
know
you
what our
got
scheme
Tyreek
is?
Hill and Jalen Waddle.
Okay,
Exactly.
That's the point. You don't have
That's
a
the
$30 million
point.
receiver. You don't have a $30 million receiver to run the ball, homie. This ain't the 49ers
Just
offense.
don't do it.
We have a scheme. The problem
Well,
is
to that
we're not
point, Lewis.
executing. And
To
that's
that
on
point,
coaches.
Lewis.
Personnel. Thank
How
you.
much of a
Everybody goes
genius
during
does
the
someone need to be to have Tyreek Hill and Waddle and give them 300 yards a game?
You ain't
You know what
gotta
I'm saying?
be a-
You
you
can,
ain't
You
gotta
got to be a genius to do that.
the
Just
genius
put the ball
thing
in the air.
is winning them.
Tyreek.
about us
Well,
having
Tyreek
another
has already
100-yard
proven
rusher.
you he can get yards with anybody at quarterback.
That's what I'm saying. Come on, man.
Our last
We just
100-yard
scored
rusher was
It takes no
Devon
talent.
Ahmed, man.
All I'm saying, Skylar Thompson would have thrown 400 yards if he didn't get hurt.
Oh, I believe
Yeah.
that 100%.
I believe that 100%.
Listen, other
I
than the
watched that
penalties,
kid
other than the penalties,
he's on pace.
those penalties,
100 yards in that
those
quarter.
penalties negated 79 yards
Yes, and
with
none of those
36 yards in penalties. So
The
if
man
he
had 100 yards passing in the first quarter. He had 2.5
he had
drives.
he had 150 before he left the game without
like
the penalties.
in like 3 drives. Come on,
Yes,
man. What you
I
talking about? That man would have threw for
the
400.
game. I was at the game, and I can tell you this: this looks like the most undisciplined Dolphins team I've seen in years.
Thank you.
I agree with that. That's true.
I agree.
And in games
I was
like
at the
this,
game too.
well, here's where it'll rear its ugly head. In games like this, when you're up to your second or third quarterback, everyone needs to do their part to uplift. That's what a team does. Being undisciplined and getting those penalties kills you anyhow. Look no further than the Ravens when we beat them. The Ravens had what they have. I got it somewhere around here.
The truth is that that's what
The Ravens committed 8 penalties, 8 penalties for 51 yards, but 7 of them came in the fourth quarter. That hurt
do you
them
know
bad.
who our penalty leader is on the team?
The what?
Who leads the league? Who leads our team in penalty yards?
Do I know? I don't know offhand. No, do you?
No, I just
I don't know offhand. It's probably somebody on the defense if you give up, penalty yards for like pass interference or something like that. That would be typical. But
I say Liam Eichenberg.
Listen, big yard penalties are bad, especially giving up PI penalties, as we know. But even worse than that is drive killing penalties on offense, because offense is rhythm.
Agree.
And
that
when
first
you're
drive,
getting
it was
drive
killing.
killing, that's how Skylar Thompson got hurt trying to overcome all this. That's kind of how Tua got hurt trying to overcome. Again, that's why I'm not. Listen, I got my questions about Tua, but what he showed me in the first 3 games, I have less questions. I got more questions about discipline and game planning.
Why I have a problem?
Every single one of us.
So what's the quick
Go ahead,
here?
Lord.
Well, why I have a problem with Coach McDaniel, and this is why I've been bringing him up for 2 weeks, because everybody's trying to push this narrative that winning is a team sport. All aspects of the game, all 3 levels of phases of the game, they have to come together. They all have to play well. Well, that's my problem with McDaniel. He was brought in to fix this offense. The defense in every game has played well. The defense has been showing up.
Special teams has been a liability too. Does anyone? Okay,
Well, yeah, that's true.
Listen,
The
the
special teams have been a liability.
The offense it hasn't been what we've been promised.
It hasn't, and it ain't worth the money we spent either, Lewis. It ain't worth the money we spent
We're not
either.
getting the production. I don't care.
Well, Al Capitan, that's what you call a bill of goods.
Well, also, just think about it like this too. The special teams as well are lacking. The only thing that has been pretty decent has been the defense. Even in the losses up until the third quarter, they've done their job pretty well. Do you know how? Now we all can see easily Jason Sanders missing field goals. Now we do see our punter putting some good punts out there. But does anyone know? Does anyone know how many returning yards we have on punting? Does anybody know how many returning yards? 14 returning yards. 14 returning yards in total.
Yeah.
When you got Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle back there taking some of these punts, and you got
Taking these fair catches, man.
You got a Javon Holland muffing them. I mean, bro, we got to do something. That's discipline, bro. That's discipline stuff.
Yeah, he's
and I tell you what, if the penalties don't come down, Greer needs to have a fucking ugly moment. He needs to have an ugly closed door moment with fucking McDaniel.
Well, guess what? El Jefe, El Capitan let you know El Jefe in the building and Stephen Ross. And I promise you, he's probably been chomping at the bit to chew some asses out. He's been chomping at the bit. He can't help but do some meddling.
Well, he needs to start giving pink slips.
You really think Stephen Ross is doing that, though? That man don't know no football neither.
I don't think he knows football. I'm not saying he knows better, but I do know he knows what don't look right, and he'll do something about it. What's up, EM?
I like Stephen Ross.
Well, he'll be in the building.
Fellas. What's good, gentlemen?
What's going on, EM?
Hey, Cat. The man has been the owner
What's going on,
for 25
EM?
years. You don't think
Listen, Lewis, you know where I stand with Stephen Ross. I'm on the Toss Boss Ross train, dog. You already know what time it is, dog.
Well, it's time for you to fire that back up, El Capitan. Because
we'll wait and see. Listen, I'm not going to begrudge the man for trying to get a competitive edge. You feel? You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to go after him like that. Trying to do.
The Belichick way. No,
I ain't going to go after him for that. You know what I mean? Hey, whatever, dog. That's some dirty billionaire stuff. We don't know nothing about. Well, I know a little bit, but we could speculate. We don't know for certain. We'll go down.
There's been an obvious trend with new coaches that come in and try and be a player's friend. Is that the team ends up more undisciplined than as usual.
Thank you.
We can all agree.
Absolutely.
We can all agree that Flores was an asshole, but these players had to struck the fear of God in them to make a mistake.
100%.
They know they would have lost their job.
Exactly,
They lost their job.
It was discipline. It was discipline and structure.
When they were 1-7 last year, were they disciplined and structured?
No, but then they reeled off 7 straight.
Okay, so
with a discipline and structure.
Yeah, but it's a change in structure. It's a change in structure.
It's a change.
He had to change. He changed the culture. He changed the culture.
That's why I just throw the 7 losses in a row. We got to add the 7 wins in a row now. Let's not just gloss over that fact as well.
Exactly. So that comes down to personnel, man.
Those are 2 wins.
They were structured.
Personnel
and you got to remember. In all fairness,
you're making them happy. You're making them proud, Lewis.
Real question. Did anyone else notice Noah Igbenogany just like holding Adam Thielen the entire last game?
I did. Oh, I know. I did.
Hey, whatever. As long as you get away with it, dog, I don't care.
As long as you get away with it.
As long as you get away with it, I don't give a dang if he's, grabbing him in his no-no spot. I don't care what he's doing as long as it's working.
He was actually competing, though. I was proud. He
was. Hey, listen, go back to the Jets game. Listen. His name was not called much in that game, right? Which means 9 times out of 10, from a DB standpoint, when you're not calling someone's name, that means they're doing their job. They're not getting targeted.
That's right. Just kind of like offensive linemen, EM. If I ain't looking at them or hearing their name, it's because they're doing a good job.
Elijah Moore was shut down by Noah.
And then you follow that up. You follow that up Sunday, and Adam Thielen is still one of the better receivers in the league. I don't care what anybody says. And you just saw a more confident player. And I think the issue with Noah, kind of like with Tua, was confidence. You know what I mean? Because the athleticism, the talent has never been in question with him. But to see him follow that up, this is back-to-back weeks where we've gotten, tangible production from him. I hopefully we can move this Sunday, he can expand upon what we've seen the 2 previous weeks. And who knows? He might be slowly turning that corner, fellas. Maybe.
I feel like once this kid's able to find the ball and get it in his hands, he's going to start figuring out a way to make
Be a
that
playmaker.
happen some more.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And he's young. He's young. You know what I'm saying?
22.
Young.
He's 22
he's
years
a young
old.
kid. I think we knew what we were getting when we got him. Granted, the draft capital put extra pressure on what we expected from the young man. But hey, better late than never. You know,
Now we can
He's a first round talent. That's why.
Just like we, Cap, just like we, well, not just Cap, but the panel in general, just like we forecasted a year 3 leak from Tua, this might be what's happening with Noah. I'm just saying, man. Just saying.
Listen,
Now
Noah
your
is
first
worth-
round pick.
Now Noah's worth a 5th round pick now rather than a 7th round pick.
No. Hey, man. We'll see. Only time will tell.
I see him.
I can say this too. Nobody's talking about this. I was at the game. There was so many
Oh, we lost you,
on
homie.
Sunday night. I'm here. Can y'all hear
We
me?
lost you there for a second.
Can you
Yeah,
hear
go
me?
ahead. We hear you now.
This might actually be closer to a home game for the Steelers this Sunday night. There were so many Viking fans there. And
I know, man. That was,
I don't know about that, man.
Everybody's vacationing in
Tua's
South
coming
Florida all of
back.
a sudden.
The Dolphins fans are going to show out for a show they're hoping to see.
They better not sell their tickets.
The Steelers do travel
Miami, man. It's Miami. Well, listen, we didn't lose because there was Viking fans in the stands.
I know that.
Nah.
I know that.
That's
everybody.
That's correct, Louis.
And listen,
Yeah,
on
matter,
defense, even on first and second down, through the television, you could hear the stands and the fans taking care of their part, bro. They were loud. Shout out to everybody that was there. Crypto Lewis, no, both of you cats were there, man. You guys were loud, bro.
Yeah,
loud.
I was up in the 300s.
That's
holding
right.
Down, and you know,
It was
and I'll say this: the Viking fans were a class act. They were all great.
They actually was.
I mean,
Get out
no
of my
complaints.
stadium. Class act
I'm
somewhere
surprised.
else.
Right.
Class act somewhere
It
else.
was like the freaking Viking
They
takeover,
want
like we
that-
did in
they just
MetLife.
want that smoke. That's what it was. They didn't want to
Yeah, they know where they're at.
No, they didn't want that.
Acting right
You know
in
how
South
it-
Florida
yeah.
is what it
They had
sounds
to
like.
do
Just
like that.
acting right.
Down here, man. We
They just sound like they acting right. You know what I'm saying? We
won't
guessed
act
you.
proper.
Damn.
Listen, we're going to let you in our stadium, but just act proper when you're here, because if not, we're going to light your ass
Yeah.
up.
And
I'm
any
out
smack
that
talk,
Exactly.
just
Yeah.
nod
Exactly,
and wave. Just nod and wave. You don't want that.
With Nick Needham being out the rest of the season, do you see our cornerback?
Yeah, Noah time. It's
shaping
Noah
up?
time.
Yep. It's time for Noah's Ark.
Well, I think it's. I think really in turn. I don't think they're gonna be because I don't think Noah will be man in a slot position. Noah's position is on the boundary, but I think in terms of like who is up next man up to, replace Nick Needham, I think that's Cater Kohu, Kohu, however you pronounce his name. He clearly, I mean, I think everybody knows how I feel about Nick Needham, but Kohu, when he started to flash in the preseason and then ultimately he was, they carried him over on the 53-man roster, and we saw the growth from him early on in the season. I said, I told multiple people, had this conversation with multiple people privately. I said, well, it depends on the price tag in regards to Nick Needham. But I said, Nick Needham, if I'm Needham, I'm looking over my shoulder because that's the kid, that's the next man up that I felt like the Dolphins were going to position him, put him in a position where he ultimately takes over for Nick Needham after next year. Because Nick Needham, I think if he got him.
Don't forget Trill Williams coming back next year too, bro. So things
absolutely,
get worse for Nick Needham.
absolutely.
Things get worse for him and getting paid.
But I
think,
there. Nick Needham can get $5-6 million on the open market. I think, you know what I mean, based off his resume.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's a price tag considering our salary cap situation for next year. I don't think that's a price tag the Dolphins are willing to swallow, and I think they probably, considering they have his replacement already in house, I think that they'll be more willing to let Needham walk.
I agree with you.
I
think
think after he tore the Achilles.
I think once Nick Needham finds himself in a home, whether it's here or somewhere else, I think he needs to play nickel safety all day, every day, because I like him in that roam position because he can play a little safety. I don't want him so much on the boundary. He ain't quick enough or fast enough. He's
Who was that, Cap?
Needhim. I think he'd be good in the slot at that nickel safety. I don't want him doing too many blitzing, but more as a good guy in the passing game. He can blitz, but I think he'd do real good in the box, covering guys around and keeping things up as long as you got a good back end safety to.
You know what, Cap? I think Needham. I said this, had this conversation with TD and Luke. I would like to see, well, maybe not, because I think his price tag is going to be too much. And then now this injury complicate things as well. But before the injury, I felt like I would be willing to hang on to Needham and maybe transition him into that Eric role we've seen the previous 2 years.
That's what I'm talking about.
Needham, I think in terms of covering tight ends, Needham is a better version of what Eric wrote. I think he's a more complete guy. If you put him in that hybrid safety nickel role, Cap, I agree with you 100%. I think Needham could be a tremendous asset in this game.
You can roam him around. You can
Brandon Jones for.
But Brandon Jones going to get exposed. He gets exposed. He's terrible in coverage. Yeah, he gets exposed.
And then what about coming back after the Achilles? I don't think he's going to have that much value. He was barely a starter. We love him because he was undrafted and how he came up, right? That kind of Myles Gaskin effect. You know what I mean? Yeah. But he is replaceable, which is why we're all eyeing Kohu anyway.
Well, I think.
Wait. Who you saying Needham is replaceable? That's what you.
I think he means on this football team.
Better. I believe so.
Josh Boyer has done a good job finding guys and helping the scouting department handpick guys. That. So unless you're an elite player like Xavier Howard, Byron Jones, or something to that effect, you probably ain't gonna get paid from this Dolphins. I don't care if it's $4 or $5 million. You know what I'm saying?
I'll say this. Listen. I do agree with that. Boyer, I do believe in Boyer's ability to scout, find, and develop corners and safeties. But y'all need to let's just put a little more respect on Nick Needham's name now. Come on. He's been a top 10 slot guy. He's been a top 10 slot guy since they put him in that role now. Come on now.
You got to realize that's the only position he's going to be pigeonholed.
Put a little more respect on his name.
That's the only position he's being pigeonholed to.
I will miss him when he's gone because I like him. But I know this team and how they shop and how they pay. And that guy's going to be hard to keep around.
Needham gives me a Bobby McCain effect. Yeah,
I love Bobby McCain.
Right.
I love Bobby McCain's a Bobby McCain guy.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we moved on, didn't we?
We did. We found Needham. Hey, listen. I'm just saying. Just come on, just a little respect, just a little bit, just a little bit. That's all I'm asking. You know what I mean?
All right, brother. All right.
But you can always
talk about Eric been at all.
And let's talk about this for a second. So the Steelers this past week had a bunch of the Steelers had a bunch of nobodies playing on defense, and guess who's coaching the defensive players right now? The Steelers is Flores, right? So last week, the Steelers kept Tom Brady in check with a bunch of nobodies.
Tom Brady's checked out, bro.
No, I disagree with that.
Tom Brady is checked out.
I disagree with that.
Tom Brady is checked out. Tom Brady got himself 2 or 3 girlfriends right now. He got a divorce, and he's trying to see his kids on the weekend, and he's a football player. He's checked out, bro.
Tom Brady trying to keep half his shit.
Half? What you mean, dog? She got all the money. What you talking about? He finna make out like a bandit.
I think more so he got dumped. Giselle dumped him.
She gonna have to pay him.
Hey, that's cool. I'm sure Tom Brady is not gonna be crying himself to sleep at night.
Listen, Tom Brady, no more avocado unless it's avocado alcohol. Tom Brady ain't the same cat, bro. Tom Brady in the twilight year. He's out here. Listen, that Tampa lifestyle will get you. Already know, bro. You know what time it is. St. Pete got the best nightclubs you ever seen, bro.
Him and Gronkowski. Him and Gronkowski are about to turn up. You hear me? And I don't blame him one bit, bro. Live your life.
Oh, what? They got private jets on their own private island with a bunch of. It'll be Tom Brady, Gronkowski, and Leonardo DiCaprio have a whole island full of mommies running around, and ain't nobody gonna be invited, bro. Except for me, El Capitan on his way. Dog. Watch out! Watch out! We're thinking the purple jacket and everything coming with it.
They are about to turn all the way up, baby. I guarantee it. And I don't blame him. Listen, I don't blame him. Live your life, bro. Live your life.
Ball buster anyway. She got to be.
But listen. Back to the game real quick. Sunday, the Steelers. Hey man, that defense is nothing to.
Nothing to sneeze at. And they're getting
listen,
healthy
bro.
too.
I know T.J. Watt will not be on the field, but they do have a very good defense. They've been good all year. It's not a gimme game, I don't think, by any stretch. You know what I mean? I know Mitchell Trubisky is the quarterback because I think their rookie quarterback, Kenny Pickett, is in concussion protocol right now.
No, he's playing. He's already practicing all week. They announced it.
Oh, is he playing? Really?
No,
He's starting.
He's
Yeah,
starting.
he's
It's done. Apparently, the concussion protocols aren't active in the state of Pennsylvania. Apparently, so
this to me reeks of a trap game for the Dolphins.
No.
Yeah,
Listen,
I'm feeling the same way, Em.
No,
I agree with that.
Hang on, give me a minute, Cap. Give me a minute.
Could be a disaster.
Give me a minute. Okay, their defense is excellent, right? If they're able, it's two things. It's two things that concern me. The mobility at the quarterback position, because they've got skill position players. If you had noticed, they've got very good talent there, right? So
Peoples-Jones and Claypool, who ain't done nothing.
Claypool,
go ahead. I'll rebut when you're done, Em. Go ahead.
Okay. So you have two things. You got a mobile quarterback, and then you have, if they're able to run the ball with any level of consistency, I think, this is going to be a lot closer game than what I think our fan base, a lot of people feel, are giving, the Steelers credit for, because their defense is good. We're not going to come out there and put up 4. If they do that, I would be very surprised if the Dolphins come on and hang 30 on this defense. First off, we hadn't seen that. With the exception of that fourth quarter,
ain't happening.
With the exception of that fourth quarter, Baltimore. Listen, we hadn't seen anything like that all year. So the expectation shouldn't be that just because Tua is coming back, we're going to hang 30 on them. That ain't happening. So we will not be able to run the ball with any level of consistency. Hey, listen, we will not be able to run the ball with any level of consistency. So forget about running the football, right? And we know how compromised this O-line is. We already know that. So Tua is going to be consistently under duress, right? Consistently coming off missing 2 weeks. Coming off missing 2 weeks. Hang on. Coming off 2 weeks, right? We know the situation what happened 2 weeks ago with Tua. And again, I think we'll win this game, but this it reeks of a trap game for me from a Dolphins perspective, bro. Just saying.
See, to me,
you could
the defense.
I mention the Flores element? Did I mention the Brian Flores element too? Oh, I forgot about that.
Who?
I forgot about that.
Who? Who's that?
There.
Who that guy? Look. On the real, this Dolphins defense hasn't had an. This Dolphins defense hasn't had an interception since week 1. That gets fixed on Sunday. I think we get at least one interception off of Kenny Tiny Hands. I also think he coughs one up on a sack strip. Also, look for Christian Wilkins to show out in prime time because he's trying to get the bag. The defense going to take care of business. We're going to get at least 2 extra possessions from the defense on Sunday. Take that to the bank. If the turnover margin is.
You see right here? Right here, but this is what's concerning to me, Cap. You mentioned everything, and we ain't a defensive team no more. We got an offensive-minded head coach that was coming in here to fix the offense, and your piece of victory was nothing about telling me about Brian Flores-led defense.
Listen, I'm gonna say on their own, this offense will score 3 touchdowns on Sunday. Because of the defense, they will put up another 10 points. They will get 31 points of offense because in this game, and it is a get right game. It is a get right game for this team because I'll tell you what, I'm telling you, if I don't see it, and we do get a victory, and it's a grind out game, I'm still not going to be happy because this offense really needs to start doing something.
Oh, we don't win a grind out.
No, I would agree, Cat. Listen.
The season's going to be 31-6 or 31-6.
Where are my fireworks at, bro? Tua going to come out and have the eye of the tiger in the second half, and he going to take it to that ass.
Listen, I take no comfort in, me saying that, hey, it's going to be a lot closer to people. I want to blow. I hope we blow them out, but I'm telling you, man, it just reeks of a trap game to me. It's just too many things. You got, we got inconsistency on offense. Our defense, it's been, inconsistent this year. I think we took major steps last week. But with that being said, if they're able, it's going to come down to, if they're able to run the football, with any level of consistency, I think we're gonna have it'll be a lot closer than what we think, bro.
Everybody,
we're not.
I
We don't have
think
that
with
much
Minka coming
balance
back,
or
they're gonna
effective
run a lot of
balance.
single safety, and we're gonna burn them over the top so many times because Minka. They think Minka's the end all be all, and with
Wasn't
him
we supposed to
coming
do
back-
that against the Jets and Vikings?
Hey,
Cincinnati and
everybody.
But the Jets were running quarters the entire game. They were dropping back four.
and
we weren't beating them over the top.
Cincinnati didn't have anybody.
If Tua Tagovailoa throws any of those lollipops that we've seen in the past that he throws up there, Minka Fitzpatrick is going the other way. Let that be known right now.
Yeah, those could be taken to the house. Minka could take them to the house. They're not just being intercepted. They're going to the house.
Too much disrespect on my boy Tyreek's name. He is going to catch those and take them to the house.
This game is going to be the first game that
I say something about Tyreek.
Talk about Tyreek only got 2 touchdowns.
Listen,
I'm
telling you boys that this Steelers defense putting the work, putting the gears to Tom Brady last week. It does, holding them to. Listen, putting the gears to Tom Brady last week ain't impressing me none. Because I got Tom Brady on my fantasy team, and I'm telling you right now, he's been playing like trash. No, it's not. It's not impressing me because I'm telling you that's Fugazi. It's fool's gold, and we gonna come out with a victory. No, I'm not saying they're not a good D. I'm just saying we gonna be better.
Cap, a lot of the similar issues that plague Tampa, we're worse. The reason why Tampa is not Tampa is because they got major issues on the O-line. Last time I checked. Whose O-line is worse, Tampa or ours? Last time I checked.
Listen,
did you actually watch that Tampa game?
1,000,000% agree with you. But Armstead's going to come out. Probably
is
the
he
hell. Yes, he's going to play.
Is he playing Sunday?
It's not 100%. How do we know? We know he doesn't practice. So until he shows up Sunday, nobody knows nothing. So, but I'm gonna assume he's playing. I'm also assuming that Austin Jackson's playing as well. Now, I'm not saying Austin Jackson ain't gonna give one up, but if both those dudes play,
we're in a position to where we're banking on Austin Jackson to save the day.
No. My bank is Durham Smythe. My bank is Durham Smythe. Durham Smythe gonna be playing cleanup. He gonna come back. Those 3 guys play.
Wow.
That I just say in that game, you will see 31 points.
I love how everybody thinks
Listen, count that Tom Brady victory for the Steelers because Mike Evans had 4 receptions on 4 targets. I don't know why you ain't thrown to your number 1 receiver, but we don't make those mistakes. You can't call us Tampa Bay. Like we are better.
It's simple. He didn't have time to throw to that number 1 receiver.
I don't want to hear excuses. I want all the more reason.
Won't have time. If Armstead does not play, again, if he does not play, and I'm leaning more towards he won't play because that's a turf toe injury. That's a lingering issue that you have to take multiple weeks off to get released.
They're gonna take one. Like they're gonna pump. They're gonna stick him. They're gonna stick him right in the toe. He ain't even gonna feel his whole leg, bro. He gonna be good. He'd be hobbling around there on a ghost leg and be just fine.
And I love how everybody.
It's prime time, dude. Do you think Stephen Ross in his first week back and around town is gonna accept anything other than some?
I don't think.
I don't give a damn if this is the only game we winning, bro. Stephen Ross gonna be in there with the extra medical staff and a stack of honeys and some duffel bags. We winning this game.
Y'all gonna sit up here and you're gonna just like you underestimated
last week. You about to see a lot more this week.
Just like y'all underestimated the Jets.
Crypto said earlier we score 400 yards of offense no matter what. It's just gonna show touchdowns now.
All right, okay.
For some reason, why is everybody anointing Austin Jackson like he's a Hall of Famer now? Like,
no one anointed him. Listen, I literally prefaced him playing that he is going to give something.
Save the day. Wow. Okay. All right. Okay. We'll see.
Austin Jackson gonna come out the factory, bro. That's the clone of. That's the.
Don't worry, Ian. Austin Jackson's gonna return to his Hall of Fame form.
That's.
All these problems talking about,
Cap already ready. Cap is all ready to build him a statue out in front of the stadium right now, bro.
Oh, bro, I got the clay. I got the molding clay right in the freaking back room run yonder.
He the
bro.
second coming of Richmond Webb. He the second coming of Richmond Webb, man.
Yeah. I'm ready. I'm pulling his name up in the rafters on the weekend.
Hey, man. I just don't think it's gonna be a gimme game, bro. I didn't think the Jets was gonna be a gimme game no matter who played. I don't think this is gonna be a gimme game.
Nobody's talking about this. No, hang on. Let me say this. I think this is gonna come down to coaching. I mean, really.
Well, I hope not, because if that's the case, that ain't gonna win. Because not that I got anything against Mike McDaniel, but Mike Tomlin's got great coaching pedigree. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, look, we know we got playmakers. We know we got guys that can do stuff. The real problem, like you said, Ian, is the O-line and blocking. Durham Smythe is super important to this blocking scheme. It's obvious because if not, when he ain't there, you're seeing these other tight ends either let guys like a turnstile or get blown over. Durham Smythe at least holds his blocks for the most part when he gets his hands on them. Both tackles playing, not having Keon Smith and Dingleberry Little on the edge. We're gonna do a lot better on that end. I'm not saying it's gonna be perfect. I ain't even saying it's gonna be pretty. I'm just going to say it's going to be head and shoulders better execution, along with Tua getting some quick releases out there. And that's just where we're going to find ourselves, guys. That's it.
And, Tua, he's been out. I don't think Tua's going to be a train wreck Sunday, but
we ain't coming back from injury. He's coming back from a concussion, so it's not like I don't expect too much rust. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that I was going to say I have to rebut that, Cap. I think we're going to see rust, especially early on, kind of like what we saw from Teddy. Like in stretches Sunday, but I think he'll regain a lot of what we've seen the previous 3 to 4 weeks by the second half, and I think he'll make enough plays for us to win. But I just think it's gonna be a lot closer than people think, bro.
It's Week 7, bro. The only person I should see with shaking off a little rust right now is Austin Jackson because he ain't played at all. These other guys have played enough football. I better not see no rust kicking off because I'll tell you what, if they're all having a rusty play together, two are gonna get killed, and that ain't gonna.
Well, with that being said, I'm looking at a 9-6 score. That's the final score, 9-6.
9-6, no way.
I'm thinking more what we saw last night with the Chargers and Broncos. That is what is going to be more what we saw.
31-19.
I think it's going to be more like that.
31-19, y'all. It's going to go down.
31-19. We ain't scored 31 points all year besides Baltimore.
Yeah, but don't you know how the narrative in the script is written? We're going to do one because that's how all the stats say the lies and interpretation,
so heck with your
bro.
Script, Cal Capitan. Cal Capitan, I ain't trying to hear no script. Here's a script for you.
All right, hit me. Hit me.
Get him. Turn off Vonjo.
Hit me, Vonjo. I just drank a coffee at 10 o'clock at night. What are we doing, Vonjo?
Put that man to sleep. Put him to sleep, Vonjo. Get him.
All this thing about the Pittsburgh defense and Flores this and Flores that. Why are we acting like Pittsburgh didn't have a defense way before Flores got there? Like they don't have a Hall of Fame coach out there named Tomlin. Pittsburgh does one thing: play defense and run the ball. Play defense and run the ball. That's all they do. And guess who?
That's pretty much their model.
And you guys want me to have faith in our middle linebacking core to tackle that monster over there in Pittsburgh? The team that can't tackle worth to save their life? They're supposed to tackle him. Okay, all right. I'm supposed to have again. I agree with Ian when he said
Landon Roberts gonna break his back. Landon Roberts gonna break his back.
So we're looking at 200 yards from Najee Harris now.
Wait, hold on. Excuse me, sir. What did you say about he's been secretly what? No, somebody was saying something good about that. Okay.
Landon Roberts had that blitz.
Don't get scared now. Don't get scared now.
Landon Roberts been secretly coming after you, Vonjo. He heard all that smack talk, dog. He don't give a damn about them gym muscles, bro. He said he coming to eat your lunch.
I heard somebody was about to say something about Landon Roberts because I got a text message out of the blue after he got that sack. You know what happened in that same game that he gave us that one play? that Cook sat there and went right through the gap where Landon Roberts is supposed to be.
One
Don't do that,
friggin'
El
run.
Capitan.
One
took it to
run,
the house.
one run out of position.
Freaking one. Yep. He had
You
one
know,
sack. And guess
everybody
what? He
get
gave
one,
up.
dog.
He
That
gave
ain't
up a
Von
50-yard
Joe.
touchdown.
That
Stop
run
it.
by Cook is not the reason the Dolphins lost that football game. It is not, and you know it to be
and guess
a fact.
what? That sack by Landon Roberts
2
isn't the reason why
of
we're in the game.
11 on third down.
this
Dolphins
team.
defense held them to 2 of 11 on third
Any other
down.
team,
9 3 and outs,
El
bro.
Capitan, here's newsflash. Any other team, Landon Roberts is on special teams. No, he's on
You're giving the Steelers a W.
Damn.
So you're giving the Steelers a W.
Von Joe do not like Atlanta Roberts, bro.
Atlanta Roberts is
Man.
a captain on this football team, and you will salute the El Capitan Roberts right now. Salute the El Capitan Roberts right now.
Hold on. Let's talk about our captain. Because we got to talk about our captains because we have a $130 million captain who's busy buying ping pong tables that can't even get on the same page as his head coach about a freaking ping pong table. Yeah. This is what you're telling me about. This is the dysfunction that we still have in our locker room.
You'll get no pushback from me on that, Von Joe.
This is the dysfunction that we're dealing with. Everybody keeps blaming.
You get no pushback from me on that. Why are we talking about ping pong tables anyhow,
bro? Blaming that, the news people don't like, the media doesn't like the Dolphins. Oh, the NFL. No, we write our own script. That's the script that we write, a comedy.
100%. Tyreek got 701 yards. Let Tyreek have a damn ping pong table. Why does it matter?
This team don't deserve a ping pong table, bro. This team don't deserve
How many
it.
touchdowns? How many touchdowns?
How many third down conversions would we
How
have
many
without
touchdowns? I don't care
How
about
many third down conversions would we have without Tyreek? Tyreek has been worth every penny.
You know who had a whole bunch of third down conversions? Buffalo. They ran up and down our field. They kind of punched it and they ended up with an L, just like we are doing right now.
Yeah, Von Joe, you right.
Hey,
Oh, look, Atlanta Roberts done got you, Von Joe.
And here's a
damn, Von Joe. I don't know what that man did to you, bro, but damn.
He hates Atlanta Roberts. I think, Von Joe, are you mad because Atlanta Roberts is rocking your style, dog?
Hold on, let's get off Roberts. I want to know, where's Ingles? Where's my fullback that's supposed to give me a running game?
Hey, I've been asking that for
He
fucking
should have
3
been on the
games
team in the first place.
Where's this big zone scheme running game? Oh, we gotta be like San Fran. Oh, we have Debo. Tyreek was Debo before Debo. Listen, you know that. Where is this?
Yeah, he was solo bill of goods on that one too.
Wow.
Here's the thing. No. That doesn't need a quarterback. You don't need a quarterback
for life. Talking about Waddle getting a free pass also. Alabama boys cost us the game as a late, y'all wake up.
Man, he didn't cost us no game neither.
Man, is that Pete? Is that Pete or Cap? Which one is that?
I didn't say a word. That was I don't. What's your name, Skull?
Skull Snapper Smith.
Skull Snapper.
It's way too. It is way too late at night.
Damn, bro. That sound like some innuendo, dog. Is that what that is?
Listen, Waddle fumbled, but we weren't guaranteed to score on that position.
Call of Duty.
That's true.
All right.
We
weren't
guaranteed to score. So what does that matter? Like, we blame Waddle. He fumbled. The kid was trying to make a play. It was a bad play. I'm not excusing the kid, but we make it seem like if he didn't fumble, that was an automatic 7. Like, y'all.
Anybody got this? El Capitan, you buy a computer?
Did I buy
Yeah, it
one?
wasn't no automatic 7. We got the bend don't break off.
I want to look at Mostert had 14 touches. How many yards in those 14 touches?
I think it was like 38 yards, 39, 38 yards, something like that.
Last week,
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, last week.
Just give me a second.
Last week.
Give me a second. I'll pull it up.
I could be wrong though. I could be wrong.
I think it was more than that. I believe.
I'll tell you here in just a second.
I thought it was like 57 yards. I thought.
I'll tell y'all in just about 2 seconds. I'm pulling up NFL right now.
I've been trying to say a hot take right now.
Get
that
it.
If Armstead does not play, there is an outside chance Tua doesn't play. I don't think they're going to throw him out there without Armstead.
If that happens,
listen.
If that happens, throw away the season. Throw away the season. At that point,
season's pretty much over at that
point.
Bro,
if I gotta hold my quarterback back because offensive linemen aren't there, then I don't even. Then I got serious problems with everybody.
You don't have your guy.
I don't have the coach. I don't have the quarterback. I don't have nothing. If that's the case, if you're holding out healthy. if you're holding out healthy scratches because someone else is injured, then we got real serious leadership.
And bro,
because he's the protector.
Listen. Hang on, real quick. I've heard that privately, right? That
I've heard it too.
There's a growing concern that of the Dolphins wanting to put Tua out there with the line presently constructed. Pardon my language for a minute. How do you sell that to the other 52 men ran on this roster, bro?
You can't sell it.
How, as a front office, can you but you're willing to put everybody else's health at risk?
Are you kidding me? 14 to 49.
Wait, hold on. What was that?
14 to 49.
So hold on, real quick. So Mostert, hold on. Mostert went 14 for 49, and we stopped running the ball. Last year, when our running game was cooking and Flores left the running game, we sat there and cooked Flores for that. But we did of a first-year coach a pass, right?
Oh, Von Joe, not me, bro. Not me.
Exactly.
Not I.
Good one,
not
Von Joe.
I.
It ain't like he was. Hey, well, I'll say this, Von Joe, real quick.
It was still a close game.
Like he was only averaging 3.5 yards a carry. It ain't like he was cooked. He was just decimating that defense.
But on the season, EM, he's averaging 4.7.
Those are outlier games, EM.
He's averaging 4.7 on the season.
But you don't abandon the run after 14 carries and you're averaging 3.something yards. At least that gives you a short. You're still ahead of the chains at that point.
I tell you what, the better option ain't having Teddy throw 9 times in a row. That's for sure. Because that guy went 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out on 9 consecutive passing plays. We were only down 7 points.
For what? Why did you abandon the run?
Well, El Capitan, you got to realize the Minnesota Vikings get a paycheck too. They get paid as well to play football as well.
Not in my house, you don't. Not in my house, you don't.
Hey, does my volume sound like he's
Teddy? It's not like they out there. They got the practice squad out there.
What's up, Corey?
How does my Hey, KP, salute. Hey, how does my volume sound? Is it too loud?
No,
it sounds fine.
Who was that idiot? Who was that idiot in the chat? Cliff D talking about EM stop screaming. Listen, man.
He is a true sexual. That's all you need to know.
Oh, is he? Okay. Well, Cliff D, listen, you got one more chance, and we gonna get this block party popping, bro. Real talk. Keep trolling. Keep trolling. We gonna get that block party popping.
So
but anyway, I'm sorry. Y'all go ahead.
I got an actual question. With us being a pass concept team lately, I got a real question. So with us being a more pass concept team lately and getting away from the run, why have we not seen Ezekama even break once in the lineup?
Because Sherfield and Craycraft are doing all right. I'll tell you who I say Cedric Wilson. You can't take out the lineup because then you look like an idiot when you bring in that. But I think the real question, and to your point, is I think we all thought, hey, defenses are going to dial up on Waddle and Hill. That means the third guy is going to eat. Why? And I get it. Listen, smart, wise, try to scheme up ways to get your playmakers the ball in space, yada, yada, yada. Well, why don't you scheme up your playmakers to get the third guy in space when they're going to have 4 covering 2 or 3 covering 2? That means a one-on-one matchup should be good somewhere with Gesicki, Sherfield, something. Sherfield's real problem, and I've heard this, and EM, I think I talked to you about this on the phone, that he's having a real hard time struggling with this playbook. That he's still up to this point not understanding concepts, and that's a real problem.
Wait, you said Sherfield?
No, not Sherfield. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I meant Wilson, Cedric Wilson. I'm sorry,
Cedric Wilson.
The short answer is
still.
McDaniel doesn't trust him yet.
Was
That's
widely raved during preseason. He was a star stud. People were talking about him. And now
this is what they said about Ezekama.
Both Sherfield and
they said Ezekama. Hold on, Kari.
McDaniel guys.
Kari,
he trusts them. He knows that they're going to be where they're going to be. You know,
Kari, they said Ezekama was supposed to be learning a new position, a new receiver position, so that's why he's struggling to get a hold of things.
What position are we talking about? Is that going to be the Debo position? Are they trying to make him the new Debo?
Why in the middle of the season?
I
can't be doing that in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
Craig Kraft and Sherfield are known commodities by McDaniel. You can rely on
absolutely.
them. He knows where they're going to be.
Absolutely.
And they've shown
I agree.
themselves to be excellent
KP, I
blockers.
agree 100%. I agree 100%.
There it is. That's the answer to the question.
I agree 100%.
With
Skyler and listen for all this expectation.
Why not
for all this
favorite target?
For all this expectation, these huge expectations for a 4th round rookie. I mean, man, I just think it was unrealistic to begin with. You know what I mean? I mean, you listen.
Well, Ian, I think it's not unrealistic to say, why isn't this man on the roster returning punts and kickoffs?
Especially
you know
with
brand new position.
I mean, does he
training camp for?
I mean, does Ezekama really have the skill set for that? If you look at his profile, you look at his skill set, is he the best option that you want out there just primarily from a kickoff perspective?
No, if I was gonna go to my best punt returner option, I would have Tyreek Hill out there every time.
There's 5 options. There's 5 other options I would put ahead of Ezekama in terms of putting him on a kickoff returns or potentially a punt.
We still only have 14. We still only have 14 punt return yards. We got to do something. So bring the young man in here.
Moderators, hey, listen, hang on. Listen, hang on. I ain't in the mood tonight. Listen, moderators, listen. You got this fool down there, Cliff D, trolling right now. Y'all, let's get this block party started. Y'all get him up out of here. Somebody block this fool real quick. Get him up out of here.
Yeah, I'm enjoying seeing him, bro. You're screaming. Stop screaming, Ian.
You need your wide
I ain't in the mood tonight, goddammit. Get him up out of here. Get him up out of here.
Get him.
But with Skyler, coming and starting, he was doing what he was doing, but Ezekama was clearly his favorite target in the preseason, so I figured at least he would break the lineup on at least one play, maybe 2. I'm not saying a lot.
Ezekama being a big target on the outside for them jump balls at Skyler, obviously ain't got no qualms with throwing them bad agendas.
Skyler's been, Skyler is a backup quarterback. He's only played because of emergency, because our first 2 quarterbacks got knocked out.
He didn't get a chance.
All this rush
really didn't get a solid.
But that's probably because I've watched him for 5 years here in Kansas.
I think Skyler's
He looks
playing.
good.
I think
He looks
Skyler's
good,
playing
undoubtedly.
on Sunday. Clip that.
Skyler's going to play on Sunday?
I'm saying he's playing on Sunday.
If Skyler comes into the football game on Sunday,
wait, hold on. You saying
hold on.
You saying Sunday in general or on Sunday?
We have issues with Tua.
Sunday coming up.
I think
against Pittsburgh.
Listen,
what are you saying?
Did they exactly disclose the nature of Skyler's injury and a approximate date on how long he's going to be out?
We don't have clarity.
Because I don't know. I'm asking really for me. I have no clue. I haven't heard anything.
Tell him, Lewis. Tell him, Lewis. Go to bed. Go to bed. Tell him, Lou. Tell him go to sleep.
I'm telling you, man, these kids be driving me wild, man.
It's after 9, bro. Go to bed.
I'm gonna say
about the
this.
chat room too,
going, Lewis.
There's a reason why they haven't confirmed Tua as the starter on Sunday, because they're waiting for Armstead's health report.
Man, that's bullcrap.
Well, they got 24 hours now.
I don't know who said that, but listen, I said
tinfoil off your hat, bro. Take that tinfoil hat off. That is
not
just a
be
conspiracy.
reliant on other players.
I'm just saying,
I would love to see
somebody got on the tinfoil hat
with Mike McDaniel sitting Tyreek Hill down and telling him that, "Oh, I'm sorry, we can't play Tua because Armstead is going to be sitting out."
Does anyone think? Does anyone think that Mike McDaniel could ever down and tell Tyreek Hill anything?
No to that, but that might make that need to start with this Armstead and Tua thing, because if that happens.
Hang on, fellas. One at a time. One at a time.
Ross is
go ahead.
Go ahead, Tyreek.
Hold on. That Armstead and Tua not playing if Armstead is not available, that is the quickest way to lose this locker room. And
Absolutely.
you still have
you got a mutiny on your hands. You start playing that type of favoritism.
If you thought that whole wasting my career rumor.
Listen, that whole sentiment is being brewed by Tuanon and the Tua sexuals. It's not reality, okay?
But I already believe there's no mutiny going on anyway.
Careful now, KP.
That's some non-football pipe dream, okay? If your QB1 is ready to play, he plays regardless of who else is in the lineup. Why? Because QB1 is supposed to make everyone on your team better.
What happened last week then? What happened last week then? What happened last Sunday? Because he could have played last Sunday by rules.
Yeah, he should.
And
he
that's
should have.
That's why I'm saying this.
But that's Mike McDaniel didn't have the confidence that he'll survive that game.
But hold on, but he also didn't practice. He hasn't practiced in like 3 weeks, so he hasn't touched the ball in like 2 weeks before that.
And see, that's my problem with why we had to give Teddy Bridgewater all the practice. How the heck you ain't ready with 7? This is Tua's offense. How much practice does he need to get up to speed? If it was Aaron Rodgers that didn't practice for 5-6 days in a row and got ready, or even 10 days, he'd have came right in there to play because that's what gives you the best chance. To me,
you're talking to a fellow shipmate on that one, mate.
Yeah,
but
man.
You're talking about a NFL MVP compared to a third-year quarterback.
That's the only way you become an MVP. It's the only way you become.
It didn't take him being an MVP. He just was that dude
overnight.
from year one.
Wasn't built in a day, bro.
Yeah, but it doesn't get built. It don't get built if you ain't doing no building. That's for certain. If you just standing around on your hands,
build it in practice.
The heck with that. Everybody said he's supposed to be our franchise guy. That's what a franchise guy do.
I thought we win when he plays. Well, I'd like to win.
No, you're putting Tua versus an NFL Finals like MVP.
Okay, how about Justin Herbert? You think they roll without Justin Herbert like that? You think they roll with any quarterback that's a first quarter? Nah, they put those guys out there.
Joe Burrow came in right away as soon as he was cleared.
Joe Burrow's out there hobbling around. They're throwing him out there, and the guy goes to the Super Bowl. You got to rise above, bro. I don't like excuses. I like results. Don't tell me what you're going to do. Show me what you done. That's what I like.
Look what Joe Burrow had surrounding him. His worst receiver was
he got a bad O-line too. He has a bad O-line as well. They got a bad O-line as well, bro.
The whole surrounding us narrative is to a sexual fantasy. That's that bullshit non-football rhetoric that has snuck into Mr. Mojo and has added poison. That's that bullshit.
Traditional tight end.
Because the more it stays down, the more it gets legitimized. And it's
putting
BS.
the word
to
sexual and fantasy together in one sentence is funny.
God damn.
That's sexual fantasy. That one phrase.
Wow.
That's a good one.
I'm not holding back no more.
That just may be an OnlyFans page.
Turn on KP. Go turn all the way up, baby. Go on and turn all the way up. Get it off your chest. Get it off your chest, KP. Get it off your chest.
If Tyreek Hill doesn't play, then Tua shouldn't play because then he won't look as good. What kind of book? That's the same thing you're going to hear next if Tyreek Hill gets an ankle sprain. Oh, Tua shouldn't play because Tyreek's not playing. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? Let's just make sure that every game Tua plays, everyone's at perfect health. So when he wins that game, we can look back to, hey, you know what? The last 18 games, he's won 17 of them and only lost 1. Granted, that might be over a 5-year span, but at least the ratio's right. Am I right? You know what I'm saying? Come on.
Right. Yeah.
Quick question, panel. Have we
5-star recruit mantra?
Winning seasons aren't built over a lifetime. They're built in a season. Give me some results now.
Gentlemen, have we touched on this whole CMC to Miami narrative that people are trying to push?
No.
Good talk. Hold on now.
He's washed up.
Hold on,
Joe.
One at a time. One at a time.
I'm sick of these injury players.
So okay, getting an injury prone.
Absolutely, that is not happening.
Okay, getting an injury-prone player to the Dolphins, don't tell me that don't happen all the time. So I don't know why everyone don't think it can't happen again. That's number one, everybody. So wake up to reality. Number 2, Mike McDaniel has shown how much more important it is in the pass game than the run game. He wants to throw the ball to the running backs quite a bit. Apparently, these running backs have a hard time catching. Don't think that he wouldn't think.
What's that contract looking like?
There's no.
I'm not saying it will, and I'm not saying I've heard different. I'm just saying that if it happened, I'm not saying it will or it should. I'm saying if it happened, these are the reasons why.
That's nonsense, Cap.
But that would be poison in the well, though. If you get somebody like that.
First off, that ain't happening from a contractual standpoint. It's not possible, right? And I'm not just this year, but next year. That's not happening.
When the last time we heard of a McCaffrey highlight? I'll wait.
He had a good run last game.
Hey, man, listen. I'm a fan of. Hang on, real quick. I'm a fan first and foremost of Christian McCaffrey. I love his ability.
Watching him.
What he's accomplished in this league. He's one of the better back. When healthy, he's a top 5 running back in the league. But the money is just not where. Our money is not where it needs to be to assume a contract of that magnitude. And also,
Daddy Warbucks just walked in the building, brother. Don't forget.
Oh, well, okay, I'll give you that. But listen, but in terms of McDaniel wants to pass the football. He wants to incorporate the running backs more in the passing game. Bro, you're not doing that. You think there's a reason? Do you really think there's a reason why they're so Tyreek Hill dependent? That's because Tyreek Hill has told them, look, get me the freaking football. Right. So if you incorporate, the reason why you're not seeing more implementation of the running backs is because they're so Tyreek centric right now. And I think that is going to be ultimately the downfall. And I think that is hindering a lot of our overall production as an offense from scoring touchdown, because I think if you diversify things more, you will make things more difficult for defenses to prepare for your offense as opposed to being locked in. Tyreek, Waddle, and there's nobody else.
EM, it's so funny. It's so funny that you say that. So funny that you say that, because I remember in the preseason, Pete was chiming about how Tyreek Hill was going to demand the football, and everyone was laughing at him, how it was going to become a locker room problem and this, that, and the third. And you know what? That reality is a couple weeks away. That if he's demanding the ball and we're losing and this, that, you know what I'm saying? Like there's something here where it could become a potential problem.
I think Tua controls that.
Listen, if we were 5-1 or 6-0,
really?
Tua controls that? I don't know.
Wait. He said, "Hey, what? Hang on, please elaborate on that for me." You said you think Tua controls that.
Yeah,
I don't know who said that. Who said that?
I think Tua contributes the ball to multiple people besides just Tyreek and.
Oh my God!
I mean,
when have we seen that this year? When have we seen that this year?
Other people receiving the ball besides just Tyreek. It was when Teddy got in there that Tyreek blew up, and he was the only one receiving the ball.
So like Teddy uses it better.
I don't feel like
Okay, let me stop the gaslighting. The gaslighting alarm just went off once again. Because of that game against the Ravens, the game against the Ravens, 2 players only accounted for 367 yards of offense of Tua's 400+ yards. So stop it. So they counted for more than 70% of the freaking offense.
I mean, Waddle and Tyreek. I agree. But he's not tunnel visioned like.
But that means nobody else is getting it distributed. Like he's distributing over 8 different people.
Listen, last words on the CMC. If we were 5-1 or 6-0. Then you consider making a trade for a guy who can get you over the top, right? Then a CMC makes more sense. But at this stage, man, we're fighting just to make it in the playoffs.
Man, guess we'll be seeing him in Buffalo. Guess we'll be seeing him in Buffalo then.
But listen, hey, guys, if you haven't seen Ace of Spades comment in the chat, you need to go read that because it's 100% true. Basically, he's saying that part of the reason our offensive line looks so bad and why our quarterbacks are getting dusted, and he expressed it in a way that I've been trying to express for the past 3 weeks, is because of our offensive scheme.
Yeah,
it's the pass-centric aggression of McDaniels that's demanding our offensive line.
But again, Kahari, that only furthers the point I was trying to make. Well, no, I'm just saying that furthers the point of why they would try to bring a Christian McCaffrey here, because hey, I know this scheme works. I just need these guys to make it work, and we've seen that happen before. But it's not the
running backs, Cap. It's the O-line.
I got you, but that's not how.
If you're gonna make a move now,
I'm not saying do it. I'm saying go give me the O lineman. I agree.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I would want that. But what do we know about this franchise? We're talking about right answers, not projection of what we're gonna do. What we're going to do is more of the same. More of the same would be, hey, I had Debo as a running back last year making all these catches. If I had Christian McCaffrey doing this along with this passing game, we should be figuring it out. I don't need an offensive line if I got all these weapons rolling around. I'm not saying it would work. I'm just telling you how people want to make themselves right.
And also, when have you ever seen, look who McDaniel sat under throughout his career. Kyle Shanahan, Grandpa Shanahan, Gary Kubiak. What big time investments did they ever make in the running back position?
Ace of Spades puts it in the comment. 50 receptions for Hill, 30 for Waddle, in the teens everywhere else. I bet you if you add up all the things, those two guys have at least 2 to 1 ratio on that whole deal right there.
Right.
Probably a 3 to 1 ratio on the whole deal right there.
Again, they don't make big time. Listen, hang on.
One-on-one.
They don't make that high of level of investment from a draft perspective or a free agent perspective. They don't do that. They think, bro, they have devalued them. That coaching started with Grandpa Shanahan and everybody that has coached under him. They have collectively devalued that position. So they're not going to make a Christian McCaffrey acquisition, bro.
They devalued the quarterback position.
I am in
that's true.
I am in complete agreement with you guys.
Speaking
I'm
of
just
the
telling
Shanahan
you that
tree,
if I have to go on history, that's the reason why we get him. Not that we will, but if we did, I won't say this was a great move. I'll be happy to have him around. Let's be real. It'd be fun to see if he holds out, doesn't get injured. We will all, maybe it'll be exciting, maybe it'll work. But I will know for all the reasons that I listed will be the reasons why they bring a guy like that here.
I don't think so. I don't see it happening. We gotta fundamentally agree to disagree on that one. I don't see it happening.
I don't hang my hat on it. I don't see it happening. I don't bet on it happening. I'm just saying that if it did, these are the reasons why.
If there is a move to be made, it will be for alignment. Nothing more.
There's
not
no
any other
lineman hanging
position.
out, bro. Unless you're gonna drop like a first-round draft pick or something like that.
No, well, Carolina, they have Taylor Moton, who's arguably one of the better right tackles of the league. They got him on the block for a second-round pick.
They're going to carry a lot of dead
Well,
cap
we need
with
to go
him
out and
right
get him
away
then.
because they
What's
signed
the
him.
hold up then?
Well, they got him on the block for a second-round pick. A second-round pick is what they're
It's got to
offering
be
for him.
something more than a second round.
If there's a
pick,
second-round pick for that guy, then they should have already
you
had
don't
him,
think
bro.
Greer would have made a move already?
Yeah, exactly. I'm telling you.
Well, we'll see. I mean, they just put him on the
picks.
block. That article just dropped over the weekend.
Hold
So,
on,
the Bleacher
Greer
Report
values
thing?
picks over everything.
Second?
What's that?
Yeah.
Was that on Bleacher Report?
Greer values picks over everything. So
They just hit the reset button when they fired their coach. What, last week?
Yeah.
So they just implemented his fire sale in a matter of a week and a half, 2 weeks max. So it's not like he's been on the block all year. No, this is
I agree.
So again, allegedly, now I don't know that to be 100% factual information about they've got a second round, price tag on his head on potential trade. I'm not saying that, but according
Is
to
he
their
a left
report,
tackle or a right tackle?
he's a right tackle. He's a right tackle.
Okay.
He's a right tackle.
So that's
Listen,
to his blind side.
I would love the move.
Nah,
I
but our
just
future
don't.
Hall of Famers coming off IR.
They should.
That's right. Austin
They should have
Jackson's
made
coming.
the
You're
move
right.
already.
I know,
They should
right?
be talking
Cap, you got his jacket size. You got his measurements yet, Cap? Is his
Hold on. Speaking of IR, have we heard anything?
Yeah, get the check out, Cap. Go to get the check.
Hold on. Have we heard anything about Byron Jones and him being fully activated?
He's not
Because I think
playing.
we're running out of time. No. I mean, as far not playing wise, but being fully activated because they have like 21 days before he's gone for the season, or something like
I
that.
heard something like that. I think it's like two more weeks or something like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's the end of this week, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that'll be.
I think we have the end of this week to activate him. If not, he goes on IR for the whole year.
That'll be the next narrative. Oh, we didn't have Byron, so we got to give Tua another couple of years.
Nah.
Absolutely, those talking points have already been printed and issued already.
You spent 130 million in the offseason. You spend all this money. Don't hand me an excuse. If every guy you bought don't work out, then you should. Then I don't care. Make it work anyhow, bro.
This just goes to show that it's still a there was some sort of failure in the offseason or in regards to coaching that we're still trying to find. We were talking about.
Oh, I can tell you where. Pick me.
We were talking
We
were talking about O-line and the
I can tell you what the failure is. Here's the failure. Because at this point, I am concerned that my coach cannot evaluate talent. Plain and simple. Because you came here during the offseason and you looked at that O-line and you looked at the GM and said,
Interesting.
We got it. But at this
And you
point,
know what?
I got to know, could you evaluate talent and what you're seeing? Because you had to say you're good and to run the scheme.
Also, VJ,
what's
real
up, man?
quick.
How you?
Also, Von Joe, that man said that he had a lot of these. Like, he didn't specify which players, but we were all. The assumption was that he was talking about Austin Jackson and Liam Eichenberg. He said he personally had them, rated high. They were high on their boards as well.
What about
Hall
Hunt?
of Famer Austin Jackson?
Just saying.
Tell me what a first-year coach is going to tell.
Get his bus ready, Cap. Go on and get his bus ready.
Listen, at that point, could he evaluate talent?
Let me put some hope in Austin Jackson,
does he know what he's
please.
looking at? So you got to ask that question.
Noah Igbenogany got it figured out. Maybe Austin's just as a late bloomer or something. I don't know.
No game, but I had.
Hey, I hope you're right, Cap. I really do.
Hope to God, listen.
He's got crazy ability too, just like
I'm out on
Noah.
a limb. I'm out on a limb, and I walked out there purposely just to hope, bro, because I have no faith in it.
You walked out there purposely and butt booty naked too.
That's it. Yep. And I took my clothes off before I climbed the tree, knowing that this was going to be embarrassing, and I did it just so I can have some hope. That's all. If I'm right, then I'll say I knew it the whole time. That's what I'm going to do. That's it. That's it. I was the only person saying Austin Jackson was gonna do it. I have no faith in it, but I will die on that hill now. I'll die on that hill now.
At this point, I'm wondering, could this coaching staff, these 5 great offensive coaches, this guy from college, do they know how to evaluate talent? Do they know what they're seeing?
Well, you know what'll happen, right? Applebaum will be the low hanging fruit on that one, and it's funny because his name is Apple.
Some people's already trying to throw him under the bus.
No pun intended with the Applebaum low hanging fruit.
Hey, you were the head coach and OC.
The apple is always forbidden fruit, though.
No, that's right. The apple don't fall far from the tree.
Here's the thing: as the head coach and OC, you fall on your sword, sir. This is you.
Real quick. Hey, real quick. If we don't make the playoffs, who thinks, and just in remotely, who thinks Ross will go after Sean Payton? Because just think about it. That's who he wanted from the beginning with.
I 100% think that.
That's up for discussion.
I think that's still.
So that's who Ross wanted from the beginning. He wanted Payton.
Nobody wants to talk
They'll
about
be thinking, what would Sean Payton do with this talent?
McDaniel
it's a hard topic to have.
We know he wanted Payton, and we know he wanted Lamar Jackson. Both become possible in the offseason.
So and what Ross and ultimately what Ross wants, he's going to get. I'm telling you.
And guess what? You don't that possibility that we're talking about is much more hard to difficult to get if you start trading for offensive linemen, which we desperately need. The fact that they don't get corners and don't get offensive linemen and still have not gotten linebackers only leads me to believe that they are having a break in case of emergency plan, and that this could very well, if Tua doesn't work out, this is where we'll find ourselves. Lame duck coach and
real quick, Capitan, because Tua's being healthy could have been part of that emergency plan stipulation, right? So we're gonna find out during this what's going to happen in the next 2 weeks before the trade deadline if they make any moves. Because if they stand pat, they could be saying, we're done with this kid. But okay, hold on.
Question.
I gotta go. Hold on before you ask the question, because listen, I've been unproductive for the last 30 minutes at work. I'm literally supposed to be getting off, and I got like 30 minutes of work left to do. So I want to say, TD, thanks for having me on, guys. This panel has been amazing. Great conversation. Salute
to you, Mojo. You a real one in this community. Real quick, if I may address the homie real quick. You a real one in this community. You know, you're not afraid to speak out and speak the truth. We all know I've been killing TD Foolish Talk since day one. Y'all know that. Y'all know it. The real ones know what time it is. So salute to you, Mojo. The fact that you're vocal about it. Always respect, homie. Always respect.
I'm gonna give you the lead because TD disappeared. He just has a little emoji up right now, so he disappeared on us. So he probably didn't want to do that smoke. But man,
keep on paying Bonjo. Keep on paying Bonjo, bro. Bonjo, them checks must be clearing from EM.
Yeah.
He know I've been punishing TD Foolish Talk, bro. He know it. You already know. All right, be good. Salute to you, homie. Salute.
Question for the panel. For the panel. So 6 games in, is Tua working out?
No, because he's not on the field. He's not.
Best ability is availability. Best ability is availability.
He still has an incomplete grade.
Hey, fellas, man. Hey, I'm about to catch this Lakers Golden State game, fellas. Y'all be good, man.
See what
salute to the panel. KP, salute to y'all, man. Always respect.
Salute to you,
Let's go.
Em.
Salute, man. Y'all have a
You
good
know
night.
the deal, Em. You know the deal. All
Yeah.
right, man.
Salute. All right.
Later, Em. To me, Tua, it is incomplete because if Tua lost these 3 games, I think there'd be a little bit the way we've lost him. Maybe we could feel as such, but I don't know. It's hard to tell. There's a lot left to the imagination that he would win these games, but also you can't even do that when you're not available. It's really we got to see. That's why this game is so important in a lot of ways too, because it really is.
And see, the thing is, and this is one of the things that kind of bothers me. It's kind of give me some reservation with Tua. When he's in the game, he plays pretty good. However, I don't. Is he the type of player where Skylar Thompson has shown us where he can play with lesser talent, where Tua has to have superior talent around him to be effective, and that's concerning. Like he can be very expensive.
I would say that's kind of incomplete too. I see where you're going with it.
How?
Because what do you mean how?
Last year he didn't have talent and he played like shit. This year he has talent and he's playing well.
That's the Tua sexual
fantasy.
That's what he just said. That's what he just said.
You see the clear separation with Skylar. Like this guy can make it work with lesser talent. Like
exactly.
Even when Fitz was here, like where Tua couldn't move the ball, he was indecisive.
Fitz did.
Where Fitz would come in and marches down the field for a touchdown.
Exactly. So you have to have everything perfectly lined up, all your ducks in a row.
And going
it's
forward,
not that way with every other quarterback.
If that is true,
and going forward, he's going to be very expensive.
The question wasn't does Tua need help? It was does can Skylar survive or make better without it? And to me, that question's not like we don't have a definitive answer with that either. Do I see what you're talking about? That would lean me towards yes, that is the case. Yeah, I do see the talent. I saw him overcoming. I saw a guy that, although they had 5 penalties in a row, continue to get good things going on. So yes, I could see where if you put talent in that, I want to see more of it, but I don't know it definitively. Let's be real. We can all guess, but no one knows it definitively. He has too limited amount of NFL experience to say one way or the other. But I do agree with you that with far and away lesser talent at times, maybe if I measure it to what Tua had last year, yeah, I can get what I pick it up what you're putting down in that way. But it's just too small of a sample size to have a definitive answer. That's all.
Yeah, and listen, Tua coming back, he has his destiny in his hands, right? Like if he can replicate the kind of performances we saw earlier in the season against Baltimore, where he was heroic, in Buffalo, where he scrapped back, a blow for blow with Josh Allen, then he will earn back that confidence that we want to have in him as QB1 going forward. But by missing these last 3 games, I know it was unfortunate, it was ugly. You have to consider the injury question when evaluating Tua at this point. But he has the ability with the rest of the season to turn that around. If you're
absolutely, but you can best believe Greer and Mike McDaniels or whoever, if he's still the coach, or Ross, they're going to have that conversation probably throughout the season.
That's a weekly conversation. That's a weekly conversation.
Dude, I mean, can he? I mean, do we have to have the Great Wall of China in front of him? He has to be completely protected.
He has to have the U.S. military and arsenal.
That's very expensive.
But you can't always do that.
Not just expensive, but how do you find depth with that? You might be able to get those starters, but the depth the depth guys at that point are all literal pickups or low draft picks.
The depth is going to come, guys. You can't expect this thing to happen overnight. It doesn't take overnight.
Alex, this isn't an overnight thing, bro. We've been building the team we have now since 2019. This isn't an overnight. I don't give a damn. McDaniels didn't start from 2019. He was given a team with an already made defense with superior weaponry. With superior weaponry.
When is everybody going to get the benefit of the doubt, says Coach McDaniel, that this is his first year. It's a rookie head coach.
But he's not inheriting a rebuilding team, Alex.
It doesn't matter.
To Scully's point,
it does matter.
To Scully's point,
If you're
No
going on
draft
third
picks, you
base,
don't have
you need
to-
to get a single to get back home. Flores
No
was
draft
in the
picks,
dugout
there's
when
no
his
one
team
to
started.
train. Everyone's veterans. These guys have all played football. They're not having young guys come out there and try to
hell of a
take.
job with what he has to work with.
Name me one
What he
person
has
that's
to
on this
work
roster.
with. You say that like he has had trash to work with.
Name me.
This is not a team that's been blown up. Alex,
name me one person that was working at Walmart on this roster
We should be
before the
5
season
and 1
started.
at this point.
let
No,
me
realistically,
ask
we
everybody
should be
this.
5 and 1 right now.
Let me
And
ask you this.
but why haven't we?
Or we could be 1 and 5
If we're
because that's the way
healthy,
the
we're 6
basketball, I mean the
and 0.
football gods work.
That's on coaching.
If we're in full strength, we're 6-0. Okay, I'll tell you that right now. But here's
No,
but
now
here's-
that's a big old talking point. That's
here's,
a
here's the
meme.
thing. Here's
Because
the thing.
Josh Allen threw the football in the dirt and the Baltimore
Oh my
Ravens
God,
melted
who cares?
down.
They still won, didn't they? It doesn't matter.
Okay, then.
A victory is a victory. You take it. Any way you
Okay,
can.
then. That's the same way. Everybody can't be undefeated. Every team cannot go 16-0. That's just the mathematics of it.
But here's the problem: the Dolphins are a very good football team, and I'll tell you that right now.
No,
Okay, that's fine. But good
No, we're
football
not.
teams
We're
lose
3 and
games.
3.
We are who our records say we are.
They're on their third string tackles. Okay, and
Okay, in New England on their third string quarterback.
and they're pretty much.
Are they
the
complaining?
bare bone
We're
right
on our
now in
third
the
string
secondary.
Exactly, and we got the
secondary.
same, and we got the same
But
record.
here's-
They won
but-
more games with their
but
third
here's,
stringer,
But here's the difference. You want to compare that to this situation?
and we got a better roster than they do.
I'll tell you right now, that offensive line in New England is at full strength. Okay, they have no injuries on that.
No, it's
offensive
not.
line.
But no, that's a lie.
They have
No, it's,
they have no injuries
no, they
on
don't.
the
They was
offensive line.
decimated with it. They was decimated with the same amount of injuries. But they still have a third string quarterback.
I don't give a damn about
The coach you was writing off in Belichick the week before we played them, and then you was writing off their quarterback. Okay, no problem. Their quarterback goes on the bench and they still won.
El Capitan, I was going to say this right now. The problem with this fan base is that this fan base is never satisfied with at all.
What have we had to be
Alex,
satisfied with?
Alex,
Don't tell me we should have been 6-0 when we won 2 games.
Let him finish, boys. Let him finish. Let him finish, guys. Let him finish. Go ahead, Alex.
If this team goes 12-5 and makes the playoff and wins the wild card round, everybody would still be pissed off about something.
Alex, you can't say that. Hold on, Crypto. You cannot say that because that ain't a reality we've lived in forever. We haven't won 12-5 and gotten the playoffs with that kind of winning record in forever. So to say that that's how we're gonna act ain't a fact because we're acting like a team that has lost consistently and been underwhelming with all this promise. And we look at a team that has a ready-made defense, a bolstered offense, and what we had hoped was going to fix things and getting 2 offensive linemen and weaponry and all new offensive coaching staff. What you're saying, Alex, I'm just being real.
I understand that.
Asking people to
I know
continue to be patient is just ridiculous. This is the product of what the franchise has brought us. Patience is gone. We have been patient. We have
30
been.
years.
You blew up our team. You got it. This is year 3 of the rebuild.
Non-football reasons.
This is a year you make it to the playoffs, or the rebuild, is a wash. Now, listen, I've said this since the beginning of the year before we played a snap of football. There is 2 scenarios that live. Now, neither one of them have to be a fact, but these 2 scenarios do exist. There's one in which we get to the playoffs and Tua still is moved off of in the offseason because we know he's not the guy. There's another scenario where we don't make it to the playoffs, but unanimously throughout the fan base, we know Tua is the guy. Decimated with injuries, Tua somehow throws the offense on his back, and we're out a game or a half a game out of the playoffs, but we saw him ball out with people not around helping him. Tyreek ain't there, Armstead's been gone for weeks, whatever the case may be. But there's also where we're at full strength, we're in the playoffs, and Tua's throwing 185 yards and we lose a playoff game, and the defense and all the playmakers are carrying him, and we're gonna go ahead and say, listen, this just ain't working. Maybe Skylar Thompson could do better, maybe a rookie, maybe we need to change directions. I don't know. But the fact remain right now is you can't be 3-3 and say be patient. We have been immensely patient of a fan base. We are down to the nuts and bolts of fandom. There's millions of Dolphins fans that honestly they don't even watch no more. People in this age bracket, they're not interested in a failure product. We have been repackaged and sold and purchased the same lies over and over and over again. This is the man that made the Packers offense tick. This is the guru that got this out of there. This is the real guy. Dude, listen, they literally copy and cut and paste, took the narrative that they used for Adam Gase and put it on Mike McDaniel. Now, are they right? Maybe. But don't tell me it ain't the still copy and paste thing. It's just what we have been fed
different.
in this fan base. It's not way different. It's a fact. This fan base
same
is
talking
wise
points have
to
been
it.
issued.
It's wise to it.
For the same
so
coach.
we're down to the
patient for
diehards,
what,
bro.
Alex?
We're down to the diehards. You're not pulling the wool over our eyes, most of us. The new kids, the new people, you've been a fan 5, 7, 8 years. But if you're a lifelong fan, I have seen all these tricks again and again and again. Bought, sold, bullshit. You ain't gaslighting me on this. It's not happening, and we're not gonna wait till later and be patient. Don't tell me to be patient. I've got
what,
tens
Alex?
of thousands
What should
of
we wait
dollars and so much money I've spent in this franchise. Now I will still love it even in failure, but I don't have to like it. I don't have to be a good little boy with my hands crossed. Thank you for giving me football. Get the heck out of here, bro. I'm gonna voice my stuff. I ain't sitting for it. That's what it is.
That. You have
What
every,
are we waiting for?
Right now, we're a mediocre team with no depth. That's what we are.
You have every right to voice your
What
opinion.
should we wait for,
But the thing is that it's in better shape than what it was 20 years ago. Okay,
No,
the last 20
we
years,
are
this
not.
team's in
We
better
are
shape.
not.
Yes,
We are
it is.
not.
This team,
No, we
this
are
team
not.
is a damn good football team. You're telling
You're
me
It's not a good. It's a good football team. But we are at.
You're only as good as
we
the
are at
53-man
500.
roster, Alex.
Would you rather be 1-7 or 3-3? Answer me that.
You know
I'd
what?
rather
though?
be
That is the most. Would you
Well, we
rather
could've
have?
easily
Would
been
you have?
1-5.
Would you rather
You
have
7 in a
a?
row?
Would you rather have a Ford Pinto or a Ferrari? Answer that.
Ferrari.
But that's see. Now
Well,
you're
wait
moving
for
the
your
goalposts.
Ferrari. You got to be
Now
patient.
you're
Drive
moving
that
the
Pinto
goalposts
around
right there.
until I say you can have it. Well, come back to me in a couple years. I'll let you know if I got that Ferrari for you.
You
But
know
be
what?
patient.
Okay, you guys have been, trash.
Oh my God! Here comes Mark in here
For
to just
20
straight up glad hand all of us and left hand compliment the whole thing. Go ahead, Mark.
You guys have been a non-playoff winning team for 22 years. That's through two owners, Huizenga and Ross. And the one common theme to all of this is the guy that you don't challenge, and you ought to challenge Chris Greer. He came in as a pro player development guy. He assisted in the draft for many years. He finally took over as GM. And what have you got?
Mark, let me just cut you short. You're right.
Enough
Chris
talent
Greer
to
will
be able
not
to win.
survive this team's failure. If this team fails, Chris Greer will be
Chris
out
Greer's
in
a
the wash.
goner.
That is true.
He's a goner.
So because
I don't quite
because
believe in
hasn't-
that. He
oh,
he
yeah.
gave himself some distance on that when he
See,
told
there
us.
goes-
Stephen
there
Ross
goes another
said
narrative
the
with
next
Chris Greer.
coach, the next
There's another
coach
Chris Greer
is
bashing.
going to choose
That's
the
a little
quarterback.
garbage,
The
man.
next
Chris
coach
Greer
that
has
comes
it
in,
clean.
the next
But
coach
it's
that
just
comes
Chris
in
Greer
will
is
be the
clean. He
GM
dissolved
as well.
himself.
Case, it's
Oh,
Philbin,
please.
it's
Yeah,
et
like
cetera, et
Gator,
cetera, et cetera.
he
It's the
found guys
same
like Gator
garbage.
who, Zach Steeler, Jerome Baker, Javon Holland,
No
Xavier
Ignan
Howard,
All those
Henry,
players you named
Austin
have us at
Jackson,
3-3.
Tua.
Stop
He's
All
holding
those
absolved
players you
himself.
named have us at
Greer has
3-3 right
Who
now.
absolved
are these guys?
himself.
Solomon
For
Kinley,
this year's roster,
Liam
he observed
Eichenberg.
it.
Who
Solomon,
are
He
these
stacked the
that's a
people?
team.
fourth-round pick. You're not going to hit on your fourth-round pick all the time.
Right. He
Or if
stacked
you're-
this
you are-
team.
if
He
you're a big
observed
GM
himself.
for the most part.
The coach
Well-
or anything is Stephen Ross is impatient.
Alex,
He'll sack a coach
while
before
we're stuck in
anybody.
mediocrity for 30 years,
Javon
other
Howard,
teams are winning
David
championships.
Phillips,
Winning
See,
sorry and
Waddle.
winning other
Chris
championships.
Greer's
Hey,
absolved.
TD, is
this
this the cup
season.
you're drinking out of?
Nick Needham. You
Have
know,
to
like, come on. One more.
You have to hold this
what
team to
more
higher
do-
standards,
Looks like the
Alex.
exact
what
same
more
cup
do
TD
you- see,
got.
Yeah,
Dolphins
but
fans
you're
are
right,
spoiled.
KP. But
What more do we
but
want?
the
That's a
GM has
GM
been
is a 5-1
absolved
or
because of the
6-0
moves
record.
he made this season to prepare us.
The Dolphins are what
If the
Perhaps,
previous
Chris, but we did
regime,
make some
But
good
but if
moves.
the previous coaching staff it can't equal what the last regime did, they're out the door. This owner has a short leap. He's got one foot in the grave, so he's not got any patience for
Perhaps,
for
Chris,
failure.
but I don't think Greer can survive another
Kahari,
build-up.
I gotta be real. Chris Greer, if say this is a failure this year, and say a coach is brought in, chances are it won't be a first-time head coach. It'll be a coach that will want major control,
it'll
whether
be a
it's a
veteran
Sean
coach.
Payton or something like that.
Even if they-
But it
even
won't
if they don't make the
it
playoffs.
won't be taking Chris
Daniel
Greer's
won't be
job.
fired.
for whatever reason, we could speculate, Chris Greer will probably be elevated to like football czar. That's what will end up happening.
Yeah.
That's right.
Chris Greer's done a hell of a job.
Chris Greer's going to wipe his hands and say, I gave you all the talent you needed to win.
Listen, I'm a Chris Greer supporter.
That's what he's going to say.
I'm a Chris Greer supporter personally. I think he's done okay as far as finding talent. I will say this. I don't like the fact that he don't put his foot in the ground and make sure that this is his team with his fingerprints on it.
Okay.
Coach wanting it be damned. That's been a problem. The wishy-washy, what do you want, coach, and letting them pick, I think that's cost him a lot. I think it's cost him a lot.
Well, then that's why I say McDaniel's going to go down first before Greer will.
C students are C students.
Knowing Stephen Ross.
Joe Vargas.
Others hit with A's and then get a lot of zeros and average out to a C. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
But Chris
That's
Greer's
right.
probably in that C plus area. You know what I'm saying? He's had a lot of A's, but he's had a lot of zeros too. You know what I'm saying? So
I agree with you 1,000,000%. There's zeros and A pluses in it, and it still averages to like a C plus. You're right.
Name you one team that's perfect. Well, that person's in the grave now. It's only been one person that's been perfect, and unfortunately he's passed away a couple years ago.
Every
It's only been one team
somebody
that's been
gets it right
perfect.
though. Crypto though, every season there's a team that gets it right.
No,
And
he
that's
said
what
it was
we
one
want
team that's perfect. It's only been one
last year,
perfect
the
team in
Rams,
history.
whoever their GM was, right, got it right. They got
Left
the Super
made.
Bowl, right? We have not been to the playoffs but once or twice in the last 30 years. We are
I get
stuck
that, but I was
in the-
addressing his question of perfection.
Yeah, no, I got you.
It's only been one person that's been perfect.
Yeah,
Desmond Shula.
but I got that. We're not striving for strive for perfection and hopefully get there. Like back to what Kahari's saying, strive for A's, settle for C's, or accept B's or whatever it is. You don't settle for nothing. You always strive for A's. I agree. There is woes with Chris Greer, but I've seen worse, and that's for sure. And
Good, you've seen worse, but where are you at? At the start of the offseason, I said
Mark.
to you many times, your offensive line depth is horrific.
Bro,
Your
we've all
secondary
agreed
depth
and
is
said
bad,
that.
and your inside linebacking is trash.
That's where the bad comes from, is that he leans on his coach. They hired these coaches. They talked about offensive, blocking and how they were going to get it all fixed, and that's where the failure has come.
Done anything? The
Exactly.
coaches that
He
you
said he
haven't
hired a bunch of
unlocked anything.
locksmiths.
And you're sitting there with a bunch of high draft choices. You passed on Creed Humphrey to take Liam Eichenberg, who's the worst-rated guard in the league. Obviously, you signed an injured player in Armstead who only averages 11.6 games per season. So, and you keep signing injured players, and this is what happens. Why don't you just understand that the moves that the GM made have been ridiculous? It's
Thanks,
fact.
Mark.
Well, that's a cancer in the organization. That's before Greer was even took over charge.
Greer
Yeah,
has
thanks a
done
lot, Mark.
nothing
Appreciate
the
it.
entire off season. What
Wow.
has he done to your offensive line? You got Greg Little, who's the worst-rated left or tackle in football. You drafted some fat slug, Brandon Snell, who can barely play. You got
He didn't draft
Connor
him. He
Williams
didn't
playing
draft
the
him.
wrong
Well, the
position.
coach gave him the grocery list. The coach gets some special
Well, then maybe
responsibility
it's
too.
time to actually hire a real head coach instead of all these wannabes that you keep hiring.
Oh my God, get the fuck out of here, man, with that bullshit, man.
What
God,
man? Free. You're third place in the AFC.
I told you, here comes Mark, shot out of a cannon. He
Power
feeling real
rating.
high and
Where are
mighty
you at?
because of the Bills and stuff like that. It's
Bills
still
suck.
Yeah,
Well,
Bills.
yeah, they'll
What's
have
up,
their
Greg?
usual
What's
playoff
up, Greg?
appearances.
Let
Say
him
whatever
know.
you want, but I'm talking
Go up in
Dolphins
flames.
now. You're 17th in the power rankings. You're 8th on offense. You're 23rd on defense. You're 3-3, and you're tied for third place in the AFC East.
Bill,
Realize
Mark,
what
haven't
are.
you been listening? Haven't you been listening to us? We've been doing nothing but tearing this team down to the nuts and describing it. You ain't educating no Dolphins fans around here. If anything, we're the most honest fan base about what we
Right.
really got. Unlike you guys, you think you're freaking Tom Brady and the Patriots like you won 10 Super Bowls. You're not going to come here and and show us like we need some humility around these parts. Go take that to the two sexuals on Twitter. That ain't us over here on YouTube. We know what we got. We're going to be real and we're hard. Now listen,
Mark,
we're
we
one
beat your ass.
we're a couple of
Remember
games away from either this working out or us literally out with our pitchforks and our torches running everybody out this month, owner included. So that's just the
And
facts.
what do you do if this isn't a winning season, Chris?
What do I do?
What do we?
I started
we
a
already
channel
know
to
the
try to
results
do
of a
something.
non-winning season.
I'm doing everything I
The
can.
owner
do within
sells
the
the
law,
team and they start
within the
over
law.
from scratch.
I'm doing everything I can do within the law. Now,
If you start over
will
from
I go
scratch,
further
what does
than that?
actually
Yet
mean?
to- What do you mean? What does that mean? What am
What
I
does it
gonna
mean?
do?
What do you? Okay, if
Mark,
assuming
what are
guys
you gonna
don't make
do?
the
What are you
playoffs,
talking about?
what
You
are
want me to
what are
go
you
and
gonna
freaking
do?
hold someone for ransom or something? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do, Mark? I gotta bitch about it and call it like it is. What do you want me to do?
You know what you start doing? You stop supporting your team. You stop.
No,
buying
that is
merchandise.
not what you do, Mark.
that's
That
not
is
an
what
option.
you do,
tell the
Bills
ownership,
fans.
screw
That ain't
you.
what we
I'm
do.
not spending
We
one
don't
more
turn tail
fucking
and
dime
run.
until I get something of value back.
See, that's where you're wrong.
No,
that's how you get a bunch
that's
of
not what you do.
fugazi running your organization, where you got a bunch of freaking new age idiots that don't know nothing. This team has
Right.
already had that happen. I ain't walking away. I don't care whatever. I will be here. I'll be the only person in that stadium with a megaphone cussing everybody out until the police drag me out of that thing. That's the only way. And even then, I'll be standing outside the stadium with a sign bitching up a storm because nobody telling me to not watch football. That ain't how. Doing nothing exactly is that, is doing nothing. Doing something is at least what I'm trying.
Well, go watch the Patriots or the Jets or the Bills. They're actually quality teams.
Now you got to leave, Mark.
Yeah,
So how are they quality teams and they
Mark,
haven't
what do you
lifted
want me to do?
the
You want me to
trophy?
go? You want me to just start freaking, having a love
When
fest with
last
the
time the
AFC
Jets
East?
lifted
It's
a
not going to
Lombardi?
happen.
No,
You're
I'm
a
telling
Bills
you, what are you gonna suggest doing to management?
management.
you
What are you
might-
talking
you
about?
might-
I had
This is an
suggestions.
ownership
I
society.
had suggestions up before.
We're not the
all
Green
the
Bay
things that
Packers. We
happened.
don't co-own the team. The fans don't own the team. We're not the Packers. What are you talking
Listen,
about?
I had all different types of positions that I thought we should have taken, none of which happened. We didn't hire the coaches I thought we should have. We didn't do what I thought we should have. Now they're going in this direction. Do I think it's going to work? I don't know, but I'm going to support. I will be critical. If it works, great. If it doesn't, again, pitchforks and torches. We will do everything we can. But walking away like a chump, bro, you'll never catch me walking away. That is not how I ain't gonna. That ain't my character.
No, that's
bro.
not how Dolphin fans
That ain't how
operate,
Dolphin
especially if
fans
you go
get down.
back.
I know it's a hard thing for you to understand as a Bills fan, but we don't do that.
Hey, Mark, you're one of those new age guys, right? You're trying to speak your reality
actually,
into
I'm
existence.
65 and I watched.
Yeah. You're trying
Being
to
65 don't mean you're not new
Mark,
age, bro.
Mark, Mark.
Yeah,
here's
you might be
here's
65, but you
vision, dude.
you're thinking like the new age.
After we beat the Steelers this weekend, Mark, we're going to get the momentum back, and we're going to be on your ass because we already beat you once, and we're going to beat your ass again at the end of the season, Mark. So think about that.
497.
This terrible football team.
And you had a 30
this
degree
terrible
temperature
football
advantage.
team
You're
was
not
your
gonna have
daddy,
that
and you
on
could sit
December
here and try to
17th.
talk it out of existence,
That's okay, Mark.
but it
That's okay,
still
Mark.
happened, and
Yep,
it's still
it's
going to
still
happen again later in the year.
happen
And in the
again
final
later in the
quarter
season.
of the season, when
not
you're
gonna
watching
put
the
that poison
Dolphins
in our
and,
heads,
and
Mark.
your team
No.
wondering how we're going to win the AFC East, we'll see you when time comes.
We're going to beat
We'll
the
see you on
Steelers this
December
week.
And you know what,
and
Mark?
beat-
If I have to eat my words, you certainly will be able to find me because I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
a fact.
Mark, if anything, you're right. We are worried, right? But we are also confident that we're going to turn this thing around, right?
You have no
we want the
reason
best
not-
for our
okay,
team.
guys, you have no reason not to be
That's what
83.
you want to see, Mark.
That's
wanna
it.
see
You
the
don't
big-
understand. You don't understand MIA. You don't understand the
Yeah.
swag. You don't understand what we're about. We will be confident in handcuffs walking to jail.
We didn't
that's
walk
right.
away from the team
That's
when we
right.
were
We
1 and
confident all the
15.
way. Arrogant, yes, but
I'm
that's
sure
who he is.
I'm sure some people around when we were 1 and 15, and there were nobody
Cam
walking
Cameron.
away.
I survived Cam
I'm
Cameron.
saying,
I ain't leaving after
I'm
this.
sure some people
Bro,
still
come
around.
on, dude.
Even after the 1 and 7 start last year, was still people around.
That's right.
Yes, I watched every game of every time, so I don't know
But
what
good
you're
try,
talking
Mark.
about.
Good try,
You know
Mark.
what?
Hey, I respect you, Mark. You're a cool
Free,
dude.
and
but
after the next
you're a
5
Bills
games,
fan.
you have no excuse losing any of the next 5 games. Do you agree with that or not?
Of course, there's
Nope,
there's
no,
no
yeah,
excuse for
absolutely.
nobody, but this is the NFL.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You're correct, but it's still the NFL.
That's right.
Everybody gets a paycheck. They might be
But-
receiving it in Bitcoin as well.
Listen, crypto. I don't talk about that. Anyhow, no, I agree with you. We should run the table over these next 5 games in this way. We should. Will we? Yet to be seen. But we'll be here. I'll be calling for a victory when I know it's a defeat.
Well, what's the status of Armstead right now? We know Tua's going to be back, and what's the status?
Same old Armstead.
Armstead is
questionable as
getting his
usual.
foot rubbed right now by Josh Allen. That's the status.
Okay, well, I'll give you that response. back or not, because that's a critical thing. This team is not anywhere near at 3-3 if they have Armstead, but you haven't had him for 2 games. So what's his toe status? What's the status of Austin Jackson? He should be back this week.
He's got his toe in Josh Allen's soup. That's what it is.
They'll be ready to beat your ass later in the season. That's all.
Yeah, don't worry, dude. We're letting these few games go because we're gonna take it to the Bills' ass. We're like, yeah, you know what?
15,
we know what time it
prepared.
is.
Matter of fact, they're probably already preparing for that game, even though we don't play them until December. The Bills are already preparing for us.
We ain't worried.
Don't worry, guys. The Bills are gonna lose to the Lions.
I'm talking about the Bills who are preparing for us.
You know what,
They
Greg?
need to beat
I
us.
feel that. Bill's gonna drop one to the Lions. Then what, Mark? Then what?
Yep.
Were you prepared?
Or we're still 2 games ahead and a game at home to play.
Hey, if Josh Allen gets hurt, I want to know how you guys are going to win a game.
Oh my lord, bro!
Yeah,
I said this. I said Kahari. I said this. The Bills, freaking whatever channel
Case
clip me
Keenum,
in color
or
talking
whatever
about
yeah,
it.
Case Keenum.
It's watch how the glass house will crumble if Josh Allen's missing some football games. So
Well,
I mean,
it's been 4 years that we had that problem yet, so we're fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's because the defensive
quarterback
coordinators are
problem.
idiots and not really doing what they should be doing to them.
What do you mean?
You know exactly what I mean.
I'm a
No, I don't know what you mean. What are you saying?
Defensive coordinators will get their head out of their ass. He would have already missed games.
I mean, and to Jamie and Chat's point, I mean, listen, the way your quarterback plays, and listen, impressive. Great moves, hurdling over people, running tough. It is impressive to watch. I think we all, as the honest Dolphin fans, you know and love, Mark, because that's what we are. We can say, yeah, it is impressive. But as Jamie points out, it is a ticking time bomb. And one of these days, the chickens are going to come home to roost, and you're going to watch how this fan base you are so loved with on your side will devour each other. Family fight around here, but we still come to the dinner table at the end of the night. If you don't think so, watch how all this grows. These Bills fans are fickle, and they are weak. The only thing you guys got is throwing each other through tables like you're watching WWE, and that's just the truth, dog. You're already talking about you should walk away, and your team's winning. What do you think's going to happen when your team's losing? You're going to do that. You're going to walk away, and you're going to end up finding yourself a freaking Canadian Ontario Bills here soon enough. You keep that shit up.
Resilience.
Let's
Resilience,
put
Mark.
it in perspective, Cap. You guys need health, and it's an issue that I've been talking about since since training camp. Where is the moves on the offensive line and at linebacker to create the depth that you need to be competitive?
Listen, Austin Jackson has been staying the night at I can't get it
At the
out.
massage parlor.
I can't even get it out, bro.
At the Robert
Never
Kraft
mind.
massage parlor.
Never mind, bro.
He's ready.
Austin Jackson just tagged in Teron Armstead for the sleepovers at Josh Allen's house. He be giving foot rubs and back massages.
Well,
Austin
I'm actually
Jackson's
talking
coming
serious
back.
football, and you're talking garbage. So why don't we talk football?
Mark,
more?
you're
Why don't you try
seriously talking serious football,
Mark,
Mark?
there's no
Don't
way
try to
for us to
freaking
know.
high ground me like
You're
that,
talking
bro.
garbage.
I know what time it is, Mark, coming in here, Bills fan, trying
Mark,
to BS
Mark,
me.
Mark,
Don't
Mark,
high
really,
ground me
there's
like
no
I'm
way
some
for us
fucking
to know.
idiot, dude.
We have
I am
hope.
way
It's
smarter
coming
than I
from the
appear.
same guy
Don't
that
let the
suggested
good
that
looks
we
and the
drop the
doofusness
game
fool
to
you,
the
dog.
Vikings
I
just
am
so
way
they can
smarter
get
than you
lucky
think. Don't try
and
to high
create a
ground me,
two-game
fool.
lead over us. That's nonsense.
Listen, Mark, our team is
Well, you're out
resilient,
of your-
right?
you're out of
We've
your
had a different
three,
starting
weather
quarterback in
advantage. No,
each
you're
of the
not gonna have
last
that
3
anymore
games.
either.
We are about to get it back on track this weekend, so you can start getting scared again. Right now, I know you're confident and happy that we're down, right? But we ain't out. Our back's against the wall,
exactly.
and we're still gonna come for that ass. Rest
it.
assured.
That's
okay?
it. Make sure the booty's nice and shaved because we coming to take a piece of that.
That's right. We got 2 sexuals coming for you, baby.
That's right. That's right.
You guys don't want to talk football. All you want to do
I'm
is
just
talk
messing with you,
clowning.
Mark, man.
Bro, we can
Mark,
talk
Mark,
football,
I
but what am I
respect you,
gonna
dude.
talk? Yes,
Yeah.
you're right. You're
Well,
5-1.
Mark, come on.
We're 3-3.
Mark, what are you doing?
Ooh, like I give a damn. The
So
only
now
loss
what?
you got is to
How
a
do I
team
know
you
what
have no
round that
respect
people
for,
status
and
was
we
towing?
still have that dub on you. So say what you will, but there's a lot of more weeks left, and things will shake out. We're gonna find out.
Mark,
Don't
you
sit here
bring
and
up some
project your
legitimate
numbers.
questions, right?
Don't throw your
I know,
stats
but
at
that's not
me.
what I'm
I careth, notteth, homie. Don't do it.
I haven't been
Yeah,
questioning that.
Mark,
I've
you
been
bring up
que- I've been
legitimate
questioning
questions,
what
but
you're
these aren't
doing
questions
to
that we haven't
improve the
already
football
dealt with
team.
or that we're not
Right, we've already
thinking
dealt
about.
with. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we've been waiting on you, Mark. We have. Thanks. Please educate us some more.
My question to you guys has been, and I haven't had an answer. What has your fabulous general manager done to improve the depth on this football team since training camp?
We've already agreed that it's been a
He hired a bunch of locksmiths to be able to coach him up. That's what he did.
And we need to see the season to see how well he's done.
Mark.
Right now we're in a tough spot, but it's not what
Mark, I'm gonna put the address. I'm gonna put the address in chat.
Yeah.
You can send the mail to Chris Greer and let him know, or the Dolphins organization, and have Chris Greer fired. We appreciate you, Mark. Thank you.
I'll tell him what a jack off he is.
That's good. It's good. Yep.
None of you Dolphin fans have the balls to do it.
Chris Greer is a better GM than the Bills GM.
Nobody is as invested in the success of this team this year than Chris Greer. His
Yeah,
job is
you're
on the
complaining
line.
about Brandon Bean, who's got a 5-1 team rated number 1 or number 2 in the league.
Oh my God, bro!
Oh
my God!
See, now you're getting to where you're really coming from, Mark. Okay, now we get you.
Yes,
Right.
that's what he's just baiting us to then say something, and we're 5-1.
Right.
Blah blah blah. Mark, we're not a bunch of idiots up
Exactly.
here, bro. Take that to some other channel where you can try to
Yeah,
glad
Mark.
hand a bunch of morons. You got a bunch of smart people up here right now, so you're not gonna trick us into some ruse. I mean, what do you think? We're a bunch of dumbasses? You got a real low expectation for us Dolphin fans, bro, and that's where I find the insult.
Well, too bad. You're 3-3. You are what your record.
Here we go.
Yep.
Round and round we go in the fucking
but-
merry-go-round.
Yeah, you lost
I mean,
to that
goodness
3-3
gracious,
team,
Mark.
too.
Are you serious, dude? Come on, bro.
You got smacked by that 3-3 team too,
Get it?
did you?
Yeah, that
We lost
3-3
by
team.
2 points and outgained you by 284 yards. Please.
Mark,
When
I'm
is-
glad
when
you
is-
did
when
your
is-
homework,
when
buddy.
is-
Good
when is the
job.
win?
Spare me the
With
crocodile
six
tears.
defensive
You
starters
still
out.
lost.
We ain't
But Mark,
gonna lose in
but
December.
Mark,
When is the
That's
win?
gonna
you
be
say,
3 games
Mark,
behind.
you say you
Still
haven't answered the
lost.
question, but listen, you asked and we've given you a range of responses. My response was, I don't believe Greer survives if we don't make the playoffs this season, right?
Yep.
Other
That's a very
people
good
are
point.
willing to extend. Other people are willing to extend him a little bit more grace, right, for the successes that he's had, right? We won't know until we get to that point. So there's no way. I mean, how much further do you want us to go with our answer?
Well,
I mean-
does that mean you're bringing
Well,
Sean
I
Payton?
differ.
You know
a
what,
little
Mark?
from that.
You know what, Mark?
I
You're
think we
right.
only
All
make a
Dolphin
coaching
fans
change if
agree
we
with
don't
you.
make
We
success.
should start listening to the
Because
Buffalo's fans
Stephen
on how
Ross
to run our
already
football
told
team.
us. He already told us, and we were listening intuitively to his press conference when he said the GM did fine in purchasing the groceries. Basically, I'm just paraphrasing him. And then
If
he
that's what
said
he
the
believes,
craze.
then maybe that's
Then
the
he
root of
said
your
the
problem.
coach. Then he said the coach will be making a selection on his quarterback. So in that sense, he absolved Greer of any wrongdoing for this one season. Greer gets a total pass on any failure
But
that happened with our
Crypto,
franchise.
let's be
this
real. We don't give him a pass. We will hold him accountable, and
Well, of course
we will
you
do
will. I'm
everything
just saying
we
the
can.
boss. I'm talking about the boss that's got one foot in the grave. That's going to
Listen,
be impatient.
the boss
as far
got
as
one
coach.
foot in the grave. He's got one foot up his ass out the door too from this fan base. So it ain't like he's absolved of nothing either. So again,
Well,
we're
until he
holding
sells the
people
team, then
accountable.
we stuck with him.
Well, you know, we can do all we can.
We're not the Green Bay
force 'em.
Packers. We don't have co-ownership.
I
of the
agree with
franchise.
you, but I mean I'm just trying to give a little bit of context here of where we stand as a fan base. Mark is trying to educate us. I don't need the education. Certainly not from a Bills fan. Certainly not about football.
You guys aren't that much different from what the Bills were. The Bills didn't do anything until
God.
Ralph Wilson, their owner, died.
Oh my God, bro. Here we go.
And they were fortunately sold to the Pagulas,
I mean,
who
the
then rebuilt the
Bills
team.
won those AFL championships in like 19 whatever.
I know.
60,
You remember that,
64
Greg?
and 65.
Yeah, I wasn't born.
64 in his mid-60s or
Yeah,
early 60s.
That's-
Yeah, you guys won in 72 and 73 years. What I'm saying is I don't think you're going anywhere until your ownership changes. And I'm trying to be honest here and talk football. I think there's a real problem with the
Well,
ownership.
everybody
in Miami, and I
already
think
know
you all
about the
know it.
ownership. What do you mean?
But Mark, it's in the.
God,
we're
every
6
time I
games
think
into
I'm
the
out of
season.
this, dude, am I stuck in the freaking Twilight Zone? Am I just repeating myself? What am I doing here? I ain't got
What are you
time.
talking
I'm
about,
exhausted,
Mark?
guys. You win,
We
Mark.
already
You win.
know
That's
Stephen Ross
That's a
is,
discussion for
plight.
the end of a failed season.
If we were
That's a
in
discussion for the end of a
Wisconsin, there
failed
would be a
season.
different story. But we don't. Fortunately, we don't have that
Right.
kind of
The
ownership.
season, we haven't reached the point yet where we're going to have that discussion, Mark. Why? Because we still have hope. We still want to see what happens in the next 5 games, like you said. So to put that on us to have that discussion now is unfair from you, dude. Come on now.
Well, you're to admit you're in a bad situation. You know,
We
you had
are.
the Patriots running the. You had the Patriots running the division because the Bills, the Jets, and the Dolphins were all grossly incompetent. They were, and that's the reason why the Patriots had the number
two
one
games
seed.
out of it in our own division. We're
much
not
too
that
early to
far
have
out.
the discussion you
Yeah,
want us
let's
to
be
have.
real.
Yeah.
Let's be
Right.
real.
Well, it's only
We
a
win
two-game
one, you drop one.
Matter of fact,
they
it's the
drop
same
one.
margin
4
that
weeks
we
from
finished
now,
with
we could
last
have a
season. It was only
four-way
2
tie to
games.
first for all we know, bro.
Right.
Hey,
It was.
this isn't
How
the
about
last
this,
3
Cap?
weeks of the season, bro. Let's wait. Let's
We
wait
were
another
only
2
2
more
games
months
out
before
of
we
it
start
last
having
year,
these conversations.
and we had an atrocious roster, and y'all
I
had
know,
we've
the
right?
had
Super Bowl
we've
roster.
had a critical victory
We
in
were only
beating
2
the
games
Bills.
behind.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
We shit the bed when we didn't beat the Jets. That one hurt.
That one did hurt.
But we can still recover. The season is still ahead of us.
Right, we can cover
Now,
by
and we're
smoking the
and,
Patriots
and you're
and
right.
the Jets.
You're right.
loss
We are
was
in
more
scramble
fluky than
mode right
anything
now,
else.
Mark.
Is it?
We're in
You look at your
emergency
quarterback
mode
in the
right
first.
now.
Okay.
Our back is
Okay,
against the
please.
wall.
Let me
But
finish,
we've yet
Kahari.
to see what this team is going to do and how
Go
they're going to
ahead.
respond. So
Go
we
ahead,
got to
Mark.
see it first before
I
we
don't think
Right, you
I don't
gotta
think
see
you
it.
crapped the bed when you lost to the Jets. You lost your quarterback on the first play. McDaniel obviously didn't prepare.
Those were the
Travis
circumstances,
Thompson the
but
way he should
strategically
have.
that
That was
loss
a
hurt us is what I'm
And it was a
saying.
19-17 game into the fourth quarter. I think the things went south after you missed the field goal.
Yeah, that's a good rundown of why we lost. But strategically, the loss hurt us. No matter how we lost or how we would have won, the fact is losing that.
I'll tell you what's
conference
hurting me.
game
This
hurt.
conversation's
Losing the
hurting me
game.
right now.
Yeah.
It is It is draining me, bro. I gotta be up.
El
Listen,
Capitan.
I'm outie. Deuces to everybody. Shout out
You
TD.
coming on
Thanks for
later?
having me. No, not tonight. Not tonight. Tonk usually goes on Tuesdays. He's got a lot of personal stuff going on. I talked to him.
He's not doing
we're
the,
probably gonna put
betting
TMI Tuesdays on hold for a little while. He's got some real life stuff going on.
Sorry
But
to
I'll
hear
be on
that.
tomorrow and Friday. TDs should be coming on at 8. So we'll
Ignore
you know,
Vegas. Vegas
me
is
and
always
TD going to
losing.
be on the Fins tailgate, lighting it up and everything like that. Shout out TD. Thanks for having me on. Mark, I know I come at you, dog, but I appreciate that you hang in the pocket, man. Even though you're a Bills fan, you're kind of a douchebag sometimes. I appreciate that you're able to hang out in the pocket and take the beating. So I
No
will
problem,
leave you with
man.
that.
I enjoy it.
I know you do, buddy. Take it
But
easy.
yeah, Mark. But that Buffalo
almost
voodoo
getting
don't work
closer to
in
Raiders
Miami, bro.
fans.
We got the real voodoo down here, bro. We got the real Santeria. That Buffalo stuff don't work, man.
Just KP.
So who's taking over the show?
It's TD show, man. Shout out to
TD.
Oh, is
TD.
it? Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I
but
just feel that the Jets game was more of an aberration than anything else. To be honest with you, that was not. The score was a blowout. The game wasn't a blowout.
Listen, an excuse maker can validly look at the last 3 games and come up with some convincing excuses for why we've lost. I mean,
Right.
our
I
quarterback
always stick
position
to
has been a
Denny Green's
revolving.
mantra. We are
It's been
who
a
we thought we
revolving
are.
door. You know?
You're going to
Go
win
ahead,
the
Chris.
ones you're not supposed to win. You're going to lose the ones you're not supposed to lose. It's just the rightful order of the football universe. I can't keep saying it enough. It's just the way things balances out. If you say we were supposed to win the last 3, then fate would have had us lose the first 3 somehow. I just think that we are who we thought we are.
I think the Baltimore game was because the Baltimore secondary had basically died off by the fourth quarter, and Buffalo just pissed on their leg. Otherwise,
Yeah, that's what I said, and that would have made us probably perhaps win those next 3 because we'd have been so down in the first 2, having a bad start, and who knows, we would have been up for the Cincy in the remaining 2 games. It's just the way it could have happened, and we still ended up with being 3-3, perhaps. You
guys are, like I said, as I've said multiple times tonight, you guys who are who you are. You're 3-3, and that's what it is. Whether it be 1-2 in the first 3 games or 3-0 in the first 3 games, it all balances out.
And isn't this the beautiful thing about this game we call football? It's play by play, win by week by week, and that's how you build a successful season. And that's what brings us all to the table as fans. You know what I'm saying? And listen,
I would say this:
the story's not finished on these Dolphins.
Right.
I just wish. I like the Dolphins. I've never hated the Dolphins. My problem
then we go 5-3, and guess what? The narrative changes. The narrative changes on Greer. The narrative changes on the moves we've made. The narrative changes on our O-line. But the players got to do it at this point. So, so we'll see what happens.
Right. It's football.
I don't know how the changes, guys. To be honest with you, because I can't agree with giving an additional pick away to select Eichenberg over Humphrey. I don't agree with Austin. I don't agree with Austin Jackson for.
Yeah, but the point is this, Mark. It's easy to make that
Solomon
decision now.
Gabriel Davis. I don't agree. Yeah, I don't agree with the offensive line moves, and you've done nothing at inside linebacker.
But look, it's easy to make that observation now in hindsight, right? But look what we've had. We've had two different regimes look at those players and say they're good enough to invest in. The Flores regime drafted them, and these so-called gurus that we brought in this offseason
kept them.
Said the same thing. So at some point,
kept them, right?
Right. So why have two different regimes made a similar evaluation about our offensive line talent? You're right. It doesn't look that way right now. I agree with you, Mark. Ian Eckenberg has looked like crap, right? And Jackson has been hurt, and before that, he didn't look too good either. But we'll see. Like I said, there's still some it's too early to make some definitive conclusions about this team. We need to see this thing play out. We got some guys coming back this week. Again, one game at a time. We win this week, and then we look at winning next week. And at that point, you're going to see the narrative change. You're going to see it change.
Like I said, I think the Dolphins should be 8-3 by the time this 5-game swing ends. My concern is where you're going to be when you have to go to San Francisco, Los Angeles, and then go to Buffalo on a short week.
We're going to have to go 500 in that stretch.
That ends up being the
minimum 500. That could be a death knell, meaning.
You're right. Hey,
meaning the wild card and all of that. Yeah, I mean the numbers. Everybody else had to slide. Who's ahead of us now? They have to go on some slides.
But listen, if we
right
overcome,
now you guys are what, 8th or 9th in the conference?
Right. That means 4 teams in front of us have to at least slide to give us some breathing room.
But if we're able to overcome these last 3 losses, we will have built up something called momentum, which should gird us well when we go on that West Coast swing. Our guys should be confident. Yeah. Our guys should know how to win by that point. Now, it doesn't guarantee we're going to win, but we should be in good shape.
Everything
you got to play one by one.
Not who you play, but when you play them and what their injury status is. It seems to be that's what the prevailing factor is.
Right. That's why it's hard to forecast anything like a long stretches of games because it's always best out of one for 3 hours for 17 times. That's how you have to take the approach.
Dallas this weekend. Could very easily win that football game. You know, Dak's coming back. We don't know what he's going to look like. The Lions have had a week off. We don't know what it's going to look like. I'm just saying if we go with the no injury factor, there is no reason that the Dolphins are not an 8-3 football team heading to San Francisco after the bye.
Unfortunately, this is not basketball or baseball where you play mini series, best out of 3, best out of 5, and you know that you can always beat them because you're going to play them 5 games, and you know talent will eventually overcome. But when you playing best out of 1 for 3 hours,
and everything, but
anybody can win. Over any given stretch of games. That's what's so scary about football. And making that kind of calculus, because if we know that we're better than you on paper, most likely a best out of 7 series, the better team will win. That's on paper. That's just the way it pans out. But in football, you can have one team that's on a bad streak, even though they got the most talent, and another team that gets hot, catch lightning in a bottle, and next thing you know, you got the wrong team making to the playoffs on paper.
Yeah, look at the scenario. Look, if things turn out the way we want them to turn out, Tua comes back this week, leads us to a victory over the Steelers, leads us to a victory over Detroit next. And listen, the only aggravating aspect of that would be the damn Tuaneers will go crazy with all their propaganda if we win the next 2 games. But hell, us Dolphin fans
and
will be happy as hell
and
too.
You know what's crazy about that too? We could be winning those games by the same score, but yet our defense could only be giving up 9 points a game, kind of like in our 7-game stretch last year when we won 7 years in a row. We was getting up less than 10 points a game during that stretch. But like you said, the Tua Nons will come out and say it's all the quarterback the reason when we were only giving up 9 points a game.
And I'd love to.
It's an interesting question. If you go back to the draft and you look at where how Herbert has struggled, especially this season. And Tua's got the injury history. Maybe the right choice would have been selecting Wirfs at 5 and maybe waiting to get your quarterback down at 18. When you really look at
now you're talking like Sharif. That's the Sharif thesis.
That's the Sharif thesis. Yeah. Because he know at least somebody in front of him would have been in front of your franchise potential quarterback would have been established.
Shout out to Sharif.
So Sharif was definitely pounding the table. That it's still to this day. He says that's what Greer's going to be crucified for.
Well, that's what the problem really begins, because
Sharif
to my
said
opinion,
that.
Herbert hasn't shown anything, and really Tua has shown things, but he's injury prone. I mean, I will say injury prone because he's had injuries since high school, and it's a real problem, you know. And you could have solidified your offensive line, and didn't. And
Caesar
I'll be honest with you, I scout the draft pretty heavily, and I selected Herbert over Tua, but then I look at it in retrospect, and it's like, what have I selected? Herbert hasn't gone to the playoffs. I watched Herbert last night, and he was god awful again.
Yeah, but now he's having the same problems that Tua had. His starting center and his left guard and his offensive line is kind of in shambles now. So he's kind of, and he lost his star wide receiver. And
he's playing with broken ribs, which is
to be honest with you, I don't see any real difference at this point between the two players.
Well, they're both young quarterbacks whose story is still yet to be written. We'll see how both of them develop. Me personally, I was a guy who, you know, I wanted Herbert, really, but and I still think Herbert is the better prospect, honestly. But at the same time, I have to admit that Tua has shown some improvement at the beginning of the season. You can't deny that this guy has made market improvements. And say what you want about Tua. Tua wants to be great, and he's out there busting his ass. He's a tough cookie, right? And I want him to be successful because I want the Dolphins to be successful, you know. And we'll see if Tua can right the ship.
Be honest with you, I wanted every quarterback that lined up under center hopefully be successful.
Exactly.
Regardless, because it was the team thing. Hell, I was rooting for John Beck.
Yeah, Teddy, Skyler, it doesn't matter, man. I want to get them W's up, bro. You know?
Yeah.
And the same
At
is,
one point.
we could have won each of these last 3 games. It's not like we got blown out in any of them. We're right there. It's just, you know, critical mistakes, penalties, turnovers, you know, unfortunate circumstance with the starter being knocked out.
Just bottom falls out of that one of those games.
Stroud played deflections up and down the stadium.
That was 10 straight punts, or 9 straight punts, or something like that. It was ridiculous. Where anytime you force a team to punt 10 times, that is by definition a winnable game.
Absolutely.
Regardless of who's your quarterback.
You know, that game was so winnable because by the end of the first quarter, you know, Skyler got hurt, but he was lighting it up. Then you get the 5 stupid penalties in a row. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I mean, they showed them
discipline issue. Yeah.
I was in the stadium, man.
I was in the building. Yeah. Yeah. You went to KP?
Yeah, man. I should have hooked up with you guys, man. Yeah.
Yeah, you should have. Yeah, we was over there at East 32. East 21.
I was up in the 300s, up in the northeast section.
Me too. You know? I think southeast. I was on the 15-yard line, near the 15 and the 20, somewhere in that area.
The call's good because it seemed like they on television they showed everything in detail. It's like, yep, this is a definite penalty. This is a definite penalty. This is a definite penalty. I don't know. I wasn't there. I just watched the game on TV. So
one of them was so atrocious when Skyler evaded the freaking tackle, threw it to a wide receiver, and they call intentional grounding. By definition, you're supposed to throw the ball in the ground. You call intentional grounding, not to another wide receiver and then complete the pass, who runs it for another 30 yards.
Player within reasonable contact distance, they shouldn't have called intentional grounding.
No, exactly. He escaped the pocket out of the grasp of the defender and threw it, completed the pass. He ran all the way down to like the 4-yard line. They called it back and said it was intentional grounding.
I was like, what? Call and Robert Hunt.
That was atrocious. To be
honest with you,
that was the most egregious call out. That's almost worse than the Brady Tuck rule. I've never seen the worst call than that. I was like, in the definition, mean you're supposed to throw the ball into the ground. Hence, that's why it's called grounding. Yeah. Not when a receiver catches the ball and runs with the ball, you call it, just because
he could have gotten sacked. Get away with that safety early on in the game too.
Yeah,
you know there was some questionable.
I was like, what the heck was going on with that? And that's what, you know, McDaniel should have lost this. He should have pulled a Bill Parcells on that one. I don't know why he didn't ask for an explanation on that one.
Well, I'm still wondering about McDaniel and the coaching staff that he brought in. I'm not feeling really good about it right now. I don't know what you guys feel.
Well, they're definitely in the fire at this point.
Yeah, they are.
They're back against the wall, Mark. And we got to see how they can we got to see if they can come out of this and right the ship. But they're in choppy waters right now for sure.
They have to navigate these next 5 games. If they don't, if they end up being 500 in the next 5, then they definitely will be targeted. The coaching staff, more so the players will.
Well, who targets them? They're going to stand behind Greer. It sounds like. And what do you do at that point? I mean, do you fire McDaniel one and done and get rid of the coaching staff one and done?
He can't be upside down, given that the plate he was served and who he replaced, and everybody was told to believe he was the person he replaced was the source of the problem, and all the people that he hired underneath him. So with that being said, you get a table set with this much talent, and you get coaches that you bring in-house that's supposed to be the locksmiths of the world and unlock the talent that's on the roster that's been kind of lagging, and then you do less than what your predecessor do. I won't even be surprised if Stephen Ross give him the can after 1 year. Stephen Ross is that kind of person.
If you give him the can, I think the likelihood of you giving Greer the can also increases, because Greer signed off on this guy, right? Greer hired McDaniel, right?
Yeah, but they went through the process though. McDaniel wasn't their first choice; he was like their 5th or 6th choice.
Yeah. But I still think though, because when you combine the decision on Tua, some of the signings like giving Armstead all this money, if he's not out there playing, at some point all these mistakes are going to compound on Greer. Granted, there have been some successes.
Yeah, but it was a favorable contract Armstead got. He knew he was getting a banged up player, kind of, with that kind of history.
Would have signed Cedric Wilson if they knew they were going to get Tyreek Hill?
No.
Yeah, I think he would have. I think they was out, or they was, because he was at the time Tyreek got traded. They was in Ohio State. They was going to make a play on one of the big.
I think they were going after Wilson and Debo.
They was going after Wilson, and they was going to go after who the Jets end up drafting. That's who they was targeting in Ohio State. He was actually in Ohio State the day they made the move for him. Yep.
Well,
so they was going after a big time receiver in the draft.
To get the bag, and he didn't go to the Jets because of the state income tax in New York, obviously, because he's already said that. And I think the Dolphins right now are being a little Tyreek centric, to be, in my personal opinion. I think they would be much better if they spread the ball out a little bit more. They brought all the receivers more into the mix, inclusive of the backs, and spread the offense out.
Craycraft and Sheffield is.
I think Bridgewater and to a certain degree Skyler were almost too eccentric.
Well, that's a point that I've been trying to make as well. I think McDaniel should have toned down his offensive directive a little bit with those two guys running the. He's asking those guys to do a little bit too much, and that put a strain on our offensive line. That's what the guy Ace of Spades was saying earlier in the chat. It's the scheme that has exposed the O-line to some degree. When you can't expect the same level of efficiency as you would from your QB1, who's gotten the majority of snaps, leading in training camp, has the timing down, etc. But this
offensive line can't perform the same way they did, anyways, and get away with it, even with Tyreek on the roster. He'll eventually break a couple, but it'll be empty, hollow numbers if it's.
You can't say going to Tyreek has hurt us. Like quarterback
I don't know if it does or doesn't. I mean, you're going to him literally.
No, it doesn't.
But he's producing.
He's literally the reason why we won the Baltimore game.
Yeah,
catching those wide open passes in the secondary. But
none of the passes forced to Tyreek have resulted.
I tell you this much: we do not win that Baltimore game without his presence on the field, being able to stretch the defense like he did against the Ravens. We would have literally lost that game by 20 plus points.
We wouldn't have been in the game last weekend without Tyreek.
Yeah.
How many third down
that we can account a win partially to Tyreek and Tua to get together, but without him, he's basically got the same offense as he had last year. So in that aspect, we could be upside down in our record if it wasn't for Tyreek, and especially that Baltimore game.
I just honestly, guys, I just think it's too much money spent on shiny tools and not enough money spent on, the
fundamental guys.
Fundamental guys. Yeah, more like the Jarvis Landrys of the world, or the what do you call it? The Jarvis Landrys and the Wes Welkers of the world,
or the O line, like getting quality,
or the O line, or getting what's his name?
Not to bring up
drafting,
the Bills anything other than the context of roster composition, but how many number one draft choices do the Bills actually have? They have Von Miller, they have Josh Allen, and literally and Tremaine Edmonds. They have three. They have
that was drafted in the first round. You mean the first round picks?
Yeah, they have 3 first-round picks on that roster of 53. Or 4 when you add Tre'Davious White. That's 4.
White. Mm-hmm. Poyer was drafted in what, the 3rd round?
What's that?
Poyer was drafted in the 3rd or 2nd round?
Poyer was a free agent pickup from Cleveland. Hyde was a 3rd round pick, or 3rd or 4th round pick as a free agent pickup from Green Bay.
Right.
But
I thought he was in the mid round. I thought he was 3rd round.
You know, and the rest of that team was like 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th round pick.
Yeah, they all middle round people. Yeah, outside of that.
I think the Dolphins spend way too much time and way too much money on shiny pieces instead of brick and mortar.
You might have a
point. How much did Diggs cost you? Because that was a trade, and they paid him money, didn't they?
Well, you know, the Diggs trade was interesting, and in effect, because that became Diggs for Justin Jefferson and a couple of later round picks.
Right. They used that pick to get Jefferson, so it's almost like a swap, basically.
It's really a swap. But at the time where they got Diggs, they needed Diggs versus a rookie wide receiver, albeit as good as Jefferson was going to be. They needed somebody for Allen to pick up the pace because he only went from 52 to 59% from his first year to his 2nd year in completion percentage. He then went to 67 in the pandemic year in the first year with Diggs. So, you know, they needed that player. But what I'm saying,
Diggs elevated him.
Yeah, he definitely elevated Allen's play. And, you know, now the moving of Ken Dorsey in instead of Brian Daboll has changed the offense so where they've gone from 32nd in the league in yards after the catch to 4th in the league because they're doing the checkdowns, they're throwing to Singletary, they're throwing the checkdown passes.
The running backs are getting more involved with the passing game.
Right, and that's opening up more stuff for Diggs and everything to do his thing. But and the Dolphins, Greer seems to be fixated, or maybe it's Ross. I don't know. But
in regards to your
Ross has his hands in the
in regards to your comment about the flashiness, Mark, you may have a point there. This is more of a GM centric design team than a head coach design team from that aspect. If you look at what's going on in the chat right now with Joel Vargas and Kenna Ranking, they got. I'm one who's always said that Flores should have been the head coach with McDaniel as the OC. Why? Because Flores, as a coach, would be more willing to make those bread and butter coaching decisions, right? Where you don't necessarily value the shiny object using your word,
right?
Yeah. You put together a team, right? That fits a scheme, that fits within a concept that you have created to win games. Whereas some might argue, and I'm not saying I agree with this, that a GM-led team is more about making moves that satisfy the fan base or that are the shiny objects, the big splashes.
The Mike Wallaces of the world and
exactly. And that may end up being the final, a report card on what has happened here this season. But again, I still think it's too early for us to draw any, conclusions in that regard because Tyreek has been productive.
Y'all still.
Yeah, man, football, man.
Yeah,
man. TD.
I left like 3 years ago.
I know.
TD say it's time to end it though. That's what it is. So so we'll see.
Man. We going on 5 hours, man. Let's pick up the cooking tomorrow. All right.
No doubt. No doubt. Hey, TD, man. Yeah. I haven't had a chance to tell you this publicly, man, but congratulations on the new addition to your family, man. You're blessed, man. And stay blessed, bro. We appreciate you. We, like you say, us real Dolphins know what's up. So keep up the good work.
I was going to make that adjustment.
Give my best to Hillary and the kids.
We'll do, bro. We'll do.
KP, I was going to make the adjustment on your comment there. It's actually congratulations to Tuana.
Now you got
and the family.
Now you got to get
No, it's
all right, y'all.
We appreciate it.
I appreciate y'all coming through tonight, man. I'm up out of here finna give me some rest. Watch some of this Lakers go to the state game. Peace. We out.